split up into different areas. There's a nuclear test site. There's Area 51. There's the Tonopah test range north of that. There's
Bob, one of these days, somebody's going to want to watch your fucking interview. I fucking can't stand knocking.
I think, we were playing for $50, $100 blinds, and over the course of 120,000 hands, it made close to $2 million.
120,000 hands.
120,000 hands
against humans.
Yeah, and this was fake money, to be clear. So there was real money at stake. There was $200,000.
First of all, all money is fake, but that's a different conversation.
Love it.
We give it meaning. It's a phenomenon that gets meaning from our complex psychology as a human civilization. It's emerging from the collective intelligence of the human species, but that's not what you mean. You mean like there's literally you can't buy stuff with it. Okay, can you actually step back and take me through that competition?
Yeah. Okay. So when I was in grad school, there was this thing called the annual computer poker competition, where every year all the different research labs that were working on AI for poker would get together. They would make a bot. They would play them against each other. And we made a bot that actually won the 2014 competition, the 2016 competition. And so we decided we're going to take this bot, build on it, and play against real top professional heads-up, no-limit Texas Hold'em poker players. So we invited 4 of the world's best players in this specialty, and we challenged them to 120,000 hands of poker over the course of 20 days. And we had $200,000 in prize money at stake, where it would basically be divided among them, depending on how well they did relative to each other. So we wanted to have some incentive for them to play their best.
Did you have a confidence, 2014, 16, that this is even possible? How much doubt was there?
So we did a competition actually in 2015, where we also played against professional poker players, and the bot lost by a pretty sizable margin, actually. Now, there were some big improvements from 2015 to 2017. And so,
can you speak to the improvements? Is it computational nature? Is it the algorithm, the methods?
It was really an algorithmic approach. That was the difference. So 2015, it was much more focused on trying to come up with a strategy up front, like trying to solve the entire game of poker, and then just have a lookup table where you're saying like, oh, I'm in this situation. What's the strategy? The approach that we took in 2017 was much more search-based. It was trying to say, okay, well, let me in real time try to compute a much better strategy than what I had pre-computed by playing against myself during self-play.
What is the search space for poker? What are you searching over? What's that look like? There's different actions like raising, calling. Yeah, what are the actions? Is it just a search over actions?
So in a game like chess, the search is like, okay, I'm in this chess position, and I can move these different pieces and see where things end up. In poker, what you're searching over is the actions that you can take for your hand, the probabilities that you take those actions, and then also the probabilities that you take other actions with other hands that you might have. And that's kind of like hard to wrap your head around. Like, why are you searching over these like other hands that you might have, and like trying to figure out what you would do with those hands? And the idea is again, you want to always be balanced and unpredictable. And so if your search algorithm is saying like, oh, I want to raise with this hand, well, in order to know whether that's a good action, like let's say it's a bluff, let's say you have a bad hand and you're saying like, oh, I think I should be betting here with this really bad hand and bluffing. Well, that's only a good action if you're also betting with a strong hand. Otherwise, it's an obvious bluff.
So if your action, in some sense, maximizes your unpredictability, so that action could be mapped by your opponent to a lot of different hands, then that's a good action.
Basically, what you want to do is put your opponent into a tough spot. So you want them to always have some doubt, like, should I call here? Should I fold here? And if you are raising in the appropriate balance between bluffs and good hands, then you're putting them into that tough spot. And so that's what we're trying to do. We're always trying to search for a strategy that would put the opponent into a difficult position.
Can you give a metric that you're trying to maximize or minimize? Does this have to do with the regret thing, what we're talking about, in terms of putting your opponent in a maximally tough spot?
Yeah, ultimately what you're trying to maximize is your expected winnings, like your expected value, the amount of money that you're going to walk away from, assuming that your opponent was playing optimally in response. So you're going to assume that your opponent is also playing like as well as possible a Nash equilibrium approach, because if they're not, then you're just going to make more money. Right? Like anything that deviates, like by definition, the Nash equilibrium is the strategy that does the best in expectation. And so if you're deviating from that, then they're going to lose money. And since it's a 2-player zero-sum game, that means you're going to make money.
So there's not an explicit like objective function that maximizes the toughness of the spot they're put in. You're always, this is from like a self-play reinforcement learning perspective, you're just trying to maximize winnings, and the rest is implicit.
That's right. Yeah. So what we're actually trying to maximize is the expected value, given that the opponent is playing optimally in response to us. Now, in practice, what that ends up looking like is it's putting the opponent into difficult situations where there's no obvious decision to be made.
So the system doesn't know anything about the difficulty of the situation.
Not at all. Doesn't care.
Okay.
Yeah.
In my head, it was getting excited whenever I was making the opponent sweat. Okay, so in 2015, you didn't do as well. So what's the journey from that to a system that, in your mind, could have a chance?
So 2015, we got beat pretty badly, and we actually learned a lot from that competition. And in particular, what became clear to me is that the way the humans were approaching the game was very different from how the bot was approaching the game. The bot would not be doing search. It would just be trying to compute. It would do like months of self-play. It would just be playing against itself for months. But then when it's actually playing the game, it would just act instantly. And the humans, when they're in a tough spot, they would sit there and think for sometimes even like 5 minutes about whether they're going to call or fold a hand. And it became clear to me that there's a good chance that that's what's missing from our bot. So I actually did some initial experiments to try to figure out how much of a difference this is actually make, and the difference was huge.
As a signal to the human player, how long you took to think?
No. I'm not saying that there were any timing tells. I was saying when the human, like the bot, would always act instantly. It wouldn't try to come up with a better strategy in real time over what it had pre-computed during training. Whereas the human, like they have all this intuition about how to play, but they're also in real time leveraging their ability to think, to search, to plan, and coming up with an even better strategy than what their intuition would say.
So you're saying that that's what you mean by you're doing search also. Yeah. You have a intuition and search on top of that, looking for a better solution.
Yeah, that's what I mean by search. That instead of acting instantly, a neural net usually gives you a response in like 100 milliseconds or something. It depends on the size of the net. But if you can leverage extra computational resources, you can possibly get a much better outcome. And we did some experiments in small scale versions of poker. And what we found was that if you do a little bit of search, even just a little bit, it was the equivalent of making your pre-computed strategy, like you can kind of think of it as your neural net, 1,000 times bigger with just a little bit of search. and it just like blew away all of the research that we had been working on and trying to like scale up this like pre-computed solution. It was dwarfed by the benefit that we got from search.
Can you just linger on what you mean by search here? You're searching over a space of actions for your hand and for other hands. How are you selecting the other hands to search over? Is
So yeah,
randomly?
no, it's all the other hands that you could have. So when you're playing No Limit Texas Hold'em, you've got 2 face down cards. And so that's 52 choose 2, 1,326 different combinations. Now that's actually a little bit lower because there's face up cards in the middle, and so you can eliminate those as well. But you're looking at like around 1,000 different possible hands that you can have. And so when the bot's doing search, it's thinking explicitly, there are these 1,000 different hands that I could have. There are these 1,000 different hands that you could have. Let me try to figure out what would be a better strategy than what I've pre-computed for these hands and your hands.
Okay. So that search, how do you fuse that with what the neural net is telling you, or what the trained system is telling you?
Yeah, so you kind of like where the train system comes in is the value at the end. So there's you only look so far ahead. You look like maybe 1 round ahead. So if you're on the flop, you're looking to the start of the turn, and at that point you can use the pre-computed solution to figure out what's the value here of this strategy.
Is it of a single action essentially in that spot? You're getting a value, or is it the value of the entire series of actions?
Well, it's kind of both, because you're trying to maximize the value for the hand that you have, but in the process, in order to maximize the value of the hand that you have to figure out what would I be doing with all these other hands as well.
Okay, but are you in the search always going to the end of the game?
In Libratus, we did. So we only used search starting on the turn, and then we searched all the way to the end of the game.
The turn, the river. Can we take it through the terminology?
Yeah, there's 4 rounds of poker. So there's the pre-flop, the flop, the turn, and the river. And so we would start search halfway through the game. Now, the first half of the game, that was all pre-computed. It would just act instantly. And then when it got to the halfway point, then it would always search to the end of the game. Now, we later improved this, so it wouldn't have to search all the way to the end of the game. It would actually search just a few moves ahead. But that came later, and that drastically reduced the amount of computational resources that we needed.
But the moves, because you can keep betting with each other. That's what you mean by moves. So like that's where you don't just get one bet per turn of poker. You can have multiple arbitrary number of bets, right?
Right. I'm trying to think like, I'm going to bet, and then what are you going to do in response? Are you going to raise me, or are you going to call? And then if you raise, what should I do? So it's reasoning about that whole process up until the end of the game in the case of Libratus.
So for Libratus, what's the most number of re-raises have you ever seen?
You probably cap out at like 5 or something, because at that point you're basically all in.
I mean, is there like interesting patterns like that you've seen that the game does? Like you'll have like AlphaZero doing way more sacrifices than humans usually do. Is there something like Libratus was constantly re-raising or something like that you've noticed?
There was something really interesting that we observed with Libratus. So humans, when they're playing poker, they usually size their bets relative to the size of the pot. So, if the pot has $100 in there, maybe you bet like $75 or somewhere around it, somewhere between like $50 and $100. And with Libratus, we gave it the option to basically bet whatever it wanted. It was actually really easy for us to say like, oh, if you want, you can bet like 10 times the pot. And we didn't think it would actually do that. It was just like, why not give it the option? And then during the competition, it actually started doing this. And by the way, this is like a very last minute decision on our part to add this option. And so we did not think the bot would do this. And I was actually kind of worried when it did start to do this. Like, oh, is this a problem? Like, humans don't do this. Like, is it screwing up? But it would put the humans into really difficult spots when it would do that. Because, you can imagine, like, you have the second best hand that's possible given the board. And you're thinking, like, oh, you're in a really great spot here. And suddenly the bot bets $20,000 into a $1,000 pot. And it's basically saying, like, I have the best hand or I'm bluffing. And you having the second best hand, like, now you get a really tough choice to make. And so the humans would sometimes think like 5 or 10 minutes about like, what do you do? Should I call? Should I fold? And And when I saw the humans like really struggling with that decision, like that's when I realized, like, oh, actually, this is maybe a good thing to do after all.
And of course, the system doesn't know that it's making, again, like we said, that it's putting them in a tough spot. It's just that's part of the optimal, the game theory optimal.
Right. From the bot's perspective, it's just doing the thing that's going to make it the most money. And the fact that it's putting the humans in a difficult spot, like that's just you know, a side effect of that. And this was, I think, the one thing. I mean, there were a few things that the humans walked away from, but this was the number one thing that the humans walked away from the competition, saying like, we need to start doing this. And now these overbets, what are called overbets, have become really common in high-level poker play.
Have you ever talked to like somebody like Daniel Negreanu about this? He seems to be a student of the game.
I did actually have a conversation with Daniel Negreanu once. Yeah, I was visiting the Isle of Man to talk to poker stars about AI, and Daniel Negreanu was there, and we had dinner together with some other people. And yeah, he was really interested in it. He mentioned that he was like, you know, excited about like learning from these AIs.
So he wasn't scared. He was excited.
He was excited, and he honestly he wanted to play against the bot. He thought he had a decent chance of beating it. I think he, you know, this was like several years ago when I think it was like not as clear to everybody that, you know, the AIs were taking over. I think now people recognize that like if you're playing against a bot, there's like no chance that you have in a game like poker.
So consistently, the bots will win. The bots heads up, and in other variants too. So multi 6-player Texas Hold'em, no limit Texas Hold'em is the bots win.
Yeah, that's the case. So I think there's some debate about like, is it true for every single variant of poker? I think for every single variant of poker, if somebody really put in the effort, they can make an AI that would beat all humans at it. We've focused on the most popular variants, so heads up, no limit Texas Hold'em, and then we followed it up with 6-player poker as well, where we managed to make a bot that beat expert human players. And I think even there now, it's pretty clear that humans don't stand a chance.
See, I would love to hook up an AI system that looks at EEG, like how, like actually tries to optimize the toughness of the spot it puts a human in. And I would love to see how different is that from the game theory optimal. So you try to maximize the heart rate of the human player, like the freaking out over a long period of time. I wonder if there's going to be different strategies that emerge that are close in terms of effectiveness, because something tells me you could still be achieve superhuman level performance by just making people sweat.
I feel like that there's a good chance that is the case. Yeah, if you're able to see like that, it's like a decent proxy for score, right?
Yeah.
And this is actually like the common poker wisdom when they're teaching players before there were bots, and they were trying to teach people how to play poker. They would say like the key to the game is to put your opponent into difficult spots. It's a good estimate for if you're making the right decision.
So what else can you say about the fundamental role of search in poker, and maybe if you can also relate it to chess and Go in these games? What's the role of search to solving these games?
Yeah, I think a lot of people this is true for the general public, and I think it's true for the AI community. A lot of people underestimate the importance of search for these kinds of game AI results. An example of this is TD Gammon that came out in 1992. This was the first real instance of a neural net being used in a game AI. It's a landmark achievement. It was actually the inspiration for AlphaZero. And it used search. It used 2-ply search to figure out its next move. You got Deep Blue. There, it was very heavily focused on search, looking many, many moves ahead, farther than any human could. And that was key for why it won. And then even with something like AlphaGo, I mean, AlphaGo is commonly hailed as a landmark achievement for neural nets, and it is. But there's also this huge component of search, Monte Carlo tree search to AlphaGo, that was key, absolutely essential for the AI to be able to beat top humans. I think a good example of this is you look at the latest versions of AlphaGo, like it was called AlphaZero, and there's this metric called ELO rating, where you can compare different humans and you can compare bots to humans. Now, a top human player is around 3,600 ELO, maybe a little bit higher now. AlphaZero, the strongest version, is around 5,200 ELO. But if you take out the search that's being done at test time. And by the way, what I mean by search is planning ahead, the thinking of like, oh, if I place this stone here and then he does this, and then you look like 5 moves ahead and you see like what the board state looks like. That's what I mean by search. If you take out the search that's done during the game, the ELO rating drops to around 3,000. So even today, 7 years after AlphaGo, if you take out the Monte Carlo tree search that's being done when playing against the human, the bots are not superhuman. Nobody has made a raw neural net that is superhuman in Go.
It's worth lingering on. That's quite profound. So without search, that just means looking at the next move and saying this is the best move. So having a function that estimates accurately what the best move is.
That's right.
Without search.
Yeah, and all these bots, they have the what's called a policy network, where it will tell you this is what the neural net thinks is the next best move. And it's kind of like the intuition that a human has. You know, the human looks at the board, and any Go or chess master will be able to tell you like, oh, instantly, here's what I think the right move is. And the bot is able to do the same thing. But just like how a human grandmaster can make a better decision if they have more time to think, when you add on this Monte Carlo tree search, the bot is able to make a better decision.
Yeah, I mean, of course, a human is doing something like search in their brain, but it's not, I hesitate to draw a hard line, but it's not like Monte Carlo tree search. It's more like sequential language model generation. So it's like the neural network is doing the searching. I wonder what the human brain is doing in terms of searching, because you're doing that like computation. The human is computing. They have intuition, they have gut, they have a really strong ability to estimate, you know, amongst the top players of what is a good and not position without calculating all the details. But they're still doing search in their head. But it's a different kind of search. Have you ever thought about like what is the difference between the search that the human is performing versus what computers are doing?
I have thought a lot about that, and I think it's a really important question. So the AI in Alpha and Alphas in AlphaGo, or these Go AIs, they're all doing Monte Carlo tree search, which is a particular kind of search, and it's actually a symbolic tabular search. It uses the neural net to guide its search, but it isn't actually like full-on neural net. Now, that kind of search is very successful in these kinds of like perfect information board games like chess and Go. But if you take it to a game like poker, for example, it doesn't work. It can't understand the concept of hidden information. It doesn't understand the balance that you have to strike between like the amount that you're raising versus the amount that you're calling. And in every one of these games, you see a different kind of search. And the human brain is able to plan for all these different games in a very general way. Now, I think that's one thing that we're missing from AI today, and I think it's a really important missing piece. The ability to plan and reason more generally across a wide variety of different settings.
In a way where the general reasoning makes you better at each one of the games, not worse.
Yeah, so you can kind of think of it as like neural nets today. They'll give you like transformers, for example, are super general, but you know they'll give you it'll output an answer in like 100 milliseconds. And if you tell it like, oh, you've got 5 minutes to give you a decision, you know, feel free to take more time to make a better decision. It's not going to know what to do with that. But a human, if you're playing a game like chess, they're going to give you a very different answer depending on if you say, oh, you got 100 milliseconds or you've got 5 minutes.
Yeah, people have started using transformers and language models in an iterative way that does improve the answer, or like showing the work kind of idea.
Yeah, they got this thing called chain of thought reasoning, and that's, I think,
super promising, right?
Yeah, I think it's a good step in the right direction. I would kind of like say it's similar to Monte Carlo rollouts in a game like chess. There's a kind of search that you can do where you're saying like, I'm going to roll out my intuition and see like, without really thinking, you know, what are the better decisions I can make farther down the path? What would I do if I just acted according to intuition for the next 10 moves? And that gets you an improvement, but I think that there's much richer kinds of planning that we could do.
So when Lebradas actually beat the poker players, what did that feel like? What was that? I mean, actually on that day, what were you feeling like? Were you nervous? I mean, poker was one of the games that you thought like is not going to be solvable because of the human factor. So at least in the narratives we'll tell ourselves, the human factor so fundamental to the game of poker?
Yeah, the Lebradas competition was super stressful for me. Also, I mean, I was working on this like basically continuously for a year leading up to the competition. I mean, for me, it became like very clear, like, okay, this is the search technique. This is the approach that we need. And then I spent a year working on this pretty much like nonstop.
Can we actually get into details? Like, what programming language is it written in? What's some interesting implementation details that are like fun/painful?
Yeah, so one of the interesting things about Lebradas is that we had no idea what the bar was to actually beat top humans.
Yeah.
We could play against like our prior bots, and that kind of gives us some sense of like, are we making progress? Are we going in the right direction? But we had no idea like what the bar actually was, and so we threw a huge amount of resources at trying to make the strongest bot possible. So we used C++. It was parallelized. We were using, I think, like 1,000 CPUs, maybe more actually. And you know, today that sounds like nothing, but for a grad student back in 2016, that was a huge amount of resources.
Well, it's still a lot for even any grad student today. It's still tough to get, or even to allow yourself to think in that in terms of scale at CMU, at MIT, anything like that.
Yeah, and you know, talking about terabytes of memory. So it was a very parallelized, and it had to be very fast too, because the more games that you could simulate, the stronger the bot would be.
So is there some like John Carmack style, like efficiencies you have to come up with, like an efficient way to represent a hand, all that kind of stuff?
There were all sorts of optimizations that I had to make to try to get this thing to run as fast as possible. There were like, how do you minimize the latency? How do you like, you know, package things together so that like you minimize the amount of communication between the different nodes? How do you like optimize the algorithms so that you can, you know, try to squeeze out more and more from the game that you're actually playing? All these kinds of different decisions that I, you know, had to make.
Just a fun question. What IDE did you use? What for C++?
I think I used Visual Studio actually.
Oh.
Yeah.
Is that still carried through to today?
VS Code is what I use today. It seems like it's pretty
the
popular.
community basically conversion on. Okay, cool. So you got this super optimized C++ system, and then you show up to the day of competition.
Yeah.
Humans versus machine. How did it feel throughout the day?
Super stressful. I mean, I thought going into it that we had like a 50-50 chance. Because basically I thought if they play in a totally normal style, I think we'll squeak out a win. But there's always a chance that they can find some weakness in the bot. And if they do, and we're playing like for 20 days, 120,000 hands of poker, they have a lot of time to find weaknesses in the system. And if they do, we're going to get crushed. And that's actually what happened in the previous competition. The humans, you know, they started out, it wasn't like they were winning from the start, but then they found these weaknesses that they could take advantage of. And for the next, you know, like 10 days, they were just crushing the bot, stealing money from it.
What were the weaknesses they found? Like maybe overbetting was effective, that kind of stuff. So certain betting strategies worked.
What they found is, overbetting, like betting certain amounts, the bot would have a lot of trouble dealing with those sizes. And then also, when the bot got into really difficult all-in situations, it wasn't able to, because it wasn't doing search, it had to clump different hands together, and it would treat them identically.
Yeah.
And so it wouldn't be able to distinguish, you know, like having a king high flush versus an ace high flush. And in some situations that really matters a lot. And so they could put the bot into those situations, and then the bot would just bleed money.
Clever humans.
Yeah.
Okay, so I didn't realize it was over 20 days. So what were the humans like over those 20 days? And what was the bot like?
So we had set up the competition, you know, like I said, there was $200,000 in prize money, and they would get paid a fraction of that depending on how well they did relative to each other.
Yeah.
So I was kind of hoping that they wouldn't work together to try to find weaknesses in the bot, but they entered the competition with their like number one objective being to beat the bot. And they didn't care about like individual glory. They were like, we're all going to work as a team to try to take down this bot.
Yeah.
And so they immediately started comparing notes. What they would do is they would coordinate looking at different parts of the strategy to try to you know, find out weaknesses. And then at the end of the day, we actually sent them a log of all the hands that were played and what cards the bot had on each of those hands.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
That's gutsy.
Yeah, it was honestly, and I'm not sure why we did that in retrospect, but I mean, I'm glad we did it because we ended up winning anyway. But that, if you've ever played poker before, like that is golden information. I mean, to know usually when you play poker, you see about a third of the hands to showdown. And to just hand them all the cards that the bot had on every single hand, that was just a gold mine for them.
Yeah.
And so then they would review the hands and try to see like, okay, could they find patterns in the bot, weaknesses, and could they then they would coordinate and study together and try to figure out, okay, now this person's going to explore this part of the strategy for weaknesses. This person's going to explore this part of the strategy for weaknesses.
It's a kind of psychological warfare, showing them the hands.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm sure you didn't think of it that way, but like doing that means you're confident in the possibility to win.
Well, that's one way of putting it. I wasn't super confident.
Yeah.
So, going in, like I said, I think I had like 50-50 odds on us winning. When we announced the competition, the poker community decided to gamble on who would win, and their actual odds against us were like 4-1. They were really convinced that the humans were going to pull out a win. The bot ended up winning for 3 days straight, and even then, after 3 days, the betting odds were still just 50-50. And then at that point, it started to look like the humans were coming back. They started to but poker is a very high variance game. And I think what happened is like they thought that they spotted some weaknesses that weren't actually there. And then around day 8, it was just very clear that they were getting absolutely crushed. And from that point, for a while there, I was super stressed out, thinking like, oh my God, the humans are coming back and they've found weaknesses and now we're just going to lose the whole thing. But no, it ended up going in the other direction, and the bot ended up like crushing them in the long run.
How did it feel at the end? Like as a human being, as a person who appreciates the beauty of the game of poker, and as a person who appreciates the beauty of AI, did you feel a certain kind of way about it?
I felt a lot of things, man. At that point in my life, I had spent 5 years working on this project, and it was a huge sense of accomplishment. To spend 5 years working on something and finally see it succeed, I wouldn't trade that for anything in the world.
Yeah, because that's a real benchmark. It's not like getting some percent accuracy in a data set. This is like real. This is real world. Yeah. It's just a game, but it's also a game that means a lot to a lot of people. And this is humans doing their best to beat the machine. So this is a real benchmark, unlike anything else.
Yeah, and this is what I have been dreaming about since I was like 16, playing poker, with my friends in high school. The idea that you could find a strategy, approximate the Nash equilibrium, be able to beat all the poker players in the world with it. So to actually see that come to fruition and be realized, it's kind of magical.
Yeah, especially money is on the line too. It's different than chess. That aspect, like people get. That's why you want to look at betting markets if you want to actually understand what people really think. And in the same sense, poker, it's really high stakes because it's money. And to solve that game, that's an amazing accomplishment. So the leap from that to multi-way 6-player poker, how difficult is that jump? And what are some interesting differences between heads-up poker and multi-way poker?
Yeah, so I mentioned, Nash equilibrium in 2-player zero-sum games. If you play that strategy, you are guaranteed to not lose an expectation no matter what your opponent does. Now, once you go to 6-player poker, you're no longer playing a 2-player zero-sum game. And so there was a lot of debate among the academic community and among the poker community about how well these techniques would extend beyond just 2-player heads-up poker. Now, what I had come to realize is that the techniques actually I thought really would extend to 6-player poker, because even though in theory they don't give you these guarantees outside of 2-player zero-sum games, in practice it still gives you a really strong strategy. Now, there were a lot of complications that would come up with 6-player poker besides like the game theoretic aspect. For one, the game is just exponentially larger. So the main thing that allowed us to go from 2-player to 6-player was the idea of depth limited search. So I said before, we would do search, we would plan out, the bot would plan out like what it's going to do next and for the next several moves. And in Lebradas, that search was done extending all the way to the end of the game. So it would have to start from the turn onwards, like looking maybe 10 moves ahead. It would have to figure out what it was doing for all those moves. Now, when you get to 6-player poker, it can't do that exhaustive search anymore because the game is just way too large. But by only having to look a few moves ahead and then stopping there and substituting a value estimate of like how good is that strategy at that point, then we're able to do a much more scalable form of search.
Is there something cool? We're looking at the paper right now. Is there something cool in the paper in terms of graphics? A game tree traversal via Monte Carlo.
I think if you go down a bit,
Figure 1, an example of equilibrium selection problem. Ooh, so yeah. What do we know about equilibria when there's multiple players?
so when you go outside of two-player zero-sum, so a Nash equilibrium is a set of strategies, like one strategy for each player, where no player has an incentive to switch to a different strategy. And so you can kind of think of it as like, imagine you have a game where there's a ring. That's actually the visual here. You got a ring, and the object of the game is to be as far away from the other players as possible. There's a Nash equilibrium is for all the players to be spaced equally apart around this ring. But there's infinitely many different Nash equilibria, right? There's infinitely many ways to space 4 dots along a ring. And if every single player independently computes a Nash equilibrium, then there's no guarantee that the joint strategy that they're all playing is going to be a Nash equilibrium. They're just going to be like random dots scattered along this ring rather than 4 coordinated dots being equally spaced apart.
Is it possible to sort of optimally do this kind of selection? To do the selection of the equilibria you're chasing? So is there like a meta problem to be solved here?
So the meta problem is, in some sense, how do you understand the Nash equilibria that the other players are going to play? And even if you do that, again, there's no guarantee that you're going to win. So, if you're playing Risk, like I said, and all the other players decide to team up against you, you're going to lose. Nash equilibrium doesn't help you there. And so there was this big debate about whether Nash equilibrium and all these techniques that compute it are even useful once you go outside of two-player zero-sum games. Now, I think for many games, there is a valid criticism here. And I think when we go to something like diplomacy, we run into this issue that the approach of trying to approximate a Nash equilibrium doesn't really work anymore. But it turns out that in 6-player poker, because 6-player poker is such an adversarial game, where none of the players really try to work with each other, the techniques that were used in 2-player poker to try to approximate an equilibrium, those still end up working in practice in 6-player poker as well.
There's some deep way in which 6-player poker is just a bunch of heads-up poker like games in one. It's like embedded in it. So the competitiveness is more fundamental to poker than the cooperation.
Right, yeah. Poker is just such an adversarial game. There's no real cooperation. In fact, you're not even allowed to cooperate in poker. It's considered collusion. It's against the rules. And so for that reason, the techniques end up working really well. And I think that's true more broadly in extremely adversarial games in general.
But that's sort of in practice versus being able to prove something.
That's right. Nobody has a proof that that's the case. And it could be that 6-player poker belongs to some class of games where approximating a Nash equilibrium through self-play provably works well. And there are other classes of games beyond just 2-player zero-sum where this is proven to work well. So there are these kinds of games called potential games, which I won't go into. It's kind of like a complicated concept, but there are classes of games where this approach to approximating a Nash equilibrium is proven to work well. Now, 6-player poker is not known to belong to one of those classes, but it is possible that there is some class of games where it either provably performs well or provably performs not that badly.
So what are some interesting things about Pluribus that was able to achieve human level performance on this, or superhuman level performance on the 6-player version of poker?
I think the most interesting thing about Pluribus is that it was so much cheaper than Lebradas. I mean, Lebradas, if you had to put a price tag on the computational resources that went into it, I would say the final training run took about $100,000. You go to Pluribus, the final training run would cost like less than $150 on AWS.
Is this normalized to computational inflation? So meaning, does this just have to do with the fact that Pluribus was trained like a year?
No, it's not. First of all, computing resources are getting cheaper every day, but you're not going to see a 1,000-fold decrease in the computational resources over 2 years. or even anywhere close to that. The real improvement was algorithmic improvements, and in particular, the ability to do depth limited search.
So does depth limited search also work for Libratus?
Yes. So where this depth limited search came from is, I developed this technique and ran it on two-player poker first, and that reduced the computational resources needed to make an AI that was superhuman from $100,000 for Libratus to something you could train on your laptop.
What do you learn from that discovery?
What I would take away from that is that algorithmic improvements really do matter.
How would you describe the more general case of limited depth search? So it's basically constraining the scale, temporal, or in some other way of the computation you're doing, in some clever way. So like how else can you significantly constrain computation, right?
Well, I think the idea is that we want to be able to leverage search as much as possible. And the way that we were doing it in Libratus required us to search all the way to the end of the game. Now, if you're playing a game like chess, the idea that you're going to search always to the end of the game is kind of unimaginable, right? Like there's just so many situations where you just won't be able to use search in that case, or the cost would be, prohibitive. And this technique allowed us to leverage search and without having to pay such a huge computational cost for it and be able to apply it more broadly.
So to what degree did you use neural nets for Libratus and Pluribus? And more generally, what role do neural nets have to play in superhuman level performance in poker?
So we actually did not use neural nets at all for Libratus or Pluribus. And a lot of people found this surprising back in 2017. I think they find it surprising today that we were able to do this without using any neural nets. And I think the reason for that, I think neural nets are incredibly powerful, and the techniques that are used today, even for poker AIs, do rely quite heavily on neural nets. But it wasn't the main challenge for poker. Like, I think what neural nets are really good for, if you're in a situation where finding features for a value function is really difficult, then neural nets are really powerful. And this was the problem in Go, right? Like the problem in Go was that, or the final problem in Go at least, was that nobody had a good way of looking at a board and figuring out who was winning or losing, and describing through a simple algorithm who was winning or losing. And so there, neural nets were super helpful because you could just feed in a ton of different board positions into this neural net, and it would be able to predict then who was winning or losing. But in poker, the features weren't the challenge. The challenge was, how do you design a scalable algorithm that would allow you to find this balanced strategy that would understand that you have to bluff with the right probability.
So can that be somehow incorporated into the value function? The complexity of poker that you've described?
Yeah, so the way the value functions work in poker, like the latest and greatest poker AIs, they do use neural nets for the value function. The way it's done is very different from how it's done in a game like chess or Go, because in poker, you have to reason about beliefs. And so the value of a state depends on the beliefs that players have about what the different cards are. Like if you have pocket aces, then whether that's a really, really good hand or just an okay hand depends on whether you know I have pocket aces. Right? Like if you know that I have pocket aces, then if I bet, you're going to fold immediately. But if you think that I have a really bad hand, then I could bet with pocket aces and make a ton of money. So the value function in poker these days takes the beliefs as an input, which is very different from like how chess and Go AIs work.
So as a person who appreciates the game, who do you think is the greatest poker player of all time?
That's a tough question.
Can an AI help answer that question? Can it actually analyze the quality of play, right? So the AI chess engines can give estimates of the quality of play, right? I wonder if is there an ELO rating type of system for poker? I suppose you could, but there's just not enough. You would have to play a lot of games, right? A very large number of games, like more than you would in chess. The deterministic game makes it easier to estimate ELO, I think.
I think it is much harder to estimate something like ELO rating in poker. I think it's doable. The problem is that the game is very high variance. So you could play you could be profitable in poker for a year, and you could actually be a bad player just because the variance is so high. I mean, you've got top professional poker players that would lose for a year just because they're on a really bad streak.
So for ELO, you have to have a nice, clean way of saying if player A played player B and A beats B, that says something. That's a signal. In poker, that's a very noisy signal.
It's a very noisy signal. Now, there is a signal there, and so you could do this calculation. It would just be much harder. But the same way that AIs have now taken over chess, and all the top professional chess players train with AIs, the same is true for poker. The game has become a very computational. People train with AIs to try to find out where they're making mistakes, try to learn from the AIs to improve their strategy. So now, so the game has been revolutionized in the past 5 years by the development of AI in this sport.
The skill with which you avoided the question of the greatest of all time was impressive.
So my feeling is that it's a difficult question, because just like in chess, where you can't really compare Magnus Carlsen today to Garry Kasparov, because the game has evolved so much. The poker players today are so far beyond the skills of like people that were playing even 10 or 20 years ago. So you look at the kinds of like all-stars that were on ESPN at like the height of the poker boom. Pretty much all those players are actually not that good at the game today. At least the strategy aspect. I mean, they might still be good at like reading the player at the other side of the table and trying to figure out like, are they bluffing or not? But in terms of the actual like computational strategy of the game, a lot of them have really struggled to keep up with that development. Now, so for that reason, I'll give an answer, and I'm going to say Daniel Negreanu, who you actually had on the podcast recently. I saw it was a great episode. Yeah,
so and Phil's gonna hate this so much.
And I'm gonna give him credit, because he is one of the few like old school, really strong players that have kept up with the development of AI.
So he's constantly studying the game theory optimal way of playing.
Exactly. Yeah. And I think a lot of the old school poker players have just kind of given up on that aspect, and I got to give Daniel Negreanu credit for keeping up with all the developments that are happening in the sport.
Yeah, it's fascinating to watch. It's fascinating to watch where it's headed. So there you go. Some love for Daniel. Quick pause. Bathroom break?
Yeah, let's do it.
Let's go from poker to diplomacy. What is, at a high level, the game of diplomacy?
Yeah, so I talked a lot about two-player zero-sum games. And what's interesting about diplomacy is that it's very different from these like adversarial games like chess, Go, poker, even StarCraft and Dota. Diplomacy has a much bigger cooperative element to it. It's a 7-player game. It was actually created in the 50s, and it takes place before World War I. It's like a map of Europe with 7 great powers, and they're all trying to form alliances with each other. There's a lot of negotiation going on, and so the whole focus of the game is on forming alliances with the other players to take on the other players.
England, Germany, Russia, Turkey, Austria, Hungary, Italy, and France.
That's right. So the way the game works is on each turn, you spend about 5 to 15 minutes talking to the other players in private, and you make all sorts of deals with them. You say like, hey, let's work together. Let's team up against this other player, because the only way that you can make progress is by working with somebody else against the others. And then after that negotiation period is done, all the players simultaneously submit their moves, and they're all executed at the same time. And so you can tell people like, hey, I'm going to support you this turn, but then you don't follow through with it. And they're only going to figure that out once they see the moves being read off.
How much of it is natural language, like written actual text? How much is like you're actually saying phrases that are structured?
So there's different ways to play the game. You can play it in person, and in that case, it's all natural language, free-form communication. There's no constraints on the kinds of deals that you can make, the kinds of things that you can discuss. You can also play it online, so you can send long emails back and forth. You can play it like live online or over voice chat. But the focus, the important thing to understand is that this is unstructured communication. You can say whatever you want. You can make any sorts of deals that you want, and everything is done privately. So it's not like you're all around the board together having a conversation. You're grabbing somebody going off into a corner and conspiring behind everybody else's back about what you're planning.
And there's no limit in theory to the conversation you can have directly with one person.
That's right. You can make all sorts of, you can talk about anything. You could say like, hey, let's have a long-term alliance against this guy. You can say like, hey, can you support me this turn? And in return, I'll do this other thing for you next turn. Or, just you can talk about like what you talked about with somebody else and gossip about like what they're planning. The way that I would describe the game is that it's kind of like a mix between Risk, poker, and the TV show Survivor. There's like this big element of like trying to, there's a big social element. And the best way that I would describe the game is that it's really a game about people rather than the pieces.
So Risk, because there's a map, it's kind of war game like. Poker, because there's a game theory component that's very kind of strategic. So you could convert it into an artificial intelligence problem. And then Survivor because of the social component. That's a strong social component. I saw that somebody said online that the internet version of the game has this quality of that it's easier to almost to do like role playing. As opposed to being yourself, you can actually like be really imagine yourself as the leader of France or Russia and so on. Like really pretend to be that person. It's actually fun to really lean into being that leader.
Yeah, so some players do go this route where they just like kind of view it as a strategy game, but also a role playing game where they can like act out like, what would I be like if I was, a leader of France in 1900?
Forfeit right away. No, I'm just kidding. And they sometimes use like the old timey language to like, or how they imagine the elites would talk at that time. Anyway, what are the different turns of the game? Like, what are the rounds?
Yeah, so on every turn, you got like a bunch of different units that you start out with. So you start out controlling like just a few units, and the object of the game is to gain control of the majority of the map. If you're able to do that, then you've won the game. But like I said, the only way that you're able to do that is by working with other players. So on every turn, you can issue a move order. So for each of your units, you can move them to an adjacent territory, or you can keep them where they are, or you can support a move or a hold of a different unit. So
what are the territories? Well, how is the map divided up?
It's kind of like Risk, where the map is divided up into like 50 different territories. Now, you can enter a territory if you're moving into that territory with more support than the person that's in there or the person that's trying to move in there. So if you're moving in and there's somebody already there, then if neither of you have support, it's a 1 versus 1, and you'll bounce back, and neither of you will make progress. If you have a unit that's supporting that move into the territory, then it's a 2 versus 1, and you'll kick them out, and they'll have to retreat somewhere.
What does support mean?
Support is like it's an action that you can issue in the game. So you can say this unit, you write down this unit is supporting this other unit into this territory.
Are these units from opposing forces?
They could be, and this is where the interesting aspect of the game comes in, because you can support your own units into territory, but you can also support other people's units into territories, and so that's what the negotiations really revolve around.
But you don't have to do the thing you say you're going to do.
And
right?
So
you can say I'm going to support you, but then backstab the person.
Yeah, that's absolutely right.
And that tension is core to the game.
That tension is absolutely core to the game. The fact that you can make all sorts of promises, but you have to reason about the fact that like they might not trust you if you say you're going to do something, or they might be lying to you when they say that they're going to support you.
So maybe just to jump back, what's the history of the game in general? Is it true that Henry Kissinger loved the game and JFK and all those? I've heard like a bunch of different people that, or is that just one of those things that the cool kids say they do, but they don't actually play?
So the game was created in the 50s.
Yeah.
And from what I understand, it was JFK's. It was played in like the JFK White House, Henry Kissinger's favorite game. I don't know if it's true, but that's definitely what I've heard.
It's interesting that they went with World War I when it was created after World War II.
So the story that I've heard for the creation of the game is it was created by somebody that had looked at the history of the 20th century, and they saw World War I as a failure of diplomacy. So
sure.
You know, they saw the fact that this war broke out as like the diplomats of all these countries like really failed to prevent a war, and he wanted to create a game that would basically teach people about diplomacy. And And it's really fascinating that, like, in his ideal version of the game of diplomacy, nobody actually wins the game, because the whole point is that if somebody is about to win, then the other players should be able to work together to stop that person from winning. And so the ideal version of the game is just one where nobody actually wins. And, you know, it kind of has a nice, like, wholesome take-home message then that, you know, war is ultimately futile. And
that feudal optimal could be achieved through great diplomacy. So is there some asymmetry in terms of which is more powerful, Russia versus Germany versus France and so on?
So I think the general consensus is that France is the strongest power in the game, but the beautiful thing about diplomacy is that it's self-balancing, right? So the fact that France has an inherent advantage from the beginning means that the other players are less likely to work with it.
I saw that Russia has 4 units or 4 of something, that the others have 3 of something.
That's true, yeah. So Russia starts off with 4 units while all the other players start with 3, but Russia is also in a much more vulnerable position because they have to, like, they have a lot more neighbors as well.
Got it. Larger territory, more, more border to defend. Okay. What else is important to know about the rules? So there, how many rounds are there? Like, is this iterative game? Is it finite? Do you just keep going indefinitely?
Usually the game lasts, I would say, about 15 or 20 turns. There's, in theory, no limit. It could last longer. But at some point, I mean, if you're playing a house game with friends, at some point you just get tired and you all agree, like, okay, we're going to end the game here and call it a draw. If you're playing online, there's usually, like, set limits on when the game will actually end.
And what's the end? What's the termination condition? Like, does one country have to conquer everything else?
So if somebody is able to actually gain control of the majority of the map, then they've won the game, and that is a solo victory, as it's called. Now, that pretty rarely happens, especially with strong players, because, like I said, the game is designed to incentivize the other players to put a stop to that and all work together to stop the superpower. Usually what ends up happening is that, you know, all players agree to a draw, and then the score, the win is divided among the remaining players. There's a lot of different scoring systems. The one that we used in our research basically gives a score relative to how much control you have of the map. So the more that you control, the higher you score.
What's the history of using this game as a benchmark for AI research? Do people use it?
Yeah, so people have been working on AI for diplomacy since about the 80s. There was some really exciting research back then, but the approach that was taken was very different from what we see today. I mean, the research in the 80s was a very rule-based approach, kind of a heuristic approach. It was very in line with the kind of research that was being done in the 80s. You know, basically trying to encode human knowledge into the strategy of the AI.
Sure.
And, you know, it's understandable. I mean, the game is so incredibly different and so much more complicated than the kinds of games that people were working on, like chess and Go and poker, that it was honestly even hard to, like, start making any progress in diplomacy.
Can you just formulate what is the problem from an AI perspective, and why is it hard? Why is it a challenging game to solve?
So there's a lot of aspects in diplomacy that make it a huge challenge. First of all, you have the natural language components, and I think this really is what makes it arguably the most difficult game among, like, the major benchmarks. The fact that you have to, it's not about moving pieces on the board. Your action space is basically all the different sentences that you could communicate to somebody else in this game. And
can we just, like, linger on that? So is part of it, like, the ambiguity in the language? If it was, like, very strict, if you narrowed the set of possible sentences you could do, would that simplify the game significantly?
The real difficulty is the breadth of things that you can talk about. You can have natural language in other games, and like Settlers of Catan, for example, like, you could have a natural language Settlers of Catan AI. But the things that you're going to talk about are basically like, am I trading you 2 sheep for a wood or 3 sheep for a wood? Whereas in a game like Diplomacy, the breadth of conversations that you're going to have are like, you know, am I going to support you? Are you going to support me in return? Which units are going to do what? What did this other person promise you? They're lying because they told this other person that they're going to do this instead. If you help me out this turn, then in the future I'll do these things that will help you out. The
World's greatest
depth
musician.
and breadth of these conversations
Yes, sir.
is really complicated, and it's all being done in natural language. Now you could approach it, and we actually consider doing this, like you know, having a simplified language to make this complexity smaller. But ultimately, we thought the most impactful way of doing this research would be to address the natural language component head on, and just try to go for the full game up front.
Just looking at sample games and what the conversations look like. Greetings, England. This should prove to be a fun game since all the private press is going to be made public at the end. At the least, it will be interesting to see if the press changes because of that. Anyway, good. Okay, so there's like
Yeah, that's just kind of like the generic greetings at the beginning of the game.
Yeah.
I think that the meat comes a little bit later when you're starting to talk about like specific strategy and stuff.
I agree there are a lot of advantages to the two of us keeping in touch, and our nations make strong natural allies in the middle game. So that kind of stuff. Making friends, making enemies.
Yeah, or like if you look at the next line, so the person's saying like, I've heard bits about a Lepanto and an octopus opening, and basically telling Austria like, hey, just a heads up, you know, I've heard these whispers about like what might be going on behind your back.
Yeah. So there's all kinds of complexities in that, in the language of that, right? Like to interpret what the heck that means. It's hard for us humans, but for AI, it's even harder. You have to understand like at every level the semantics of that.
Right. I mean, there's the complexity in understanding when somebody is saying this to me, what does that mean? And then there's also the complexity of like, should I be telling this person this? Like, I've overheard these whispers. Should I be telling this person that like, hey, you might be getting attacked by this other power?
Okay, so
What are you doing there?
how are we supposed to think about? Okay, so that's the natural language. How do you even begin trying to solve this game? It seems like the Turing test on steroids.
Yeah, and I mean, there's the natural language aspect, and then even besides the natural language aspect, you also have the cooperative elements of the game. And I think this is actually something that I find really interesting. If you look at all of the previous game AI breakthroughs, they've all happened in these purely adversarial games where you don't actually need to understand how humans play the game. It's all just AI versus AI, right? Like you look at checkers, chess, Go, poker, StarCraft, Dota 2. Like in some of those cases, they leveraged human data, but they never needed to. They were always just trying to have a scalable algorithm that then they could throw a lot of computational resources at, a lot of memory at, and then eventually it would converge to an approximation of a Nash equilibrium. This perfect strategy that in a two-player zero-sum game guarantees that they're going to be able to not lose to any opponent.
So you can't leverage self-play to solve this game.
You can leverage self-play, but it's no longer sufficient to beat humans.
So how do you integrate the human into the loop of this?
So what you have to do is incorporate human data. And to kind of give you some intuition for why this is the case, like imagine you're playing a negotiation game, like diplomacy, but you're training completely from scratch without any human data.
Hey,
The AI is not going to suddenly like figure out how to communicate in English.
How are you? Hello. I hope you were well.
English. It's going to figure out some weird robot language that only it will understand. And then when you stick that in a game with 6 other humans, they're going to think this person's talking gibberish, and they're just going to ally with each other and team up against the bot. Or not even team up against the bot, but just not work with the bot. And so in order to be able to play this game with humans, it has to understand the human way of playing the game, not this machine way of playing the game.
Yeah, that's fascinating. So, right. That's a nuanced thing to understand because a chess playing program doesn't need to play like a human to beat a human.
Exactly.
But here you have to play like a human in order to beat them.
Or at least you have to understand how humans play the game so that you can understand how to work with them. If they have certain expectations,
Yeah, thankfully. I'm well.
Me better. Me.
Excellent.
Thank you too.
Okay, how'd you sleep?
Yeah, positive energy.
Positive energy. That's right.
I sleep well.
Okay, great. Well, wonderful. I'm just chilling. Hey, look at you. Hello.
I started smoking yesterday, and I think that's too much my nicotine in a pipe.
Okay. Good on you. Stay strong.
Yeah, but I am. Yeah, it's fun.
It's
I love that because
no.
when I am
It's hard.
smoking,
It's hard.
I lost smoking
Cool.
first time for nice. Yeah,
I understand. How did you sleep?
today will be working. I don't hear you because you muffled.
I can hear me. I
Now
can
I
hear.
hear you.
Okay. How did you sleep?
Well, I can work today
You cannot work today, or you can work?
because I sleep. I can.
Okay, good. Excellent. You seem like you're in a really good mood. Good on you. Excellent. Well, I'm glad that you slept well. And if you need anything, just let me know, okay?
If you need anything, just let me know too. Okay.
Sounds good. I do need to know something.
What do you need?
Is your name Roxanne?
Yeah.
It's a beautiful name. That's all I want to know. Hi, Roxanne.
It's about what does it
You're
mean to be a
welcome.
good ally? What does it mean to have like a reciprocal relationship where we're working together? You have to abide by those conventions, and if you
Okay,
don't,
wonderful.
they're just going to work with somebody else instead.
Your name is.
Do you think of this
Okay,
as
thank you.
a clean, in some deep sense, of the spirit of the Turing test as formulated by Alan Turing? Is it, in some sense, this is what the Turing test actually looks like? So, because of open-ended natural language conversation seems like very difficult to evaluate. Like here at a high stakes where humans are trying to win a game, that seems like how you actually perform the Turing test.
I think it's different from the Turing test. Like the way that the Turing test is formulated, it's about trying to distinguish a human from a machine and seeing, oh, could the machine successfully pass as a human in this adversarial setting where the player is trying to figure out whether it's a machine or a human. Whereas in diplomacy, it's not about trying to figure out whether this player is a human or a machine. It's ultimately about whether I can work with this player, regardless of whether they are a human or a machine. And can the machine do that better than a human can?
Yeah, I'm going to think about that, but that just feels like the implied requirement for that is for the machine to be human-like.
I think that's true. That if you're going to play in this human game, you have to somehow adapt to the human surroundings and the human play style.
And to win, you have to adapt. So you can't, if you're the outsider, if you're not human-like, I feel like that's a losing strategy.
I think that's correct. Yeah.
Yeah. So okay, what are the complexities here? What was your approach to it?
Before I get to that, one thing I should explain, like why we decided to work on diplomacy.
Yeah.
So basically, what happened is in 2019, I was wrapping up the work on 6-player poker on Pluribus, and was trying to think about what to work on next. And I had been seeing like all these other breakthroughs happening in AI. I mean, like 2019, you have StarCraft, you have AlphaStar beating
Yes, ma'am.
humans in StarCraft. You've got
Okay.
the Dota 2
You,
stuff
girl.
happening at OpenAI. You have GPT-2 or GPT-3 coming. I think it was GPT-2 at the time. And it became clear that AI was progressing really, really rapidly. And people were throwing out these like other games about, what should be the next challenge for multi-agent AI. And I just felt like we had to aim bigger. If you look at a game like chess or a game like Go, they took decades for researchers to to ultimately reach superhuman performance at. I mean, like chess took 40 years of AI research, Go took another 20 years, and we thought that diplomacy would be this incredibly difficult challenge that could easily take a decade to make an AI that could play competently. But we felt like that was a goal worth aiming for. And so honestly, I was kind of reluctant to work on it at first because I thought it was like too far out of the realm of possibility. But I was talking to a coworker of mine, Adam Learer, and he was basically saying like, why not aim for it? We'll learn some interesting things along the way, and maybe it'll be possible. And so we decided to go for it. And I think it was the right choice considering just how much progress there was in AI, and that progress has continued in the years since.
So winning in diplomacy, what does that really look like? It means talking to 6 other players, 6 other entities, agents, and convincing them of stuff that you want them to be convinced of. Like what exactly? I'm trying to get to deeply understand what the problem is.
Ultimately, the problem is it's simple to quantify, right? Like you're going to play this game with humans, and you want your score on average to be as high as possible. If you can say like I am winning more than any human alive, then you're a champion diplomacy player. Now, ultimately, we didn't reach that. We got to human level performance. We played about 40 games with real humans online. The bot came in second out of all players that played 5 or more games, and so not like number 1, but way higher than.
Well, what was the expertise level? Are they beginners? Are they intermediate players? Advanced players?
So
Do you have a sense?
That's a great question, and so I think this kind of goes into how do you measure the performance in diplomacy. And I would argue that when you're measuring performance in a game like this, you don't actually want to measure it in games with all expert players. It's kind of like if you're developing a self-driving car, you don't want to measure that car on the road with a bunch of expert stunt drivers.
Yeah.
You want to put it on a road of like an actual American city and see, is this car crashing less often than an expert driver? Yeah. So that's the metric that we've used. We're saying like we're going to stick this bot in games with a wide variety of skill levels, and then are we doing better than a strong or expert human player would in the same situation?
That's quite brilliant because I played a lot of sports in my life, like I did tennis, judo, whatever, and it's somehow almost easier to go against experts almost always. I think they're more predictable in the quality of play. The space of strategies you're operating under is narrower against experts. It's more fun. It's really frustrating to go against beginners. Also, because beginners talk trash to you when they somehow do beat you. So that's a human thing. That AI doesn't have to be worried about that. But yeah, the variance in strategies is greater, especially with natural language. It's just all over the place then. True.
Yeah, and honestly, when you look at what makes a good human diplomacy player, obviously they're able to handle themselves in games with other expert humans, but where they really shine is when they're playing with these weak players. And they know how to take advantage of the fact that they're a weak player, that they won't be able to like pull off a stab as well, or that they have certain tendencies and they can take them under their wing and persuade them to do things that might not even be in their interest. The really good diplomacy players are able to take advantage of the fact that there are some weak players in the game.
Okay, so if you have to incorporate human play data, how do you do that? How do you do that in order to train an AI system to play diplomacy?
Yeah, so that's really the crux of the problem. How do we leverage the benefits of self-play that have been so successful in all these other previous games while keeping the strategy as human compatible as possible? And so what we did is we first trained a language model, and then we made that language model controllable on a set of intents, what we call intents, which are basically like an action that we want to play and an action that we would like the other player to play. And so this gives us a way to generate dialogue that's not just trying to imitate the human style, whatever a human would say in the situation, but to actually give it an intent, a purpose in its communication. We can talk about a specific move, or we can make a specific request, and the determination of what that move is that we're discussing comes from a strategic reasoning model that uses reinforcement learning and planning.
So computing the intents for all the players
Maybe like a.
How's that
Well,
done?
it's definitely
Just
like a
so-
mineral oil.
As
I
a
can feel
starting
it. I can
point.
feel it. It's
Is that
gurgling.
reinforcement
We're
learning,
gonna
or is that
say
just
it's
optimal,
a-
determining what the optimal is
What's
for
it-
gents?
It's a combination of
That I don't
reinforcement
know.
learning
Maybe raw
and planning.
Sienna.
Actually, very similar
we
to
got
how you
raw
approached how we
sienna.
approached poker and how people
Delay.
approached like chess
One.
and Go as well. We're using self-play
Maybe
and
two.
and search to try to figure out what is an optimal move for us and what is a desirable move that we would like this other player to play. Now, the difference between the way that we approached reinforcement learning and search in this game versus those previous games is that we have to keep it human compatible. We have to understand how the other person is likely to play rather than just assuming that they're going to play like a machine.
And how language gets them to play in a way that maximizes the chance of following the intent you want them to follow. Okay, how do you do that? How do you connect language to intent?
So the way that RL and planning is done is actually not using language. So we're coming up with this like plan for the action that we're going to play and the other person's going to play, and then we feed that action into the dialogue model that will then send a message according to those plans.
So the language model there is mapping action to message, one word at a time.
Basically one message at a time. So we'll feed into the dialogue model like, here are the actions that you should be discussing. Here's the message. Here's like the content of the message that we would like you to send, and then it will actually generate a message that corresponds to that.
Okay, does this actually work?
It works surprisingly well.
Okay, how? Oh man, the number of ways it probably goes horribly. I would have imagined it goes horribly wrong. So how the heck is it effective at all?
I mean, there are a lot of ways that this could fail. So, for example, I mean, you could have a situation where you're basically like, we don't tell the language model like, here are the pieces of our action or the other person's action that you should be communicating. And so, like, let's say you're about to attack somebody. You probably don't want to tell them that you're going to attack them, but there's nothing in the language, like the language model is not very smart at the end of the day. So it doesn't really have a way of knowing like, well, what should I be talking about? Should I tell this person that I'm about to attack them or not? So we have to like develop a lot of other techniques that deal with that. Like one of the things we do, for example, is we try to calculate if I'm going to send this message, what would I expect the other person to do in response? So if it's a message like, hey, I'm going to attack you this turn, they're probably going to, attack us or defend against that attack. And so we have a way of recognizing like, hey, sending this message is a negative expected value action, and we should not send this message.
So you have for particular kinds of messages, you have like an extra function that does the estimates the value of that message.
Yeah. So we have these kinds of filters
Right.
that like.
So it's a filter. So there's a good, and is that filter in your network or is it rule based?
That's a neural network. So it's a combination. It's a neural network, but it's also using planning. It's trying to compute like what is the policy that the other players are going to play, given that this message has been sent, and then is that better than not sending a message or
I feel like that's how my brain works too. Like there's a language model that generates random crap, and then there's these other neural nets that are essentially filters. At least that's when I tweet. I'll usually my process of tweeting, I'll think of something and it's hilarious to me, and then about 5 seconds later the filter network comes in and says no, that's not funny at all. I mean, there's something interesting to that kind of process. So you have actions that you have an intent that you want to achieve, an intent that you want your opponent to achieve, then you generate messages, and then you evaluate if those messages will achieve the goal you want.
Yeah, and we're filtering for several things. We're filtering like, is this a sensible message? So sometimes language models will generate messages like totally nonsense, and we try to filter those out. We also try to filter out messages that are basically lies. So Diplomacy has its reputation as a game that's really about deception and lying, but we try to actually minimize the amount that the bot would lie. This was actually mostly
Or are you? No, I'm just kidding. Okay.
I mean, like part of the reason for this is that we actually found that lying would make the bot perform worse in the long run. It would end up with a lower score, because once the bot lies, people would never trust it again. And trust is a huge aspect of the game of diplomacy.
Taking notes here because I think this applies to life lessons too.
Oh, I think it's a really strong.
So like lying is a dangerous thing to do. Like you want to avoid obvious lying.
Yeah, I mean, I think when people play diplomacy for the first time, they approach it as a game of deception and lying, and they ultimately, if you talk to top diplomacy players, what they'll tell you is that diplomacy is a game about trust and being able to build trust in an environment that encourages people to not trust anyone. So that's the ultimate tension in diplomacy. How can this AI reason about whether you are being honest in your communication, and how can the AI persuade you that it is being honest when it is telling you that, hey, I'm actually going to support you this turn?
Is there some sense, I don't know if you step back and think that this process will indirectly help us study human psychology? So like if trust is the ultimate goal, wouldn't that help us understand what are the fundamental aspects of forming trust between humans and AI? I mean, that's a really, really important question that's much bigger than strategy games. It's how can that's fundamental to the human robot interaction problem. How do we form trust between intelligent entities?
So one of the things I'm really excited about with diplomacy, there's never really been a good domain to investigate these kinds of questions.
Yeah.
And diplomacy gives us a domain where trust is really at the center of it. And it's not just like you've hired a bunch of mechanical Turkers that, are being paid and trying to get through the task as quickly as possible. You have these people that are really invested in the outcome of the game, and they're really trying to do the best that they can. And so I'm really excited that we're able to, we actually have put together this, we're open sourcing all of our models, we're open sourcing all of the code, and we're making the data that we've used available to researchers so that they can investigate these kinds of questions.
So the data of the human and the AI play of diplomacy and the models that you use for the generation of the messages and the filtering.
Yeah, not just even the data of the AI playing with the humans, but all the training data that we used to train the AI to understand how humans play the game. We're setting up a system where researchers will be able to apply to be able to gain access to that data and be able to use it in their own research.
We should say, what is the name of the system?
We're calling the bot Cicero.
Cicero. And what's the name, you're open sourcing, what's the name of the repository and the project? Is it also just called Cicero, the big project? Or are you still coming up with the name?
The data set comes from this website, webdiplomacy.net, is this site that's been online for 20 years now. And it's one of the main sites that people use to play diplomacy on it. We've got 50,000 games of diplomacy with natural language communication, over 10 million messages. So it's a pretty massive data set that people can use to, we're hoping that the academic community, the research community is able to use it for all sorts of interesting research questions.
So do you, from having studied this game, is this a sufficiently rich problem space to explore this kind of human AI interaction?
Yeah, absolutely. And I think it's maybe the best data set that I can think of out there to investigate these kinds of questions of negotiation, trust, persuasion. I wouldn't say it's the best data set in the world for human AI interaction. That's a very broad field, but I think that it's definitely up there as if you're really interested in language models interacting with humans in a setting where their incentives are not fully aligned, this seems like an ideal data set for investigating that.
So you have a paper with some impressive results, and just an impressive paper that's taking this problem on. What's the most exciting thing to you in terms of the results from the paper?
Well, I think there's
ideas or results.
Yeah, I think there's a few aspects of the results and that I think are really exciting. So first of all, the fact that we were able to achieve such strong performance, I was surprised by and pleasantly surprised by. So we played 40 games of diplomacy with real humans, and the bot placed second out of all players that have played 5 or more games. So it's about 80 players total, 19 of whom played 5 or more games, and the bot was ranked second out of those players. And the bot was really good in 2 dimensions. One, being able to establish strong connections with the other players on the board, being able to like persuade them to work with it, being able to coordinate with them about like how it's going to work with them, and then also the raw tactical and strategic aspects of the game. Being able to understand what the other players are likely to do, being able to model their behavior and respond appropriately to that. The bot also really excelled at.
What are some interesting things that the bot said? By the way, are you allowed to swear in the like? Are there rules to what you're allowed to say and not in diplomacy?
You can say whatever you want. I think the site will get very angry at you if you start like threatening somebody. And we
Or
actually,
like if you threaten somebody, you're supposed to do it politely.
yeah, politely, like keep it in character. The bot, we actually had a researcher watching the bot 24/7 whenever we play a game, we had a bot watching it to make sure that it wouldn't go off the rails and start like threatening somebody or something like that.
I would just love it if the bot started like mocking everybody. Like some weird, quirky strategies would emerge. Have you seen anything interesting that that's a weird weird behavior, either of the filter or the language model that was weird to you?
There were definitely like things that the bot would do that were not in line with like how humans would approach the game, and that in a good way. The humans actually, we've talked with some expert diplomacy players about these results, and their takeaway is that, well, maybe humans are approaching this the wrong way, and this is actually like the right way to play the game. So
what's required to win? Like what does it mean to mess up or to exploit the suboptimal behavior of a player? Like is there optimally rational behavior and irrational behavior that you need to estimate, that kind of stuff? Like what stands out to you? Like, is there a crack that you can exploit? Is there like a weakness that you can exploit in the game that everybody's looking for?
Well, I think you're asking kind of two questions there. So one, like modeling the irrationality and the suboptimality of humans. You can't, in diplomacy, you can't treat all the other players like they're machines. And if you do that, you're going to end up playing really poorly. And so we actually ran this experiment. So we trained a bot in a 2-player zero-sum version of diplomacy, the same way that you might approach a game like chess or poker. And the bot was superhuman. It would crush any competitor. And then we took that same training approach and we trained a bot for the full 7-player version of the game through self-play without any human data. And we stuck it in a game with 6 humans and it got destroyed. Even in the version of the game where there's no explicit natural language communication, it still got destroyed because it just wouldn't be able to understand how the other players were approaching the game and be able to work with that.
Can you just linger on that? Meaning like there's an individual personality to each player, and then you're supposed to remember that. But what do you mean it's not able to understand the players?
Well, it would, for example, expect the human to support it in a certain way, when the human would simply like think like, no, I'm not supposed to support you here. It's kind of like, if you develop a self-driving car and it's trained completely from scratch with other self-driving cars, it might learn to drive on the left side of the road. That's a totally reasonable thing to do if you're with these other self-driving cars that are also driving on the left side of the road. But if you put it in an American city, it's going to crash.
But I guess the intuition I'm trying to build up is, why does it then crush a human player heads up versus multiple?
This is an aspect of 2-player zero-sum versus games that involve cooperation. So in a 2-player zero-sum game, you can do self-play from scratch, and you will arrive at the Nash equilibrium where you don't have to worry about the other player playing in a very human suboptimal style. That's just going to be the only way that deviating from a Nash equilibrium would change things is if it helped you.
So what's the dynamic of cooperation that's effective in diplomacy? Do you always have to have one friend in the game?
So what happened?
You always want to maximize your friends and minimize your enemies.
Got it. And boy, and the lying comes into play there. So the more friends you have, the better.
Yeah, for real.
Yeah, I mean, I guess you have to
Started
attack
off
somebody
with
or
a
else you're
queen.
not going to make progress.
All right, so that's the
There's
tension.
an interesting
but
topic. I don't know how it
this is
normally
too
happens,
real.
but
This is
started
too
off
real.
with
So
a
this
cliff
is too
allegedly,
close
perhaps,
to
maybe the push,
geopolitics of
Then I
actual
went into like
military
solid
conflict
dump.
in the world. Okay,
It's like a
that's
I don't
fascinating.
know,
So that cooperation element is what makes the game really, really hard.
6.
Yeah. And to give you an
Very quickly
example
moved into a
of how
1.
this suboptimality and
So we had the
irrationality
cleave,
comes into play,
allegedly. Push
there's
grab.
a really common situation in a game of diplomacy where
the
one
brown.
player starts to win, and they're like
Like a-
at the point where they're controlling about half the map.
Like a 7.
And the
6 or
remaining
7.
players who have all been fighting each
Then
other
a
the whole
1.
game
Diarrhea.
all have
go
to
away.
like work together now to stop this other player from winning.
Oh,
Everybody's
calm
gonna
down.
lose. And it's kind of like Game of Thrones. Like I don't know if you've seen the show.
Yeah.
Like you got the others coming from the north, and like all the people have to work out the differences and stop them from taking over.
That
was
amazing.
And the bot will do this. Like the bot will work with the other players to stop the superpower from winning. But if it's trained from scratch, or it doesn't really have a good grounding in how humans approach it, it will also at the same time attack the other players with its extra units. So all the units that are not necessary to stop the superpower from winning, it will use those to grab as many centers as possible from the other players. And in totally rational play, the other players should just live with that. They have to understand like, hey, a score of 1 is better than a score of 0. So okay, he's grabbed my centers, but I'll just deal with it. But humans don't act that way, right? The human gets really angry at the bot and ends up throwing the game because, I'm going to screw you over because you did something that's not fair to me.
Got it. And are you supposed to model that? Is the bot supposed to model that kind of human frustration?
Yeah, exactly. And so that is something that seems almost impossible to model purely from scratch without any human data. It's a very cultural thing. And so you need human data to be able to understand that, hey, that's how humans behave. And you have to work around that. It might be suboptimal, it might be irrational, but that's an aspect of humanity that you have to deal with.
So how difficult is it to train on human data, given that human data is very limited versus what a purely self-play mechanism can generate?
That's actually one of the major challenges that we faced in the research, that we had a good amount of human data. We had about 50,000 games. What we try to do is leverage as much self-play as possible while still leveraging the human data. So what we do is we do self-play, very similar to how it's been done in poker and Go, but we try to regularize the self-play towards the human data. Basically, the way to think about it is we penalize the bot for choosing actions that are very unlikely under the human data set. And
How do you know? Is this some kind of function that says this is human-like and not?
Yeah, so we train a bot through supervised learning to model the human play as much as possible. So we basically train a neural net on those 50,000 games, and that gives us a policy that resembles to some extent how humans actually play the game. Now, this isn't a perfect model of human play because we don't have unlimited data. We don't have unlimited neural net capacity, but it gives us some approximation.
Is there some data on the internet that's useful besides just diplomacy? So on the language side of things, is there some? Can you go to Reddit and sort of background model formulation that's useful for the game of diplomacy?
Yeah, absolutely. And so for the language model, which is kind of like a separate question, we didn't use the language model during self-play training, but we pre-trained the language model on tons of internet data as much as possible, and then we fine-tuned it specifically on the diplomacy games. So we are able to leverage the wider data set in order to fill in some of the gaps in how communication happens more broadly, besides just specifically in these diplomacy games.
Okay, cool. So what are some interesting things that came to life from this work to you? What are some insights about games with where natural language is involved and deep cooperation is involved?
Well, I think there's a few insights. So first of all, the fact that you can't rely purely or even largely on self-play, that you really have to have an understanding of how humans approach the game. I think that's one of the major conclusions that I'm drawing from this work, and that is, I think, applicable more broadly to a lot of different games. So we've actually already taken the approaches that we've used in diplomacy and tried them on a cooperative card game called Hanabi, and we've had a lot of success in that game as well. On the language side, I think the fact that we were able to control the language model through this intense approach was very effective. And it allowed us, instead of just imitating how humans would communicate, we're able to go beyond that and able to feed into its superhuman strategies that it can then generate messages corresponding to.
Is there something you could say about detecting whether a person or AI is lying or not?
The bot doesn't explicitly try to calculate whether somebody is lying or not. But what it will do is try to predict what actions they're going to take given the communications, given the messages that they've sent to us. So given our conversation, what do I think you're going to do? And implicitly, there is a calculation about whether you're lying to me in that. You know, if you're, based on your messages, if I think you're going to attack me this turn, even though your messages say that you're not, then, you know, essentially the bot is predicting that you're lying. But it doesn't view it as lying the same way that we would view it as lying.
But you could probably reformulate with all the same data and make a classifier lying or not.
Yeah, I think you could do that. That was not something that we were focused on, but I think that it is possible that, you know, if you came up with some measurements of like what does it mean to tell a lie, because there's a spectrum, right? Like if you're withholding some information, is that a lie? If you're mostly telling the truth, but you forgot to mention this like one action out of like 10, is that a lie? It's hard to draw the line, but you know, if you're willing to do that, and then you could possibly use it to.
This feels like an argument inside a relationship now. What constitutes a lie? Depends what you mean by the definition of the word is. Okay. Still, it's fascinating because trust and lying is all intermixed into this, and it's language models that are becoming more and more sophisticated. It's just a fascinating space to explore.
Mm-hmm.
What do you see as the future of this work that is inspired by the breakthrough performance that you're getting here with diplomacy?
I think there's a few different directions to take this work. I think really what it's showing us is the potential that language models have. I mean, I think a lot of people didn't think that this kind of result was possible even today, despite all the progress that's been made in language models. And so it shows us how we can leverage the power of things like self-play on top of language models to get increasingly better performance. And the ceiling is really much higher than what we have right now.
Is this transferable somehow to chatbots for the more general task of dialogue? So because there is a kind of negotiation here, a dance between entities that cooperate and at the same time a little bit adversarial, which I think maps somewhat to the general, you know, the entire process of Reddit or like internet communication. You're cooperating, you're adversarial, you're having debates, you're having camaraderie, all that kind of stuff.
I think one of the things that's really useful about diplomacy is that we have a well-defined value function. There is a well-defined score that the bot is trying to optimize, and in a setting like a general chatbot setting, it would need that kind of objective in order to fully leverage the techniques that we've developed.
What about like what we talked about earlier with NPCs inside video games? Like how can it be used to create for Elder Scrolls 6 more compelling NPCs that you could talk to instead of committing all kinds of violence with a sword and fighting dragons? Just sit in a tavern and drink all day and talk to the chatbot.
The way that we've approached AI in diplomacy is you condition the language on an intent. Now, that intent in diplomacy is an action, but it doesn't have to be. And you can imagine, you know, you could have NPCs in video games or the metaverse or whatever, where there's some intent or there's some objective that they're trying to maximize, and you can specify what that is. And then the language can correspond to that intent. Now, I'm not saying that this is, you know, happening imminently, but I'm saying that this is like a future application potentially of this direction of research.
So what's the more general formulation of this? Making self-play be able to scale the way self-play does and still maintain human-like behavior.
The way that we've approached self-play in diplomacy is like we're trying to come up with good intents to condition the language model on. And the space of intents is actions that can be played in the game. Now, there is like the potential to have a broader set of intents. Things like long-term cooperation or long-term objectives, or gossip about what another player was saying. These are things that we're currently not conditioning the language model on, and so we're not able to control it to say like, oh, you should be talking about this thing right now. But it's quite possible that you could expand the scope of intents to be able to allow it to talk about those things. Now, in the process of doing that, the self-play would become much more complicated. And so that is a potential for future work.
Okay, the increasing the number of intents. I still am not quite clear how you keep the self-play integrated into the human world.
Yeah.
I'm a little bit loose on the on understanding how you do that.
So we train a neural net to imitate the human data as closely as possible, and that's what we call the anchor policy. And now when we're doing self-play, the problem with the anchor policy is that it's not a perfect approximation of how humans actually play. Because we don't have infinite data, because we don't have unlimited neural network capacity, it's actually a relatively suboptimal approximation of how humans actually play. And we can improve that approximation by adding planning and RL. And so what we do is we get a better approximation, a better model of human play by, during the self-play process, we say you can deviate from this human anchor policy if there is an action that has, particularly high expected value. But it would have to be a really high expected value in order to deviate from this human-like policy. So you basically say, try to maximize your expected value while at the same time stay as close as possible to the human policy. And there is a parameter that controls the relative weighting of those competing objectives.
The question I have is, how sophisticated can the anchor policy get? So have a policy that approximates human behavior, right?
Yeah.
So as you increase the number of intents, as you generalize the space in which this is applicable, and given that the human data is limited, trying to anticipate a policy that works for in much larger number of cases, like how difficult is the process of forming a damn good anchor policy?
Well, it really comes down to how much human data you have.
So it's all about scaling the human data.
I think the more human data you have, the better, and I think that that's going to be the major bottleneck in scaling to more complicated domains. But that said, there might be the potential, just like in the language model where we leveraged, tons of data on the internet and then specialized it for diplomacy. There is the future potential that you can leverage huge amounts of data across the board and then specialize it in the data set that you have for diplomacy. And in that way, you're essentially augmenting the amount of data that you have.
To what degree does this apply to the real world diplomacy, the geopolitics? There's game theory has a history of being applied to understand and to give us hope about nuclear weapons, for example. The mutually assured destruction is a game theoretic concept that you can formulate. Some people say it's oversimplified, but nevertheless, here we are, and we somehow haven't blown ourselves up. Do you see a future where this kind of system can be used to help us make decisions, geopolitical decisions in the world?
Well, like I said, the original motivation for the game of diplomacy was the failures of World War I, the diplomatic failures that led to war. And the real take-home message of diplomacy is that, if people approach diplomacy the right way, then war is ultimately unsuccessful. The way that I see it, war is an inherently negative-sum game, right? There's always a better outcome than war for all the parties involved. And my hope is that, as AI progresses, then maybe this technology could be used to help people make better decisions across the board and, hopefully avoid negative-sum outcomes like war.
Yeah, I just came back from Ukraine. I'm going back there on deep personal levels. Think a lot about how peace can be achieved. And I'm a big believer in conversation, leaders getting together and having conversations and trying to understand each other. Yeah, it's fascinating to think whether each one of those leaders can run a simulation ahead of time. Like if I'm an asshole, what are the possible consequences? If I'm nice, what are the possible consequences? My guess is that if the president of the United States got together with Volodymyr Zelensky and Vladimir Putin, that there would be significant benefits to the president of the United States not having the ego of kind of playing down, of giving away a lot of chips for the future success of the world. So giving a lot of power to the two presidents of the competing nations to achieve peace. That's my guess, but it'd be nice to run a bunch of simulations. But then you have to have human data, right? You really, because it's like the game of diplomacy is nothing different than geopolitics. You need data. You need, like, I guess that's a question I have, like, how transferable is this to, like, I don't know, any kind of negotiation, right? Like, to any kind of some local, I don't know, a bunch of lawyers, like, arguing, like, at a divorce, like, divorce lawyers. Like, how transferable is this all kinds of human negotiation?
Well, I feel like this isn't a question that's unique to diplomacy. I mean, I think you look at RL breakthroughs, reinforcement learning breakthroughs in previous games as well, like, you know, AI for StarCraft, AI for Atari. You haven't really seen it deployed in the real world because you have these problems of it's really hard to collect a lot of data, and you don't have a well-defined action space. You don't have a well-defined reward function. These are all things that you really need for reinforcement learning and planning to be really successful today. Now, there are some domains where you do have that. Code generation is one example. Theorem proving, mathematics, that's another example where you have a well-defined action space, you have a well-defined reward function. And those are the kinds of domains where I can see RL in the short term being incredibly powerful. But yeah, I think that those are the barriers to deploying this at scale in the real world, but the hope is that in the long run, we'll be able to get there.
Yeah, but see, diplomacy feels like closer to the real world than does StarCraft. Like, because it's natural language, right? You're operating in the space of intent and in the space of natural language. That feels very close to the real world. And it also feels like you could get data on that from the internet.
Yeah, and that's why I do think that diplomacy is taking a big step closer to the real world than anything that's came before in terms of game AI breakthroughs. The fact that, you know, we're communicating in natural language, we're leveraging the fact that we have this like general data set of dialogue and communication from a breadth of the internet. That is a big step in that direction. We're not 100% there, but we're getting closer at least.
So if we actually return back to poker and chess, are some of the ideas that you're learning here with diplomacy, could you construct AI systems that play like humans? Like make for a fun opponent in a game of chess?
Yeah, absolutely. We've already started looking into this direction a bit. So we tried to use the techniques that we've developed for diplomacy to make chess and Go AIs. And what we found is that it led to much more human-like, strong chess and Go players. The way that AIs like Stockfish today play is in a very inhuman style. It's very strong, but it's very different from how humans play. And so we can take the techniques that we've developed for diplomacy, we do something similar in chess and Go, and we end up with the bot that's both strong and human-like. To elaborate on this a bit, like one way to approach making a human-like AI for chess is to collect a bunch of human games, like a bunch of human grandmaster games, and just do supervised learning on those games. But the problem is that if you do that, what you end up with is an AI that's substantially weaker than the human grandmasters that you trained on, because the neural net is not able to approximate the nuance of the strategy. This goes back to the planning thing that I mentioned, the search thing that I talked about before, that these human grandmasters, when they're playing, they're using search and they're using planning, and the neural net alone, unless you have a massive neural net that's like 1,000 times bigger than what we have right now, it's not able to approximate those details very effectively. And on the other hand, you can leverage search and planning very heavily, but then what you end up with is an AI that plays in a very different style from how humans play the game. Now, if you strike this intermediate balance by setting the regularization parameters correctly and say you can do planning but try to keep it close to the human policy, then you end up with an AI that plays in both a very human-like style and a very strong style. And you can actually even tune it to have a certain elo rating. So you can say play in the style of like a 2800 elo human.
Yeah, I wonder if you could do specific type of humans or categories of humans,
So
not just skill but style.
yeah, I think so. And so this is where the research gets interesting. Like, you know, one of the things that I was thinking about is, and this is actually already being done. I think there's a researcher at the University of Toronto that's working on this. Is to make an AI that plays in the style of a particular player, like Magnus Carlsen, for example. You can make an AI that plays like Magnus Carlsen, and then where I think this gets interesting is like, maybe you're up against Magnus Carlsen in the World Championship or something. You can play against this Magnus Carlsen bot to prepare against the real Magnus Carlsen, and you can try to explore strategies that he might struggle with, and try to figure out like how do you beat this player in particular. On the other hand, you can also have Magnus Carlsen working with this bot to try to figure out where he's weak, and where he needs to improve his strategy. And so I can envision this future where data on specific chess and Go players becomes extremely valuable because you can use that data to create specific models of how these particular players play.
So increasingly human-like behavior in bots, however, as you've mentioned, makes cheat detection much harder.
It does, yeah. The way that cheat detection works in a game like poker and a game like chess and Go, from what I understand, is trying to see like, is this person making moves that are common among chess AIs or AIs in general, but very uncommon among top human players. And if you have the development of these AIs that play in a very strong style, but also a very human-like style, then that poses serious challenges for cheat detection.
And it makes you now ask yourself a hard question about what is the role of AI systems as they become more and more integrated in our society. And this kind of human AI integration has some deep ethical issues that we should be aware of. And also it's a kind of cybersecurity challenge, right? To make, one of the assumptions we have when we play games is that there's a trust that it's only humans involved. And the better AI systems we create, which makes it super exciting, human-like AI systems with different styles of humans is really exciting, but then we have to have the defenses better and better and better if we're to trust that we can enjoy human versus human game in a deeply fair way. It's fascinating. So it's just, it's humbling.
Yeah, I think there's a lot of like negative potential for this kind of technology, but at the same time, there's a lot of upside for it as well. So, for example, right now it's really hard to learn how to get better in games like chess and poker and Go because the way that the AI plays is so foreign and incomprehensible. Yes. But if you have these AIs that are playing, you can say like, oh, I'm a 2000 elo human. How do I get to 2200? Now you can have an AI that plays in the style of a 2200 elo human, and that will help you get better. Or, you mentioned this problem of like, how do you know that you're actually playing with humans when you're playing like online in video games? Well, now we have the potential of populating these like virtual worlds with agents, like AI agents that are actually fun to play with, and you don't have to always be playing with other humans to have a fun time.
Don't kick me out.
So yeah, a lot of upside potential too, and I think with any sort of tool, there's the potential for a lot of greatness and a lot of downsides as well.
So in the paper that I got a chance to look at, there's a section on ethical considerations. What's in that section? What are some ethical considerations here? Is it some of the stuff we already talked about?
There's some things that we've already talked about. I think specific to diplomacy, there's also the challenge that the game is, there is a deception aspect to the game. And so, developing language models that are capable of deception is, I think, a dicey issue and something that, makes research on diplomacy particularly challenging.
Where's my band?
And, so those kinds of issues of like, should we even be developing AIs that are capable of lying to people? That's something that we have to, think carefully about.
That's so cool. I mean, that you have to do that kind of stuff in order to figure out where the ethical lines are. But I can see in the future it being illegal to have a consumer product that lies.
Yeah.
like your personal assistant AI system is not allowed, is always have to tell the truth. But if I ask it, did I get fatter over the past month? I sure as hell want that AI system to lie to me. So there's a trade-off between lying and being nice. We have to somehow find where's the ethics in that, and we're back to discussions inside relationships. Anyway, what were you saying?
Oh, yeah, I was saying like, that's kind of going to the question of like, what is a lie? You know, is a white lie a bad lie? Is it an ethical lie?
Yeah.
You know, those kinds of questions.
Boy, we return time and time again to deep human questions as we design AI systems. And that's exactly what they do. They put a mirror to humanity to help us understand ourselves.
There's also the issue of like, you know, in these diplomacy experiments, in order to do a fair comparison, you know, what we found is that there's an inherent anti-AI bias in these kinds of games. So we actually played a tournament in a non-language version of the game where, you know, we told the participants like, hey, in every single game, there's going to be an AI. And what we found is that teams would spend basically the entire game like trying to figure out who the bot was. And then as soon as they thought they figured it out, they would all team up and try to kill it. And, you know, overcoming that inherent anti-AI bias is a challenge.
On the flip side, I think when robots become the enemy, that's when we get to heal our human divisions, and we can become one. As long as we have one enemy, it's that Reagan thing when the aliens show up. That's when we put aside our divisions. We become one human species.
Right. We might have our differences, but we're at least all human.
At least we all hate the robots. No. I think there will be actually in the future something like a civil rights movement for robots. I think that's the fascinating thing about AI systems, and they force us to ask about ethical questions about what is sentience, how do we feel about systems that are capable of suffering or capable of displaying suffering, and how do we design products that show emotion and not? How do we feel about that? Lying is another topic. Are we going to allow bots to lie and not? And where's the balance between being nice and telling the truth? I mean, these are all fascinating human questions. It's like so exciting to be in the century when we create systems that take these philosophical questions that have been asked for centuries, and now we can engineer them inside systems where like you really have to answer them, because you'll have transformational impact on human society depending on what you design inside those systems. It's fascinating. And like you said, I feel like diplomacy is a step towards the direction of the real world, applying these RL methods towards the real world. From all the breakthrough performances in Go and chess and StarCraft and Dota, this feels like the real world. Especially now my mind's been on war and military conflict. This feels like it can give us some deep insights about human behavior at the large geopolitical scale. What do you think is the breakthrough or the directions of work that will take us towards solving intelligence, towards creating AGI systems? You've been a part of creating, by the way, we should say part of great teams that do this, of creating systems that achieve breakthrough performances on before thought unsolvable problems like poker, multiplayer poker, diplomacy. We're taking steps towards that direction. What do you think it takes to go all the way to create superhuman level intelligence?
You know, there's a lot of people trying to figure that out right now. And, you know, I should say, like, the amount of progress that's been made, especially in the past few years, is truly phenomenal. I mean, you look at where AI was 10 years ago, and the idea that you can have AIs that can generate language and generate images the way they're doing today, and able to play a game like Diplomacy was just, like, unthinkable. Even 5 years ago, let alone 10 years ago.
Marjorie's gorgeous.
Now, there are aspects of AI that I think are still lacking. I think there's general agreement that one of the major issues with AI today is that it's very data inefficient. It requires a huge number of samples of training examples to be able to train. You know, you look at it plays Go, and it needs millions of games of Go to learn how to play the game well. Whereas a human can pick it up in, like, you know, I don't know, how many games does a human Go player, Go Grandmaster play in their lifetime? Probably, you know, in the thousands or tens of thousands, I guess. So that's one issue.
Data efficiency.
Overcoming this challenge of data efficiency. And this is particularly important if we want to deploy AI systems in real world settings where they're interacting with humans. Because, for example, with robotics, it's really hard to generate a huge number of samples. It's a different story when you're working in these, totally virtual games where you can play a million games and it's no big deal.
I was planning on just launching like 1,000 of these robots in Austin.
I hate assholes.
I don't think it's illegal for
coffee.
legged robots to
Shut
roam
the
the
fuck up.
streets
Nobody
and
gives
just
a
collect
shit.
data.
That's not
Like,
a
what's
crazy
the worst
idea.
that could happen?
Yeah. That's one way to overcome the data efficiency problem.
Yep.
Is like scale it.
Like I actually tried to
It's
see
not that
if there's a
funny.
law
And
against
if it's not, you don't
robots,
know how
like
to
legged
fucking
robots,
laugh.
just operating
Dumbass.
in
They're
the
worst.
streets of a major
Assholes,
city, and I
online kids.
couldn't find any.
I'm telling you,
so,
the thing that fucking, you know what really
I'll take it
grinds
all the way
my
to the
gears?
Supreme Court.
Loser douches.
Robot rights.
All right,
Okay. Anyway, sorry, you were saying.
Fuck you, okay? Fuck you.
So what are the ideas for becoming more data efficient?
That's the $1 trillion question in
Fucking
AI today.
doofus.
If you can figure out how to make AI systems
Just the
more
worst.
data efficient, then that's
Oh,
a
I
huge
think it's
breakthrough.
really funny.
So nobody really knows right now.
It could
Dog,
be just a
shut the
gigantic
fuck
background
up.
model,
That's what I
language
think
model,
is funny. How about
and then you
just
do
fucking
the training
ass,
becomes like
dog.
prompting that
I
model
gotta take a well,
to
shit I did.
essentially
Can I tell you
do a
about
kind
it?
of querying,
like
a
a-
search into the space of the things it's
Started
learned
off with like a
to
push.
customize that to whatever
Then
problem you're
moved
trying to solve.
Quickly
So maybe
into
if you form a large enough language model,
a 6.
you can go quite a long way.
and then
That I think there's some truth to that. I mean, you look at the way humans
1, 2,
approach
1, 2.
a game like poker. They're not
And
coming
then it
at it
was
from
done,
scratch.
and it was like,
They're
oh,
coming
man,
at it
I
with
feel
a
so much
huge
better.
amount of background knowledge about
And what about
how humans
You
work,
haven't
how
done
the world
vomit?
works, the idea of money. So
You haven't
they're
fucking-
able to leverage that kind of
experience
information
vomit?
to pick up the game faster. So it's not
What's
really a
the
fair
worst?
comparison to then compare it to an
Corn.
AI that's like learning from scratch.
Why?
And maybe one of the ways that we address this sample complexity problem is by allowing AIs to
Why?
leverage that
That's
general
very
knowledge
just.
across a ton of different domains.
Sometimes.
So,
Anyway,
like I said, you did
disgusting.
a lot of incredible work in the
What's
space
the
of research and actually building
Rubber
systems.
vomit.
What advice would
What's
you
the
give
thickest
to
thing you've
let's
ever
start with
vomited,
beginners?
Rabbi?
What advice would you give
I
to
don't know.
beginners interested in machine learning? Just they're at the very
Thickest?
start of their
Like,
journey,
I've
and they're
never
in high school
vomited
and college,
like steak.
thinking like this seems like
All
a
that shit
fascinating
stays
world.
there. Oh,
What advice
actually,
would you give them?
Beef
I would
jerky.
say that
Beef
there are a
jerky,
lot of
because of
people
Zuckerberg,
working
it's not
on
camera.
similar
But,
aspects of machine
yeah, this
learning,
one-
and to not be
it's
afraid
on-
to try
it's on
something a
I
bit
ate, like,
different.
3 bags
My
of
my
beef
own
jerky
path
and fucking
in
vomited
AI
all
is
over
pretty atypical for a machine
the
learning
toilet.
researcher
How's that
today.
gonna make it?
I mean, I started out
Beef
working
jerky's
on
the
game
worst
theory
vomit you've ever
and then shifting more
I don't
towards
know if it's the
reinforcement
worst, it
learning
was
as
the
time went on.
thickest.
And that actually had a lot of
Worst
benefits, I think, because it
was
allowed
the
me to
fucking
look at these
wine
problems in a very
wine
different
central.
way from the way a lot
Really?
of
Actually, no, I
machine
didn't
learning
vomit that
researchers
time.
view it. And
My roommate
that
vomited.
comes
I did
with
not.
drawbacks
That's
in
just
some
the
respects.
worst
Like I think there's
hangover.
definitely aspects
The
of machine
worst
learning
vomiting
where,
I've ever done.
I'm weaker than most
I
of the
was in Las
researchers out there.
Vegas.
But I think that diversity of
That was
perspective,
bad.
when I'm working with my teammates, there's something that I'm bringing to the
vomited in
table,
a
and there's
sink.
something that they're bringing to the table, and that kind of collaboration becomes very
Where
fruitful
else
for that
have you
reason.
vomited?
So there could be
I don't
problems
think
like
vomited. Well,
poker, like you've chosen
oh,
diplomacy.
there's,
There could be
I was
problems
eating
like
a
that
bunch
still
of
out there
cheese,
that you can just
and I
tackle.
fucking
even if it
vomited
seems extremely
outside the
difficult.
7-Eleven in Tustin. All over.
I think that
It's
there's a
on
lot of
camera.
challenges
That
left,
one's
and I think a
definitely-
diversity of viewpoints and
That was
backgrounds
awful.
is really helpful for working together to
And-
figure out how to tackle those kinds of challenges.
So
Is that the
as a
only kind-
beginner,
only
so
other
that
kind of
I
vomiting
would say
you've ever
that's
done?
more for like a grad student where they already built up a base. Like a complete
That was
beginner,
basically-
what's a good journey? So for you, that was doing some more on the math side of things, doing game theory,
Yeah.
all that. So
How
it's
about the worst
basically
movie?
build a foundation
Allegedly,
in
it would have been
something.
a
So
fucking
programming, mathematics,
Eggnog shit.
could even be
Went
physics,
through me like
but
a shit.
build that foundation.
Yeah, I would say build a strong
Then dog
foundation
ate
in
it.
math and computer science and statistics and these
I
kinds
saw
of
it. It
areas.
was on my way
But don't be
back
afraid
from
to try something that's different and learn something that's
Shabbat dinner.
different from the
And then the next
the thing
morning,
that everybody else is doing to get
on
into
my
machine
way to
learning.
shul,
There's
dog
value
eating all my
in
food.
having a different
Well,
background
right.
than everybody else.
Could have been
yeah,
most,
so-
it was one of
But certainly having a strong math
Sorry,
background, especially in things like linear algebra
Anyway.
and statistics and probability,
Is that the end of your
are
fucking
incredibly
story?
helpful today for learning
Dog,
about
I can't believe
and
I fucking got
understanding
banned
machine
so
learning.
fucking
You think
much.
one day we'll
For
be
no
able
reason.
to, since you're taking steps
Why?
from poker to diplomacy,
I don't
one
know.
day we'll be able
Here,
to
advertising. Dog, people
figure
have
out
names
how to
as
live
men.
life talk to
Who
him.
gives a shit?
Well, what is it like in poker and diplomacy? You need a value function. You need to have a reward
I
system,
don't
and
understand
so
it. It's
what
not
does it
even
mean
like
to
the
live a
fucking
life that's
website
optimal?
has
So
advertising.
okay, so then you can exactly like lay down a reward
Dumb.
function, being like,
This
I want
shit
to be
sucks.
rich,
And on
or I
top of
want
that,
to
I got
be
this fucking
I want to be in a happy relationship, and then you'll say, well, do
ban
X.
from Google, you cunt.
You know, there's a lot of
Douche.
talk today about in AI safety circles about like
Layaway just
misspecification
went
of
Doug,
you know
I don't
reward
fucking
functions. So
care.
you say
The
like,
layaway
okay, my
video,
objective
young
is to be
fucking
rich,
people
and
Yeah.
maybe the AI tells you like,
Fuck
okay,
you,
well, if you want to
fucking
maximize the
assholes.
probability that you're rich, go rob a bank.
This is the
Sure.
worst.
And so you want to. Is that really what you
Yes.
want? Is your objective really to be rich at all
But
costs, or is it more nuanced than that?
So the unintended consequences. Yeah. So that's. So
No,
maybe life is
I
more
wish I
about
could do a
defining
fucking
the
Eastern
reward
European
function that minimizes the unintended consequences
Why?
than it is
Really
about
good
the
accent.
actual policy that gets
Can
you
you
to
do
the
a
reward
Western
function.
European
Maybe
accent?
life is just about
No.
constantly updating
I'm
the reward
European,
function.
and I can't do fucking European
I
accent.
think one of the
Really?
challenges in life is
I should be able
figuring
to
out
do
exactly
it.
what that reward function is. Sometimes
Well,
it's pretty hard to specify. The same way
my
that
grandparents didn't
trying to
speak
handcraft the optimal policy in a game like
They were
chess is
both
really
born in
difficult.
good old USA.
It's not so clear cut
They
what the
kick
reward
ass and
function
take
is for
names.
life.
I think one day AI will figure it out,
Did they have any accent?
and I wonder what that would be. Until then,
None?
I just really appreciate the kind of work you're doing, and it's
Really?
really fascinating taking a leap into a more and more real world like
All right, well,
problem
this shit
space,
sucks.
and just achieving incredible results by applying reinforcement learning. Since I saw you work on poker, you've been a constant inspiration. It's an honor to get to finally talk to you, and this is really fun.
Thanks for having me.
Thanks for listening to this conversation with Mill Brown. To support this
I love
podcast,
Brown.
please check out our sponsors
Well,
in the
they're amazing.
description. And now,
Really? Yeah,
let me leave you with some words from Sun Tzu in The Art of War. The whole secret lies in confusing the enemy so
What
that
the fuck
he
is
cannot fathom
Airbenders?
our real intent.
Is that
Thank you for
fucking
listening.
what?
And hope to see you
Manga?
next time.
What is manga? I don't know, some Japanese shit. What's Speed Racer? I think that's anime. I get hentai and manga.
In my mind, I have to tap it. Winning is not enough.
The following is a conversation with Roger Gracie, widely considered to be the greatest jiu-jitsu competitor of all time. This is the Lex Friedman Podcast. To support it, please check out our sponsors in the description. And now, dear friends, here's Roger Gracie. Let's start with possibly the greatest match in jiu-jitsu history, your second match against Buchecha. Let's go through the details. Let's go through
Really?
the whole thing. So, the walk leading
Ain't
up
even
to it.
close.
You always do this walk. This epic walk. You post that on Instagram.
Really?
Henzo posted that on Instagram.
God,
Yeah.
This
This is
calm
the worst.
walk towards the mat.
I would
Well,
bang
let's
me
go
if
to
I were
that
you. I would be like,
match
dude,
in
you're not
particular. What was going
studying.
through your
What are you
mind? You've been
studying?
away from
Fucking
competition,
British
facing probably
jiu-jitsu? Fuck you,
one
yeah.
of the greatest, and at that time, many
These
people
people
consider
would
the
be like,
greatest
get the fuck out
jiu-jitsu
of here too.
competitor of all
Korea
time in
doesn't win.
Buchecha.
Go to KBBQ.
Here's the old man,
Those people,
the old timer, getting
some
back at
crazy-ass
out there.
chat.
What were you thinking?
About which
Yeah,
I'm like,
I think
the
that's
other
the
thing,
first time
I didn't know
since
what that
probably I
is.
got my
Everybody
black
comes
belt
in,
that I
hey,
wasn't
you
the
play
favorite
fucking
walking to a
Minecraft?
fight.
No,
I have to
dog,
say,
I fucking
like a lot of
cool.
people thought, consider him the favorite. I mean, understandable. I was out of competition for a while. He was just winning everything. So, saying about the walk, like for me,
Shout out
the
to
fight
that
starts
Lana
way before
girl.
the referee say go.
She's
You know.
tight.
It's all the focus and concentration that I think is very important for me to start before. Like, I almost walked
Ego
blind
world.
to the mat. Many times I passed like great friends and I
Rate
couldn't
my album.
see
Girls
anyone.
only.
They're trying to talk to you, and I'm 100% focused on my
You
opponent
share my
already,
song,
even
I'll
though
give
that
you
I cannot
intro
even see him
to
in
me.
front of me. So I think that's for me
That's
was
the
always
man.
very important to try to
Rate.
clear my mind out from
So this
everything.
person literally
Are you
just
visualizing the opponent, or are you
Not
just clearing?
Not at that time.
is
Right? Is there
promoting
what's
their
in your head? Is it like a calm river with birds
That's
chirping?
cool. I don't
It's
understand why that's a
like
big deal.
just
like
Notice I'm not
darkness,
fucking swagging. I'm like, hey, everybody,
Okay.
I'm a
And that's
douche, I
what
need
you see in
everybody
that
to know how
calmness.
much
It's
of a
just
douche
blankness. How hard is it to achieve that blankness?
I am.
it's difficult to say because I
This is the
think I don't remember when. I'll say probably as a black belt, I try to focus like that, not to
Yo,
think,
dog.
because it's probably something
This
you
shit's
learn.
sick.
Is the more you think, the more nervous you get,
chill zone.
and
Appeal.
there's nothing that you're gonna gain by thinking
Yo,
of the
when am I
fight
gonna
or the
get this shit
possibilities.
back?
What you can do, what can go wrong, what can go right, because it's unpredictable. You have absolutely no idea. It's impossible to predict the fight.
And you discover that
Legends.
if you just let those nervous feelings go and empty your mind, it actually is pretty effective.
It
Is
is.
this-
It
is
makes you
this
feel
it?
better.
Is this done?
It's you kind of
This is the
control your
worst
emotion,
fucking
control the
stream of all
adrenaline on your
time,
body
no
up to a
doubt.
level. So it absolutely helps you, focus in the fight.
I've learned that in
All right.
jiu-jitsu and in general in life, that whenever something feels really shitty, you can just like take that thought and not think about it.
Yeah.
Like I do that like on long runs or like a fast run, or in jiu-jitsu, especially when I'm getting older, out of shape, like that feeling of exhaustion. But you can always get to the feeling of exhaustion. You can just not think about it.
Yeah.
Not think about being exhausted.
This bitch is
Just
popping up.
and that somehow
Are you
relaxes
a
you.
Jets fan?
I think maybe in the face of exhaustion, all the fears start to creep in.
Interesting.
Maybe your muscles tighten up. I don't know. This is for the amateur jiu-jitsu person. But it's kind of funny how you can just take that thought and let go of it. So you get, as a
Good
black belt
question.
competitor, you get good at letting go of any thoughts.
Yeah. When you mention to exhaustion is,
Kick
and that's another
This
good
guy's
example
gonna
of
hit
it.
me.
It's
He's
there's a lot of times in the fight you're getting tired, and you're getting pretty tired. So it's like the last thing you want to think of it is how tired you are. It doesn't matter because it doesn't. What are you going to do? Quit? I mean, it doesn't matter. Yes, how tired you are.
There's no value thinking about it.
That's not value. You just have to go through it.
So when you're like, many minutes into the match and you're slowly moving, as you sometimes do, tying your belt, catching your breath, you're not thinking about anything. You're trying to let go of thinking.
I'm trying to save everything to the fight. Like nothing goes to waste. It's every move unnecessary is just going to make you more tired, or it's going to take something out of you. Like I try to calculate every single move I make, save as much energy as I can, so I can fully be focused 100% in the fight with no waste, especially energy wise.
And that's instinctual. Like minimizing the amount of moves. You're not like explicitly thinking, should I do this or not? It's just don't move unless it's absolutely required.
Yeah.
If I were in a kiddie pool
you cannot
and I
really,
had a poncho,
there's not really time to think much. It's like
And my eyes are
your
protected,
instincts are playing. It's like
double
you already have your your weapons. Let's say the things that you do.
And I
Right?
had a
It's just
snorkel.
you wait for the perfect
You let
moment.
a bitch pee on
The
your
beauty
face.
of it is there's the right
that
moment
got
for
her
everything.
off.
If you feel 1 second too
I'm
late,
getting
it doesn't
bitches
work.
off, bitch.
Or you get messy.
You would let a
So it's,
chick
you
piss on
try
your
to
face.
catch that moment.
Yeah, I mean,
That's
how's
just,
it gonna
and for
fucking
that
work?
you have to
Do
be
I have to?
fully
Can I
focused in
sit
what you're
in a
doing,
chair,
because
or do I have to
one
be
second you out. You won't work.
Okay. If
But
I'm in a kiddie
You're not
pool,
exactly known as somebody that
On a-
moves super quickly. So
I'm like
so the moment, it's not about how
milking
quickly you
stool.
move. It's about the right
not
moment.
Like too
So you
The
tall.
right
can move
moment.
slowly.
Yeah. It's not
And then I got
like
snorkel,
speed.
those fucking
It's
double
not like
layer
you have to
goggles.
move at the speed of light. It's the move itself at that
Poncho.
precise moment. It doesn't have to
I
be
need
super
galoshes.
fast because your opponent's not moving super fast. So it's a combination of moving
I mean, if she
between you
wanted
and
to
him.
take a whiz on me,
I mean, the same
I
thing
guess
happens
she
in
could stand
judo,
on, like,
and the movement
chairs
can be
like
really
this.
small.
I
It's
think
just
I mean, she
judo
just doesn't have the
is a
same
bit more explosive.
aim nor
It
accuracy nor distance
moves
that I-
on slightly
Would
faster.
you put some of the bitches
So
on?
it does require a bit more
If that-
explosiveness in
But
judo.
that's not enough.
but even just the
Well,
right timing
I'd fire
for an
ropes on
off
that bitch
balance,
before I'm gonna whiz on her.
just a little
Anyway.
tug.
Yeah. It's not that moving the
Calm
speed
down.
is not going to count that much.
All right.
Yeah.
Is
It's
that
the
end of your
timing that
fucking
you
story?
initiate that move.
You see that with foot sweeps. There's nothing more beautiful than like a
What do you
Olympic
do?
level
What do you
athlete
do?
going at it in the Olympics. and a
Like,
Somebody-
like fucking mineral
and it's
oil
just
and shit.
and you see
Alright, how would we do that one?
one man's life flash before his eyes and realize like I'm supposed to be the top 3 person in the world. That I just find
But you
they
ever
don't
see
they
one
have
of
this
those
look on their
old,
face like
like
I don't know what
medieval
just happened.
castles?
It's beautiful to
have,
see.
like,
You don't see that. I guess you
toilet
see that in
tables about
boxing
this side,
knockouts and stuff
And
like
they'd always
that.
have to
You don't know
protect
what the
that
hell
guys
just
would go
happened.
up
Yeah.
there and
Is
kill
that
guys
precise
on shit.
moment of movement that you
Well, if
get
I were in
caught.
one
Like
of those
it's
castle
that
things,
one
it was going
split
down,
second.
just free falling.
That's it.
Do you get that in jiu-jitsu at all? Because
I don't
judo
fucking know what's
has,
going on down there, so
because of the
if you wanna
explosiveness,
fucking
because of
mug
the
it up,
point
go for it.
scoring system
Some
that
bitch would be like,
incentivizes these giant throws,
"Dibs on the mug." Calm down, woman.
has these moments where everything just turns in a single moment. Do you have that in
Alright,
jiu-jitsu?
is that
too?
the end of
Not
your
really,
story?
because then it's points. Yes, you get like 2 points. So it's because I think regarding the submission, it's not just one precise movement that changes
Let a
everything.
girl shit on
I
your
think
face?
judo is the takedown that counts as a submission,
Would you
like keep
a kiddie pool?
fight over.
Yeah.
Jiu-jitsu don't have that,
Okay, and a poncho.
so you
Yeah.
will score points. But I think in terms of
I
submission,
mean, she's really gonna
you
get
need
off
to
of
get
this, 'cause
to,
I'm not just gonna do it. Just like,
in
I'll go
abdominant
and stay.
position
No.
first,
She's
and
gonna
then
be
the
like, no,
submission
no,
will
no.
come
Once
slowly.
this thing leaves
It's a
my
process,
ass, I am
yeah.
orgasming from now.
Okay, let's go back to that guy with his mind. So actually, in the
okay.
weeks leading
Then
up
maybe
to
in
it,
that case.
in the days,
Do I get a
in the
snorkel
hours, in the
and a
minutes,
double dare
is
glasses?
there some fear in you leading up to this?
And nothing goes in the snorkel.
I mean,
I don't want to be
I'm not gonna
sucking in
say
my
that
turds.
I'm fearless, because
Bitch.
everybody feared something. The fear is there, but it's like how much
You
you let
let a
that
girl shit
control
on
you.
your face?
I think I was a lot more confident than fearful.
It's
for
not
sure.
about me. Does it
Walking
get
through that
her off?
fight,
If it
like,
does, then,
I was pretty confident that I could do it.
What?
Where's the source of that
I don't know.
confidence?
As long as it's not making a
My
mess.
belief
I got a
on-
kiddie
on
pool,
me
right? Can you
is-
host me down?
I can take a word.
Not you can take anyone in the world, but is there specific strategic,
Like a tarp?
like talking to
Yeah.
Danaher,
Wrap
he
myself
believes
in a
that
tarp
there's no
with
such
a
thing as
poncho or
confidence,
something?
or rather, the
And
way you
double
get
dare glasses
confidence
and the fucking
is through data,
snorkel?
like that you have proven yourself
Would you
effective
be like, yeah, if I could.
in previous situations, but with
If it gets
Buchecha,
her off, if that's her thing, and
you don't have much data.
I'd be like, bitch,
It was a
can I
very
just
the
eat
first
you to
time you
death?
faced him
No,
was
I
a
gotta
very
fucking
tough.
can't finger you, that can't
That was
finger you.
also one of
This
the
is
greatest
the only
matches of
way
all
that she
time.
could ever get
It's
off.
very tough.
Like shit.
So doesn't that creep in like that doubt because you don't have enough data to
double
be
dare glasses.
confident based on.
Snorkel. I get to wear a poncho
Yeah, I mean-
and galoshes. Fucking
Okay, if I never have fought
kiddie
before,
pool.
suddenly walk into a fight with someone like that, then would I be that confident?
Yeah,
I mean,
what's it gonna
probably not.
fucking hit my cheek?
So
It's like,
that
oh, okay.
history of what we've been doing, what we've been achieving, gives you confidence. If that was my first fight
From her
ever,
cheeks to my cheek.
I wouldn't be
That's
that
disgusting.
confident.
But the time off
Anyway, you would really. How about you
it
had about
doesn't matter.
diarrhea on your face?
doesn't matter.
Yeah, I mean it's kind of all
Doesn't
runs together.
You don't have the fear or the actual physical
So long
experience,
as it
the
stays out of
psychological
the fucking
experience of being
snorkel.
rusty, of being out of the
That
competition.
will come on training.
So
And
you
the double dare
so you
glasses
simulate
have to
some
be
aspect
that
of that.
way.
Yeah,
I
I
don't
mean,
want
the
the
training
ones
will
that
tell you how you are.
Did you increase the intensity of the
Okay,
training
is
leading
that
up
it?
to
Is that
this?
the end of your story?
Yeah, I mean, I train normal. Let's say compared to the first fight, the second was a lot more confidence because, like I say on training, the training for the first fight, you were
Is there
terrible.
anything else?
So
What do you mean?
Would you
I think I was
use your finger?
focusing MMA for a while, for a couple of months, and I wasn't really focusing the
If
gi.
there's
And by the
cheese
time I
on
accept the
tampons,
fight
then
and
I
start training,
fucking- there's no
like
cotton
all my
in the
responses
country.
on training were off. Like
Yeah, I thought it
all
would
my
take a choice. You
training
want-
partners that I used to
you want
train
girl?
with that I
You
destroyed.
want
I mean, now
trigger
they're
finger?
they're beating me.
You want the middle finger?
It's like I cannot beat them the way I was used to.
Pinky
But
action?
so I knew something was not right
I'm just here to help.
for the first fight. But then
No one gives a shit.
is it no points? It's submission
This
or
is
draw.
the worst stream
So-
Yeah,
ever.
for people who don't know, it was the Mudder Morris, which is a 20-minute match, submission only. So there's the winner is determined only by submission. Otherwise, it's a draw.
So physically, I wasn't myself on that fight.
Dog, I
I
like
was
those
tired. My body wasn't
This
responding.
motherfucker's the best fucking
So
fighter.
the confidence was different from the
I think
first
I'd
to
whoop his
second. I think
ass.
I was confident enough that I wouldn't get tapped
Why?
out from the first. That I was still gonna fight because he has to tap me out
Really
to
think you
beat me.
could beat him?
And I trust on my defense. I'm confident enough on my
Really?
defense that he
I'd
will not
whoop his
tap me out.
fucking ass.
But in
Why?
terms of
Why not? I'd be
winning,
like,
walk
dog,
into the second
let me
fight,
win.
I
Come
was
on, dude.
a lot more.
I'm sick as fuck.
What can you say about that feeling when something's not right?
This
Isn't that a thing that
is
breaks
the
people?
It's really
worst
breaks. It's
show
weird.
ever
Like people
seen.
crack, they give up.
What the fuck is going on
it's a
with this
big
shit?
test because it's like
Fucking
being
bullshit.
really tired. It's the same thing.
This is
It's
the
like a lot of
worst.
people crack because
This
they
is
just
the
feel they
worst.
cannot give in more.
You had
They
a
have
chick
nothing
say
more to
that she
give.
loves your body.
So they just
I
like give
think
up.
this woman
It's too
is
hard.
blind.
So what do you do? Just again
No,
take the
dog,
thoughts
this is
out.
the worst.
There's no giving up.
The worst
I mean,
stream
I don't
ever
mind. I don't care.
in the
Like
history of
you
mankind.
just giving up is not
People
enough.
will watch this in the future and be like,
That's
this is the
always the
most
way you
boring
thought?
shit
Yeah.
Of all
of all
jiu-jitsu.
time.
Yeah.
57,
I never gave
85
up.
is
I mean, I
so
tap.
shitty.
It's not giving
you're
up is
telling me.
not tapping.
What is this
That's just
bullshit,
stupid.
motherfucker?
Especially doing training. Like I get caught, I tap. I've never ever
Yo, dog,
hurt myself by not tapping. You get angry,
this
you know,
is the worst.
train hard, improve,
No
make
reason
yourself
now.
better.
Psych,
You
bitch.
got caught. Accept that you made a mistake.
Dude, I might have to take another
Give up.
dump.
Tap and try harder. So the not tapping, you're sacrificing your body, and you'll never be the same. Like if you let your elbow pop,
This is
the
the
elbow will
worst.
never ever be the same.
Let
ever.
me sing a song.
Yeah.
You
You
let
guys
yourself
ready?
go to sleep,
The song goes
your
like this.
resistance drops.
This
So
is
everybody
the
has
worst
Has a limit of resistance until they
shit
to
I
resist a choke.
have
before you pass
ever
out.
known.
The moment that
I'm on
you
3
go to
fucking
sleep,
streams. No one
that
is
resistance will
watching
drop.
4 fucking
According to
I've
streams.
never heard anyone say that. That's
Yeah.
awesome.
So
That's
Hey,
true. There's
just
half-
hear
so that's the
8
reason
fucking
people usually
streams.
say it's
No one
no,
is watching.
it's the same or you get knocked
any
out.
of
You get
this.
knocked out the first time,
I'm
resistance
fucking
drops. Your jaw
blinded
gets weaker.
by
So
the
this
for the
fucking
record.
deer
I've never gone
light.
to sleep in jiu-jitsu,
It's the
which
worst. The deer light
means
is
my
the
resistance
worst.
is
Come
high,
on,
right? I don't
Yeah,
know.
must be. Oh, your
Yo,
defense
dog,
is pretty good.
This shit sucks.
I don't know about that.
What the fuck?
Because it doesn't make sense to me, or maybe
Did you know? Because the
in my
compass
case, I
in your
think my understanding
server list to find
of
your
when I'm
servers.
screwed
Is
is
that
pretty
true?
good.
Yeah.
Like
No,
there's
this
no,
shit
You know you're in
sucks.
trouble.
yeah. One of the
There we go.
things
Oh,
I
what
regret
the
the most about my jiu-jitsu journey is not having
Worst.
given enough time to
Dog. This is dude, it
of
worked.
being in really bad positions. Like the better I got, I think the less I started being in
Look
bad
at this
positions,
move.
which is
It's because
y'all
you
ready
you
for
spar.
this?
That's like that is how you train.
Yeah.
Because you used to just spar. When you spar, like it's difficult to be in
Yo, this is the
bad
worst.
positions a lot. Unless you train with better people, but let's say
Watford
it's
No
6 minute
one
rows.
on
How
Earth
long you gonna
knows
be in
what
a
the
really
fuck
bad
that
position?
is.
Not long,
Is that a
right? So
fucking
you don't really have
currency?
time to develop.
Is that Minecraft?
That's why people they don't
No one knows.
train be in
What's
bad
this
position
other
because you
thing?
have to start there
Black's
over and
Fruit
over again.
Trading.
to be used to it.
yeah, or put yourself there. I just
Yo,
didn't have
bitch.
that mindset. I think you start.
This is
I mean,
the
part of the
worst.
fun of jiu-jitsu is as you
My
get better
fucking
and better.
fantasy
You have
football
certain
team is
people
so
you go
bad.
with. You have these puzzles that you figured out that you're playing.
My kicker
very
sucks.
Specific details you're working out.
He
You're
was
trying to
he's the
improve
best
your
kicker in the
main,
history of the NFL, and
like
he sucks.
techniques and so on. But yeah, just the percentage
Just
of
the
time you
worst.
spend being submitted or trying, even going against like lower ranks,
Yo,
trying to
quit
escape
sucking
basic
dick.
submissions is slow. I don't
He
know if
was
that's true
supposed
for
to be
most
the
people.
number
Probably
one
is,
kicker.
right?
Most people have very bad defense.
Worst.
Yeah.
Because they don't allow themselves to be there. Because
Terrible.
I mean, who wants to get tapped?
It's just
Because you will.
dog shit.
Until you work on your defense, of course you're gonna get tapped, or you're not gonna escape. You're gonna struggle to escape.
All right,
So people they don't want to be there.
let's change it up.
I regret it most
go to bitches
because
and
of
fools
the
and shit.
effect it clearly had on how I
Team Fight
competed.
Tactics, what the fuck is that?
It was clear that my competition was
Dude, show
was
me.
constantly driven by conservative thinking,
Dude,
like don't take risks.
yeah, dude.
I think because of a weak defense,
Top live
honestly.
categories.
and I think
What girl
a lot of
is
any
at
of the fear,
6:35 in the morning
like
gonna
for example, exhaustion was accompanied by fear because of weak
Prime time,
defense.
dog.
I think if I were to psychoanalyze myself, and I
Old school
regretted it. I
RuneScape.
regretted it a
Dude,
lot.
Empires
Uh,
2? Who the fuck is still
but-
playing this game?
Speaking of which, I don't think anyone's ever submitted you in competition. So you're
Well, I was a juvenile. Yeah.
yes. So when you were a young person,
Yeah.
does
16.
that still haunt you?
No, it's first I was
FIFA
winning
only
that
has
fight
24.
by a large. I mean, I think by
16
6
people
points
watching it?
or 4, something like that. But I was like, I was
Still
done
remember it though, huh?
by the details.
Dude, what happened to bitching? Block channel.
Yeah,
Block
and
You ever
channel
beat
or
him
something?
again?
he never competed
No
again.
block channel. Channel?
Whoever you are,
People
please
watching.
let's do a podcast
I
again.
know
We'll
it.
talk
I
shit
know
about
it.
Hydra the whole time. No, but
Anyway.
what do you attribute that to? You were saying you were confident.
That's an ass.
You were confident that
Yo, dog.
the top of the world, the number
What's it
one
called?
Buchecha would not submit you.
Hot tubs?
So where's that confidence grounded, and what do you attribute the fact that nobody was able to submit you?
First, it comes on training. You know, I train a lot bad position. Like my defense is good because I practice over and over again. As much as I practice all my offensive position. So it's, you know, you have to train both equally, not just be in a position. You have to be in bad. So I think that's a very strong part of my game. You know, to be a complete fighter, you know, this is a complete martial artist. You have to be good in every single position, every single one. Those are the you have a weakness. So it's, you know, to be complete, you should have no weakness. So that was always my, you know, I was always very particular on that. Like, it's where my weakness, what I don't feel good at it. If you put me in a position where I struggle, how to escape, how to get out, everything, any submission lock, penny position, you know, back mount, everything. It doesn't matter which position I practice over and over again. So that if I get there in a fighting situation, I will know how to get out. At least I'll have a direction. You know, I will know this is my way out.
Do you practice both escaping the bad position and the transition into the bad position, avoiding it? Because that's how it happens. You know, jiu-jitsu, you start in a neutral position.
No, the transition then becomes the fight itself. It's being there is most important. Is when you're there, then you have to know how to get out. That's your weakness. How stopping the person getting there is something different. They're two different things. Either you practice one or the other.
So, but both are important, I guess.
Yeah,
but the stopping the person is easier to practice because that comes naturally in training.
Yeah.
What was the actual process? Like, what was your biggest weakness throughout your, like, you just remembering what was annoying to you to figure out?
I mean, side control is always
Bottom of side control.
bottom. It's regardless how much you practice, it's not ever easy. You'll never be easy. But
It's so annoying. It makes no sense.
yeah, someone pins you down. He doesn't want to move much. He's a big and strong guy. Regardless of who, it's not going to be easy to escape. So some situations are just hard.
That must be sorry to interrupt. I'm interrupting Hydra Gracie discussing jiu-jitsu. But you just made me realize, if you're really good, if you're going against like the perfect jiu-jitsu competitor, probably side control might be one of the hardest positions. Is it the hardest position to escape?
It's one of them. If the person doesn't want to progress, it's just concerned about
So if they're
pinning.
still, like the best pinners in the world. I mean, partially because I've just seen judo people that know how to pin.
Yeah.
They
To escape their side control is a nightmare. It's a nightmare. Doesn't matter how much you practice.
yeah,
It's a nightmare.
and it's also just frustrating.
Yeah.
I guess it is also frustrating because a lot of people in that position will be about maintaining control, not progressing.
Yeah.
And usually people when they're in mount and in back control are usually trying to progress towards a submission, which opens up opportunities for escape. So what's the actual process of just time and time again putting yourself in bottom side control?
Over and over again. Starting there, escape, get back, escape, get back. If you mount you, get back. Any situation outside that, stop, start again. And it has to be, I'll say 5 minutes, because it's the repetition that will teach you. You know, if you train like 3 minutes on top, you have time to, one thing, and then time out. It's the repetition that over and over again, that, when you try the same move over and over again, then you see what can go wrong.
And is it understanding the details of the movement or actually doing the movement and feeling it?
It's both. First, you have to understand the movement and then practice. But most important thing is defense. Escape coming second.
Baller.
Because he's attacking you. The one thing is if he's not trying to submit you, but the other one if it is. Let's say if a person is very good, has a very good attack. The first thing is defense, not just escape. You can expose yourself to an even worse position because that is very risky. When you're trying to escape, you'll always expose yourself to a worse position. So avoiding that, first is defense, not getting caught, and then when you're escaping, don't be in a worse position than you are.
So defense in jiu-jitsu, when you're wearing a gi, what does defense entail? Is it mostly the positioning of your hips and legs?
It's everything together because it's a whole body movement. It's a constantly moving your arms, legs, body. They have to everything works together.
Going back to the mind of that guy, so confident, no fear at this point. Is there a bit of ego in there too?
Yes, like I say, no, I'm not gonna say I'm fearless. Of course, there's concerns. That fight, I would have to say, was probably the fight that I was nervous the most walking in because I knew what that meant. That fight, I mean, everything for me, all my legacy was on the line because if I lost that fight, I would forever be number 2.
Yeah, that was
forever. And I mean, Buchecha is a great guy, great competitor. Jiu-Jitsu is very good, but I'm better than him. I knew that.
But he's competing nonstop at that point.
He's a great competitor. Taking nothing out of him. He's super tough, very very tough, very good. He's probably the best competitor in Jiu-Jitsu. He won 13 times the world championship. I won 10. So, as a competitor, he has more talent than I do. So, but in terms of analyzing the game, I consider technically better than him. So, knowing all that, everything that I built, all my legacy, it's if I lose
riding on this match.
If I lose this fight, I'm forever number 2.
And none of that is going through your mind.
I knew. I mean, it's not at that moment that I already knew that. I remember just before the curtains open, I'm standing in before they call my name, and I mean my legs were like, I feel the adrenaline kicking on my legs, and I'm like, I'm hitting the legs. I'm like, wake up, get the adrenaline off me, So it was intense. It was intense.
And this was in Rio.
That was in Rio.
So
my hometown.
So this is, and Rio is not exactly known for its calmness in its fans. So this is like wherever they hosted the Olympics the year before.
Yeah.
So this is like, this like the whole basically martial arts community is watching this.
Yeah.
Is there some was Henzo there?
Yeah.
Yeah, he was there. So people are just there's attention. It's also
This is the word.
I don't know if you felt that in part, but you're also fighting for the Gracie name.
No, shut the fuck up. No one give a shit.
In our hometown,
The greatest
where the Gracie really established.
Gracie competitor of all time, arguably, in the
Are you
hometown.
impersonating the
Yeah.
Okay.
All my family, my best friends, my friends, everybody watching, everybody there. There was a lot of pressure, a lot.
So, and then, were you thinking that you would be able to submit him?
No, it's at that point, like I don't predict how the fight will go. That I never did because it is unpredictable. I never try to set any strategy for any fight. I think, that I did, but that was the only time that I set any strategy into a fight. It was a 15-minute fight then. And I said, first 5 minutes, I'm going to play defense. He's bigger, stronger, younger. I don't want to play his game. And I know he comes in very fast. Every single fight he had, he comes very aggressive. So my strategy walking into the fight, I say 5 minutes, I'm going to play defense. I'm not going to try to attack. I'm not going to try to match his pace. I already expected, maybe I'm going to start losing the fight because, if he comes in, there's a risk of me maybe getting taken down, or something happen. I'm like, I'm gonna stick to the game plan. 5 minutes, I'm gonna start picking up the pace because there's 10 minutes to go, which 10 minutes is a long fight. So I don't need to start fast, but I'm gonna start being more aggressive and then, try to take him down or pull guard. But by then I'm like, that's as far as strategy goes.
So no specific stay on the feet.
No.
Were you comfortable being both bottom and top in this
Yeah,
strategically?
I'm always comfortable being bottom or top. I prefer to be on top because being in the bottom, the person on top dictates the pace of the fight because he's on top over you. So I always prefer to be on top because I can dictate the pace. I can implement my own pace. And being the bottom, they can slow me down. So it's harder. So if I can choose, I will always be on top. But I think by then I was like, this, 5 minutes, hit it. I'm like, he's pretty big and strong. I'm going to spend a lot of energy taking him down. I forgot.
How did it feel? So here you're stepping in. By the way, Puzzle Mask, this is old school as it gets. So calm and relaxed here for people just listening. We're watching the early minutes of the match.
Yeah.
So just feeling it out. He seems pretty calm too. He must be nervous too. I wonder how. Did you ever talk to him? You guys are friends.
Yeah, we're friends.
Did he ever say how nervous he was?
No, we never spoke about that fight.
No.
No.
He probably lays late at night thinking about it.
Maybe. I don't know.
That SOB.
Yeah. I mean, so you see the first 5 minutes, he kept, I knew what he was going to do. And I studied his game. His stand-up is basic takedowns, leg attacks, double leg. So he goes single, double, and he charges in. That is pretty much his stand-up game.
So you were trying, you get a grip.
Yeah, that we got penalized.
So do you like to post to your left? You have a right foot forward usually. You're a righty, right?
I'm righty, but I know he wants my leg, so I'm playing my stance just because of his game. All my grips at the first 5 minutes was to kind of try to neutralize his attacks.
So he wants to get your left leg.
Yeah.
Right there.
Yeah.
So how hard is that to stop that?
I mean, he felt pretty strong coming in. So I'm, pushing the head down, trying to play with his balance.
Yeah. Wow.
If you see it, there was a pause. Go back there. He charged in. There's a pause. He's standing in front of him.
Yeah.
I did that on purpose.
What do you mean?
Just in front of him because he tried.
Yeah.
And I'm like, you fail. I'm here.
There's okay. So you could feel the frustration.
I could feel his frustration not be able to take me down.
Okay. So now, and this is just psychological battle. So
And you see me walking straight into the middle of the mat and he's circling out.
Yeah.
See, I'm going very slow, recovering.
And he's computing like shit.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's because he just made a effort trying to take me down. He needs to recover. And I mean, you need to recover. The other guys there waiting for you.
And do I go for another takedown? Because this one failed.
Yeah.
Do I need to recalculate the strategy?
Yeah, and he kept trying over and over again and keep failing. I think that frustrated him a lot on that fight. I felt him kind of slowing down suddenly because he was getting nowhere.
So we're 5 minutes in. Yeah, he keeps. So he never got that takedown in the early.
No.
Let's see. So at this point, do you pull guard? Yeah. Okay.
So that's when I felt like he's mentally he's worried now.
Did you try to pull close guard here?
No, I knew he was going to bring Danny in.
Okay. Because that's the defense against pulling close guard.
Yeah, but I like that.
What do you?
I like people bringing the knee between my legs. Because see, I'm going to close my guard even with his leg in.
Okay, he's stopping the well. This is awkward, but
Because
I guess
I was holding his arm. That's why he felt he had no hand to post.
Got it. But still, it puts a leg in.
Yeah.
but you're able to close your guard
Yeah.
around. So
He's
you're
doing-
okay with that?
I do that really well. I sweep people from that position a lot.
What's the sweep?
I get
Just-
just pushed.
Okay,
It's just a
like to your left side.
Yeah.
Okay, because he has no. Oh, it's almost like you mean you're basically around his back a little bit. Like
And
drags.
he knew that, like I swept a lot of people with that sweep. So you see, he kept leaning to his left, to my right.
Yeah.
So I want to push them to my left. So you see him leaning over to my right a lot.
What's the right answer for him to like roll or something? To
No, I mean he's stuck. He does not really. He's stuck there.
grip.
But the one thing he did, he kept off me completely. See that he's leaning
Yeah.
he's too afraid of my attack now.
Yeah.
Because he should lean on me.
Yeah.
You should bring the fight to me. So when I felt him, I knew he was like he's too worried about my attacks now.
Oh yeah, that's right. So he can't.
Yeah.
If he comes back to the center, he's
Yeah.
no like.
So he's not in now. At that time, he's 100% just defending. So I felt that. I'm like, he doesn't want to engage.
Oh,
And he's looking, I knew at that point he wants my foot. Because our first fight, I had the same position. I wasn't holding his arm. And he went to attack my foot, which he did. He got into
like a toe
attack.
hold or
Yeah.
what?
So I knew he's looking at my foot.
Sorry, the left. Your right.
My
foot?
right, my right foot.
And so
But I'm
how you
holding
defend?
his
You're
arms.
hiding it.
I'm holding his arm.
And now you're going to the
So-
back as an arm drag type of thing.
So the moment that I came off, now I'm holding his arm so he cannot come up. So I'm holding his left arm so he cannot post a hand on the floor and come up.
And he's holding your right to try
Yeah.
to get you.
Yeah.
Basically to prevent you from attacking.
Yeah.
Oh, that's an interesting. And he rolls.
He tried to get me off balance. So see, now I'm switching. I switched the grip on his arm so I can free my left arm.
Can I ask you a question? Like, was there a chance he sweeps you here?
I mean, there's always a chance, but very
Like that?
Yeah, but see, my left arm is free.
Oh, so you can post.
Yeah.
Why was your left arm
Bill
free? Oh, because
Handel,
you were using it to get
you
it.
went from Marjorie, who
Okay.
is in sometimes
And
in
now
my life.
I tried the hook. Now you will see
Still got your arm.
but when I knew
Like,
he's panicking
dog.
because
That ain't no head.
he did a move that he completely opened himself up. Like I'm holding his left arm, so by holding the arm, that prevents him from defending the hook on that because his arm is being held across, so the arm
This
cannot
lady
block the hook.
has a
and-
haircut that
I mean,
The hook with your left leg?
yeah. So you see when he come up, but I would say, I mean, that's my guess, but Bushisha is he's a big guy. He's like 110 kilos, 112, something like that,
Which is,
245.
all right.
Yeah. So
What
He's
were
the-
you at the time?
less 220. Yeah, 220.
A nice
32 maybe.
slim 100 kilo. Okay.
So, his defense are not amazing. He's good, but he's not known to have amazing defense. So by being the big guy in the room when you train, you used to get out of situations because of your size. You shake people off. It's because of your size. You shake them off. You get off some bad positions. I could feel in the first fight, I'm side control. Suddenly he explode out. So I've seen him doing that a few of his fights. Not in the most technical way. Just I'm getting out, and he did because of his size. So and he did the same thing. Like he tried to stood up when I'm on his back. He completely opened up the hooks. You will see the next move. His head gonna come up, and he's gonna try to get off the floor.
So basically, come up, shake you off kind
And
of strategy.
there was no difference for the hooks. I put both hooks in straight away.
Why? Because everybody knows.
Oh, his arm is.
Yeah, I'm off balance.
Get
Yeah,
down,
see,
press.
I didn't bring him up. He
Nobody's
came
like,
up.
oh, fucking.
Yeah.
And now
No true Jew.
I'm attacking his
fucking-
neck, and he's
no
worried
true
about the hook.
Scotsman. No true Jew is eating
That's
on.
fatal mistake. That's
things.
like defense always
Let's
comes
get some
first.
fucking
Remember what I
lenders
just
you
said
would
now?
call that fucking
Defense first,
Jew
escape
bait.
second.
You know what's
So he's
bagels?
not worried more
Not
about the
kosher.
points than.
Garbage.
He's not.
Trafe. Fucking shit. Get
So
me
he
the
was
fuck
like
out of here.
a progression of
Really?
mistakes.
No.
That's why I think
Just
he
let me
got
fucking
frustrated
go
when he
viral.
couldn't take me down.
Yeah.
And then when I pull guard,
This is the worst
he was
fucking
frustrated that the
stream
fight
of all
wasn't going
time.
his way.
No one
you know,
cares.
he's very good about taking down. He tried over and over again for 5
And I
minutes.
got
And he
banned.
was frustrated
They
about the
still haven't
hooks. So
unbanned
it's like,
me. Some
it's almost like the
asshole, some fucking
frustration thinks like,
19-year-old
these hooks
prick
shouldn't be
fucking
there.
Like
banned
I
me.
pull guard on the grips that
Why?
I want.
Because he
He's
sucks
not
dick.
comfortable
That's
inside
why.
my guard. He's not
He's
in a position
probably in
that he
some
wants to
manga
be.
group
He's over
and
leaning
fucking
to
likes
his
to
left.
draw,
You
which
know,
is
to
fine.
not, he's not
But it's like,
engaging or
dog,
trying to pass.
And I'm sure he
He's
plays
trying
every
to get
fucking
the
game
foot,
out
but he's on
there,
his track.
but he's never
gonna get
fucking.
nowhere.
He doesn't know
And
what
then
to
when
do
I
on
slapped
4th and
him,
2.
some
You
of his
fucking go
words
for
are
it. That's what
collapsing.
you do.
You know, he couldn't take me down. I pulled guard, arm swept him. He
Really?
tried to roll me
Dog,
over.
if you're not going
No,
for it on 4th and
He didn't
2,
get me
go
anywhere.
fuck yourself.
The first
head coach is a
movement that he
pussy
tried
and
to
we all
escape,
know
I'm
it.
on his back.
This is the worst.
Now he's lost.
Yeah.
This is the
That-
worst. Do you always go for it on 4th and 2?
Standing up.
Motherfucker, I always go for it on 4th down. 4th
See,
and
both hook
35.
goes in no
Heave it,
defense.
bitch.
Like, there was nothing on the way of those hooks
Why?
because he tried
They
to
give you
come
4
up.
fucking downs
Coming
for a
up.
reason.
You're high enough on him to where the weight was just probably immense. It just felt too
Yeah.
heavy.
I mean,
Man, you're already going for the choke.
yeah, of course. There's no time to lose.
Look at that.
Yeah.
So you're not like worried I'm gonna get shaken off. You're going for the choke.
No,
Okay,
I'm
you
on
got
your
your
back.
right
There's
hand.
no
on the
shaking
lapel.
you off. I'm on your back now.
This is the
We're
absolute
in this together. And your right hand is opening up the lapel.
My right hand is holding his arm. I still holding the
Oh,
sleeve.
sorry.
Yeah.
Like you're holding the sleeve, but
Lady?
Holding the sleeve, and I'm
It could
already
be
going
better
for the
looking
neck
if you had more hair.
because
But literally,
I'm-
you and I have
at
this
which
same
point
haircut.
do you let
There
go
isn't
of the
anything
sleeve
sexy about
and
that
open
to
up,
me.
help with the lapel, or do you not need it?
no, I did that, but first I want to try to make it grip. Like then I need to establish control before I let go his arm.
Got it.
So I kept holding that a bit longer, and then when I felt okay, I have a good control over the back, then I let go.
Do you? Okay, so you have like a light grip on his lapel.
Did you
But you're
Linda's
thinking
gonna be
you
hot?
need
I need to adjust that.
Oh, fuck.
You need to adjust.
Yeah.
You're like holding it there, and you're thinking,
That-
okay, at some point I need to
that-
adjust.
All I want is to get
You
under
like
his
marching.
chin. Then I know it's
I
I mean,
just found
now I can go for it.
absolutely-
Because if it's over, there's no choke, right? The wrist needs to be under.
She is
Can you
I-
choke Bushesho
No.
over the?
No, I can't. That's just
Really?
not right.
Okay, it's
Anyway,
not right or it doesn't work.
it both. It's not right and it doesn't work. I mean, would you tap to choke on your chin? No, it's just pressure. You hurt, but it's not going to choke you out.
I don't know. I'm not. Let me argue this. I love this. Arguing with Roger Gracie about chokes. This is great.
I mean,
Okay.
yeah, I think you should-
Like clock choke it was always interesting to me because in judo it's illegal to have the gi around the face, and so it was kind of liberating for me to be allowed to have a gi around the face. No, it's just
Liberating.
no that you don't have to worry about it. Like, yeah, of course, it's more effective to go under the chin, but I'm surprised just because the amount of pressure. Like,
It's all about how much you can take it. You
Yes,
can take a
That's
lot.
the
it
voice.
feels like
No, it doesn't feel comfortable. I mean, sometimes on your mouth, it cuts your mouth. Now you're bleeding. It feels horrible.
no, but that's not the feeling. The feeling it might be a joke, but the feeling like it's a pressure that everything's just closing in.
But it doesn't take you anywhere. Like you're not going to go to sleep.
You might not go to sleep.
So it's just pressure.
Yes.
So pressure, it hurts, it's uncomfortable, but it's not going to break your face and it's not going to put you to sleep. So if I don't get the neck, I don't go for the kill. I'm holding his collar. My wrist is almost under. It's I'm trying to kind of dig in. If I can dig
This
in,
guy has the
then I will
shittiest
adjust the collar. But
background.
first, I need to dig in.
I dig in first, then adjust.
Yeah.
But can you do all that with one hand or not?
I did.
So you can tighten the choke with just one hand.
No, I need the second one to open the
To
lapel.
open the lapel. But you're like digging in with one
No,
hand.
I'm digging in under the chin.
Under the chin
Under is
with one
under.
hand.
Now I need to go deeper.
But the going deeper requires a second hand.
It does.
Okay.
It does.
But that requires you letting go of the other hand.
Yeah, I have to let go eventually. Yeah,
Okay.
see,
All right.
Yeah.
Well, that's over.
because I'm already under his. Like the first hand got under the chin.
Do you need the hand on the second lapel?
Yeah, of course, otherwise he turns and he's out.
That's to control the turning versus the tightening of the choke.
It does both. It helps tighten the collar and stop the person rolling out.
Why hasn't anything happened recently? I think people.
Were
start
you-
caring.
Feeling pretty good about this position?
Yes. I just felt I was getting tighter because he wasn't super tight from the beginning. He wasn't like the perfect choke. So we're still, I mean, I knew it was like it's very close to the end, but I still need to adjust. There was still the risk of maybe he escaping.
Is it possible for his head to slip out?
This
it's
is the
possible, yes.
worst.
But I'm closing that gap.
I hear.
I can't stand him. He sucks.
What did that
Somebody
feel
else has
like?
to think he
Relief?
sucks.
Relief. Like, awesome. Amazing.
Somebody on Reddit ask him about the cross grip he used to sweep, followed with the genius grip switch when Buchecha was
Why
inverted. Did you use a cross grip
appreciation
when you sweep? Did you?
I guess the cross grip in the arm.
Hired
That must be it.
Oh, that's the cross
Yeah.
grip. Okay. What's the genius behind that, or was that just the? Do you like that kind of grip?
Yeah, because I always like close guard, and no one wants to be in anyone's close guard, right? It's open guard is the step to pass. So everybody, when you try to close the guard, they bring the knee in the middle. Like if you're not standing, if you're lower on the ground, and the open guard, if you're close to me, you need that knee between. So it's a must. That's when I start developing the attack. I managed to have long legs to close my legs around people even with that. And then I just developed that sweep.
When did you start developing that?
I don't remember when, but I would say before black belt.
Okay, so your answer to that is not to figure out how to prevent them from putting the knee in. Is there an answer to that?
No.
The good guys will always
No, you
try to
can't
get the knee in.
remove the leg out of the way. That's not possible.
Well, maybe off balance them enough to where it's not.
No.
Okay.
I mean, you can try, but like it's hard. If you kind of balance,
Welcome,
you
welcome.
sweep.
How you living, Pam?
Right.
We got
So that
Ghost in
means
the
gonna
house.
see,
What up?
That's
Saw
a
that
full
one.
sweep. Yeah.
How are you? Hello. How's your day going? I hope you're having a good day. We're watching Lex Friedman. It's a podcast. If you'd like to talk, let me know. If you just want to chill, that's cool too. If you'd like to know all about me, I can tell you all about myself. Whatever you want. It's your world. We just live in it. So we're just gonna chill in the meantime. Glad you're here.
Because that's
I'm gonna send you a friend
is
request.
extremely common to have
Feel
that.
free to accept it.
I mean, if I'm on your
welcome,
open guard,
welcome.
if you have your
How are
legs,
you?
if I'm between both
What
of your
up,
legs in the open
Nikash?
guard, my knee will be between
Hope
your
you're
legs
having a
because
wonderful
it's a
day.
must. My knee cannot be on the floor.
Since Hanzo was there, what did he tell you before?
I think just motivate you. I think that's Hansel always did that fantastically well to motivate me, like for
Hello.
a fight, a match.
Hey, I can hear
I
you.
think
What's
that,
going on? How's your day going, Nikash? How are you? Excellent. I hope you're having a good day. I'm Rabbi Rothschild. Pleasure to meet you.
Are you playing as well?
Yeah. Are you 18 years old?
No.
Okay, then you have to go. I'm sorry. You got to take care.
Yeah.
Bye, Nikash. Shout out to Nikash, everybody. Bye-bye, Nikash. Nikash, you gotta go. Take care. All right, Ghost. We're gonna be watching the podcast.
The confidence,
Enjoy.
his energy being around you. I think that's is the great thing to have hands on your corner. It is the motivation
What
that
up?
he gives you.
What did you learn about jiu-jitsu in life from Renzo Gracie? We got to hang out with him in Vegas a little
What's
bit.
good
He's
in
a
your neck of the
character.
woods?
Yeah.
He's one of the-
Legendary Koosh?
I have absolutely nothing to do. So here I am.
Perfect, man. We're watching podcasts. You know what podcasts are? Of course you do. Absolutely. And we have Brutal Smug in here. How you living, pimp? I hope you're having a good day. We're just watching Lex Friedman with perhaps the greatest jiu-jitsu fighter of all time. Word, dog. But this person here, I told them they have to be 18 to be in here. Hold on. Yeah, I know I did. Because you have to be 18 years old to be in here. I got to kick you out. I'm sorry, you can't be in here. I don't have to do anything like that. Yo, dog, just leave.
Why are you harassing the homie, man? Leave. Yo, nobody wants you here.
Word, dog.
Literally.
Word, dog.
You want attention? Is mommy and daddy not giving you enough?
No.
I see that.
Yeah, boy.
Knee cash. You gotta go, my friend. I unblocked.
Pick them, bro. Just pick them. Block this account.
I am. I unblocked you so that I can ban you. Take care, my friend. Talk to me when you're 21. All right, there we go. Hey, we have a friend. Our friend is here. We're just watching podcast, but everybody's here. We've got a really great turnout for a Tuesday morning at 7:07 a.m. Welcome, welcome.
The historic coaches and jiu-jitsu competitors, but also personalities in the martial arts world, in the world in general. There's very few like him.
Hens is a fantastic person. It's like, what I've learned most from him is like, you can take any challenge. It's, doesn't matter when, where.
Yeah,
or,
sure. What would you like to say? What's going on?
It's,
That was my question. Thank you.
Sure.
Thank you. I thought you speak to me, and after I got the voices in my head,
Okay, ask whatever you'd like.
Where are you from? Thank you.
Affirmatia. They asked where you from.
Me?
Yes.
Yeah.
I'm from Poland. I am proud of this. Thank you for asking. And you?
That's cool. That sounds very prideful. I'm from New York, America.
New York, America, yes?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So that dude.
Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you too. How old are you?
And I am 20 for a half year.
Why did you think about it?
For what?
How old you were?
I'm not. You asked me.
Well, I'm 25. You
And
almost there, but
how do you feel? I mean, like, I will translate something for you because it's interesting us. I will share you a my screen. That will be faster.
I'm not even on now. I'm on my
Okay, so
PlayStation. I gotta switch into my phone.
no problem. No problem. I will read it.
I can't see it.
I can't see it either. Oh, now I can. Now, yeah, you can see what's going on. She's translating for you.
We have an age assigned in society, but we also have a hunch and instinct or consciousness. True. I know what you mean, like maturity. Yeah.
Yeah, you feel older or you feel young.
You talking about me? How I feel?
Yeah.
I guess I feel young, but not immature. Just young. I don't got back
Every
problems.
answer is helpful. Every answer is helpful.
Well, I know that I'm old, but I'm not old as fuck. I'm sorry, actually, I can't be cursing. My bad. I know that I'm old, but I ain't that old. You know what I'm saying?
Don't think that.
It's not a bad thing. I don't think it's a bad thing.
But I don't understand your first thing back.
You don't understand what?
Oh. I didn't understand what you talked about that.
Oh, okay. Yeah, well, that question is kind of confusing. It's
Why?
because I'm a little high right now, but I smoke some marijuana, so I'm a little dumb.
No, I yesterday smoked too, but I was take a break for 90 days because I'm practicing meditation every day, and on the workshop I have a paper, and I am writing on this paper every day. I meditation. After 19 days, I will buy something. This something is mushrooms. Yeah.
Oh, mushrooms? Okay. Nah, I don't mind about that life.
But
But I feel you trying to go in, you're trying to meditate with that, with a clear conscience, right? I guess.
yeah. It's important with my it's important. That's why I am prepared for this trip for 90 days.
Nice. Okay, that's interesting. For me personally, I just can't. I can't do that. Hey, Rabbi,
Yeah, what's going on, Pim?
have you done shrooms?
Oh, fuck yeah. I can tell you all about them. I can tell you all the best ways to do them. I've been doing them for almost 20 years.
Wow.
Yeah. They're pretty...
Yeah.
Uh,
I have microdose, but I've never done the full spectrum.
sure. I've microdosed. I've macrodosed. I've done moderate amount. I've done it all. It's pretty amazing.
I feel like the most I ever done would have to be LSD, like a tab, but it wasn't like, it's not like I wanted to. It's like, I just did it for my boy's birthday. He's like, yo, would you do it this one time for me? And I was like, yeah, I've never done that shit, like, ever. So I was very nervous and shit. I took it. It wasn't a bad experience. It was a lot of laughing. I couldn't sleep.
Yeah,
But
that.
then, I remember the walls were moving and shit. Like, they were, like, bouncing. And it was we were at his sister's birthday, and it was his sister's daughter's birthday. And I remember that we took that shit the day before, so we were up the whole day and night. And then the birthday was in the morning, and we prepared for it and everything. And then I passed out, bro, and I woke up like at 12 at night. Like, I slept the whole day. Like, I seen everybody when they came in for the party. And then I passed out and woke up, and everybody was just like trash, drunk, and shit. Like the party type shit went on without me. That shit was crazy.
LSD is amazing. I think it's one of the best feelings you can have. The body buzz is incredible. The visuals are amazing. It's cheap as fuck. It's very, very inexpensive. In comparison, like, think about it. If you wanted to have like a 12-hour, if you want to get high for 12 hours, it's more expensive to smoke a ton of weed than it is just a couple of LSD tabs. It's just very inexpensive for a lot of fun.
But wait, let me tell you one more thing. You know what's crazy? That day, my friend mowed his lawn barefoot and in his boxers with no clothes.
Just because he was fucking high on LSD.
Yeah.
I love it, man. I bet it was quite a sensation with all the grass on his feet.
And then he came back into the house and his feet were all green and shit.
Oh,
like little bits. And then we took his dog to the vet. He'd even shower, he threw his shoes on. And then his dog's a golden retriever. So we got covered in mad dog hair because he sheds a lot.
Sure.
He was covered in green shit from mowing the lawn and dog hair from head to toe. And then we went to Walmart like that.
Wow.
Yeah.
How was Walmart?
This was during COVID. You said why Walmart?
No, how was it?
I mean, it felt regular. We were just walking around buying shit.
Did you buy more than you normally would?
Yeah. I bought shit thinking I was at the crib type shit. I was broke.
There you go. So all in all, how long?
Damn, I have to take this shit with me.
All in all, how long did the trip last? How many hours?
I would say like 24 hours.
Wow. Okay. That can happen, certainly. That's a good trip, man.
I remember we watched the comedy show in the beginning, like when it started kicking in and shit, and that I felt like it wasn't funny, bro. It was just that. It was a little deep. It made it funny.
Yeah, which is great.
And my experience should support for receiving the outside experience. Is more receiving the inside experience or not.
I don't know. All I know is that the experience wasn't bad, but I would not do it again. That was like a one-time experience.
I got it because I have a very good experience after LSD, but after trip times, I got a very bad experience, and I was very good because I mixed LSD with weed and with alcohol, and it was the worst thing I did in my life. And I was closed in the jail, so it's not a jail. It's just they closed you up in psychiatric mental hospital.
Oh damn! It was like that. Shit. Well, I'm glad you're okay. That is OD. The most I did was mix it with. I mixed weed with it, but it didn't hit me bad. I was regular. I was just high.
I took two doses. I took 2 doses of sleep.
Oh shit.
Yeah. I don't know why I was like that. I don't know. I'm not as depressing as I was. I was as well. It was my first experience. I lost control about myself after drugs.
Damn.
Yeah.
That sounds life changing, I guess you could say. You know what I'm saying? I'm glad you learned from that, I guess, you know.
Me too.
Now you know better.
Yeah. I never lost awareness. I never lost that after drugs. Without without stimulants because the psychedelics, psychedelics, we are other cases. Stimulant is a heavy psychedelics are not the impact after influence and the influence after stimulants are others and after psychedelics are you know that but it's a very important message to everybody who ever has has delusion,
Like seeing stuff, like hallucinating.
Uh, I have only our voices in my head. That's only one.
Oh, like schizophrenia.
Uh, because you know what the doctor in Poland diagnosed me and it was very weird because he said that I will be sick for entire my life and that's not true because pills but other system of healing I mean the system who is very older than this what we have today. Today we have a lot of information about substance, psychotropic substance, but this is the stimulants and psychedelics are two substance psychotropic, yeah, right? But we have a problem because in what they are healing sick people psychotropic substance who is very bad influence on the awareness and the consciousness of people. After the pills I must take entire my life, I feel like my awareness is safe. I don't feel sensorical.
Oh, you feel like that medication it heals you, but it makes you numb or like dumb.
Yeah, I have a song for it. I have a song for you wanna hear it? That's a short song.
I
Because what you wish for it's important because I will be streaming for a while. I am education Polish community. That's important because I can I will say after I will start music because in Poland is you can say exclusion. I got sick. I am healthy now, and people don't wanna hear why I'm healthy. If they want to take this pills to feel second best. That's what I said. I will say I will say it is an English language. Check this out. Check this out.
an hour and a half from now, I'm gonna go buy some cleaning stuff. And I'm gonna clean my room.
Word, dog. That's the right kind of mentality to have. Clean that bitch up.
I'm playing Marvel Rivals and shit. I mean, this game is fire. Damn, I gotta stop cursing, bro. I'm sorry.
You're good, big dog.
I just be outside and it just comes to you.
That's a really popular game.
Yeah. I was surprised. How good it is. Gameplay. I fuck with this one.
you have to be ready. And with that war spirit that he has, he always took any challenge, ready or not ready.
Was it you that said it, or he said it? Where not until you go in, like if you really think about it, you might think that you're not good enough. You don't have the strength to take on something difficult.
I fully agree. I think we are measured not when we're on the strongest, but when we are on the weakest. That's when we truly measure ourselves, our character, who we are. Not when we're in a position of power, when we're in a position of weakness.
Have you surprised yourself, like how damn good you are? Like, is this really how good I am in this situation? Where in retrospect you might think, how the hell was I able to accomplish this?
Not how good I am, because otherwise I wouldn't be there. So being there in the first place, it's already not a great thing. But I say, every single time I found myself there, I was super proud that I've never cracked. Like, I've never gave up, ever, any second, any fight, never.
Never been broken in competition.
Never. Even, it's not about winning, it's about you giving up. I've never doubted myself. I always fought to the very end. Always. That I'm most proud of. Because there was moments, you're in a terrible position, mainly like there was moments that I was super tired, but like exhaustive tired, when it was easy to give up. Like I had nothing more to give, but I pushed. I took energy out of my soul, I would have to say, because when my body had zero, my spirit, my soul.
Is that in part just not allowing yourself to have to ever quit?
Yeah.
I have one other thing I regret. I remember like a blue belt match. I'm not gonna say who it was against, but just constantly fighting. A guy who was really good mount, really good guard passing, and I just remember him passing my guard. Eventually, it was just like a finals of one of the IBJJF tournaments, and then right away going to mount, and just I don't know. I remember that still. Like it's not about winning or losing, but I just remember I was like teary eyed, frustrated, and then I knew there was a lot of fights still left in there somewhere, and I quit, and I regret that to this day. Because I think the reason I regret that is because it gave me an option to now quit in every other aspect of life. Like that, this is an option.
Yeah, it is.
It sucks.
Yeah, it teaches you. It makes us stronger. I think it made you stronger.
Yeah, it makes you stronger that you did that, to learn that don't do that again. But still, like you said, just going to sleep and training, I do think it made me weaker. It did make me weaker in the rest of my life too. I've quit a few times in my life on small things, and you realize, okay, it's not that big of a deal. It's fine. Like, who cares? But that what you learn over time is that voice always comes there. Like, obviously, maybe it does for you too. Even at the highest level of like, it's not that big of a deal. Like, it's okay to quit here. Like, it makes sense. I really would understand. In some sense, like you're, many people would say you're past your prime in this match with the Buchecha. Like, it makes sense to lose. Yeah, I don't know. That's a weird voice, and in some sense, it's that voice and a voice that says like, "Why are you doing this? Like, this is silly. It doesn't make any sense. Just stop. Just stop. And shutting that voice down and never allowing yourself to quit. That's a really powerful thing. Like, everybody I've met, everybody that's successful, down to the even engineers, CEOs, Elon Musk, just never quitting. Like, when everybody around you is just quit, never quitting. It's weird. I don't know what that is. Might be genetic. It might be like using the stubbornness to just never allow yourself to develop that. It's basically developing a calluses to that voice that tries to tell you to quit. You never quit, huh? What would you attribute that to?
It's like how much you want to get to the destination you chose. Like, it's how badly you want to get there. It's if you quit, you're never going to get there.
And you always wanted to.
I always want to.
Is there some thing you remember from that match? Some things that happened before and after that stand out to you? Just since in Rio.
Yeah, there was an interview, like prior to the fight, there was a big fight. We were doing like media every day before. We were meeting, me and him, we were meeting for media. And it's like 5 days before, 5, 6 days before, I'm quite chatty. It's, the closer we get to the fight, the more focus I get, the less I stop, joke around, playing, with people. But I remember, I think it was maybe 3 or 4 days before, we were doing an interview together. And my cousin Kira was there. She was doing one of the interviews with us. And I don't remember exactly what we were talking about, but I just remember we were talking about the fight, of course. And then it was, we were standing beside each other. And I'm like, and then suddenly I jump in and grab him by the neck.
Mm-hmm.
I say, well, I'm going to tap you by the neck. And then he's like, very shy.
Yeah.
And then I let go. I say, no, I'm going to tap you by the arm. And I could feel he wasn't comfortable, with being there. It was, me saying that I'm going to tap him out. There was like, I was so relaxed, joking about it, but I'm joking that I'm going to tap him out in a fight that we're going to have in 4 days' time. And yeah, I felt he was like not comfortable at all.
Do you think you got in his head a little bit to give you a little bit of confidence?
Yeah.
You said that jiu-jitsu is a reflection of your personality. So both your jiu-jitsu and your personality, there's a calmness. What is that? Why are you so calm? Is there like an ocean underneath that's boiling? Is this developed or is this your personality? Are you basically leveraging who you are already to develop a game around the jiu-jitsu, or did the jiu-jitsu make you calm?
I think both. I was always very calm since I was a kid, since very young. I was never very, fiery person. So that is a reflection, it reflected on my jiu-jitsu, my life, on my fights, the way I fight. So it's a direct influence of my personality. And I think it's also, in the day, you develop the more you practice, the more you fight. Is like, you don't want to get nervous, you don't want that adrenaline, and so you just learn how to shut that off from your mind. So the less I thought about it, it's like how many times I fought. Let's say the week before the fight, that's when you start getting very close. Before it's just far away. It's normal to think of the tournament. You get a bit nervous, but it goes away quick. But the fight, the week before, now you're constantly thinking of that day. And every time you think, adrenaline pumps in, your heart accelerates. It doesn't, it makes it's like, why am I feeling this? What difference will it make? So you're shutting that thought out of your mind because you don't want to feel the adrenaline, your heart accelerating. It's not going to add you anything. So it's, it's the practice also that I think it helped me to shut that off my mind.
Has that helped you in regular life?
Yeah, of course. It's, with somebody, when you go into any situation that might be stressful, like an important meeting, super, whatever it is, it's like, how much would you worry about that before? Worry is not going to help you anywhere. It's the opposite. Just going to make you more nervous. Your heart will accelerate. Your ability to think clearly is going to be damaged by that. So it's like the more calm, the more relaxed you are, the better you can think of.
Do you ever get angry?
Yeah.
Like in traffic? Do you ever get like not calm, just like you're screaming?
Not in a screaming, no.
But just angry.
Yeah.
What does angry look like? Is it still calm?
Yeah, like a few seconds of complaining, but then it goes away.
Have you ever like thrown a cell phone at a wall or something like that? I think.
No, I never get that angry. That's just silly. It's like it's. If I would have done that, I would not be able to control my emotions prior to a fight. That would be a
Yeah, so that,
reflection.
letting yourself lose.
Yeah.
Uh,
And losing control that will reflect other.
think in part made you more emotionally closed off from the world. Like you're it's harder for you to be vulnerable to others.
Probably. Yeah, but I heard that a few times. I'm emotionally close. It's maybe that I think that influenced.
Have you ever cried in a movie?
For not for many years, but for that thing, maybe I'm getting older.
Do you remember the movie?
Something that's a silly movie. I mean, it's no. I mean,
Is it The Notebook?
no, I mean, I would say the last few years I've been crying more than before for some reason. I don't know why. Like silly movies, like nothing suddenly brings tears to my eyes.
Yeah. Well, I already just having met you and interacted with you, I can see that you're kind of opening your heart and mind to the world. You could see like here's this historically great athlete. Now like the wars have been fought and you're now like waking up to the world. It's cool to see.
Probably I'm bringing my guard down now. I don't have to keep it up all the time.
That's a fight. You can even do some podcasts. You said you watch like movies beforehand sometimes. Mentioned Braveheart. What were you doing? Did you watch something beforehand, like the day before?
I used to, there was like, I think Braveheart and Gladiator. I mean, there's a few others that I've always watched the day before. Because the day before I used to do nothing. Yeah, I just want to be at home, in bed, watching TV, like saving, energy, stretching by myself. So it's like, just want to save energy. I don't waste my energy going out, going around. So, those are the movies that I always like to watch. Kind of try to bring some, hyper excitement. It's like, I'm getting ready to war tomorrow. So I'm like, let me watch some period into me.
Yeah, what is that about human nature? Braveheart, I love even more. Should you put your life on the line for a thing that matters or run away just so you can live? It's like running, you may live, but like years from now, when you look back at this moment, would you trade all the days just to come back to this moment
and tell the English?
You could take our lives, but you can't take our freedom. I mean, oh man, what is that about human nature? Is there some aspect of like the glory you were able to achieve being more important than anything else? There's some aspect of that's greatness,
Yeah, I never pursued glory, so it just came, it came with it. But that was never my goal. I never cared for glory.
Were you able to experience like I'm at the height of this thing? Whatever humanity is able to achieve in various things, holy shit, I'm flying.
I felt like no one can touch me. I can destroy people. Yeah.
For long periods of time or just momentarily?
I always knew, from before I got to a black belt, that like I can be great because I used to train with the best in the world. I used to, for many years, and I used to see my progression with and everybody else. So I knew I was getting somewhere. I knew I could be the best, and that was always my goal since very, very young. And I always believed that I could be, and that over the years that kept telling me over and over again, because I'm getting better and better faster than everybody else. So I just need to carry on with what I'm doing.
But I think you've said that you wanted to, and maybe you thought you could be the greatest of all time, like at the very beginning, like when you sucked.
Yeah, not the greatest of all time, and I never really thought about that. But I thought I'm going to be the best in the world when I sucked.
Okay, so what is that? Like that self-belief? Is there a component to that self-belief being a prerequisite?
It's difficult to say because that was a decision, I think. Like, why did I believe that I could be? I can't tell you that because I don't know.
But you think you decided to be?
I decided to be, and I believed I could.
I think there was like a day somewhere when you were young where you're like, huh, you're sitting on a couch eating Cheetos?
I don't think it was a day, like a moment, because for many years I wasn't really training much as a child. I've done a bit of. I used to train and then stop. Done a bit of judo. Never stay away from it much, but until like from 10 to 14, I barely trained jiu-jitsu much. I used to. There was no Gracie school near where I used to live, and I was doing. There was a judo school. I used to go twice a week. I went to a jiu-jitsu tournament. I lost in 5 seconds. Left crying. The guy, he pulled me in 5 seconds. Anyway, so when I was 14, I went to the south of Brazil to see my uncle Helion, to spend such summer holidays. I was there for 4 weeks, I think. And when I got there, my cousin Hollis was living with him. Hollis, like, bigger than me. He was, I think, 4 years older. So I was 14, he was already 18, 17, 18. Purple belt competitor, what it meant to be a Gracie in terms of having a school, teaching, training, living that, jiu-jitsu lifestyle, what a Gracie meant to be. And I've loved that. I was out of shape. My uncle was like, was incentivizing me to lose weight, to train, but you're not training. Why? It's like, you're out of shape, you need to diet. So I used to run every day. I was eating super well. I started changing. So when I got back to Rio, I was super motivated to follow up, carry on. And he invited me to go back there to live with him, but I couldn't. It was too soon to change schools and everything. My mom said, no, but maybe next year, if you want to go, you can. So I kept that in my mind. Next year, I moved to the south to live with him. I was 15. And it was him, my uncle Helion, and my uncle Crowley. They both used to live very close to each other. They used to have their own schools close to each other. So I was with both. And I stayed there for almost a year. I was the youngest in the academy. There was some, blue, purple belts, normal guys, but they were already competing, training ahead of me. And I just joined the group of training. I didn't compete while I was there because there was no competition that then. And I wasn't really ready, but it's not about competing. It's more about the training. And I started training every day, started improving. And a year after that, when I came back to Rio, I was already on a mission. I was like, I love this. I'm just carrying on training every day with my uncle Carlos Gracie Jr., Gracie Barra. And when I got there, I was training a little bit there before, but just 14, 15. But when I got there, there was one of the most competitive, one of the biggest jiu-jitsu school at the time. There was so many high-level world champions, competitors in every single belt. And I've kind of joined in with that. And I've carried on. I don't remember when, but I remember, looking and saying, I'm going to be the best in the world. But I was at the bottom of the stairs. No one really believed me. I didn't shout, to disguise, but, I told a few people, I'm like, I'm going to be the best. And that's, I think, I was just losing, but I've never, ever diverged from that mission, I would say.
Did anyone believe you when you said you could be great?
Nobody.
Did it matter?
Didn't matter. I don't care. I don't need.
Even people that love you.
Everybody, my mom, my dad. No one in my family thought I was gonna be here today. Nobody. Because I just started late. I've never had any start that people, that kid's gonna be really good. I was a chubby kid that didn't barely train. People used to look at me, just another Gracie. This, one more.
What do you learn from that? Do you think most people lose that self-belief? They quit when everyone around them doesn't believe?
Yeah. I think if those that need approval, yes.
I see you shouldn't have approval.
I never need approval from anyone. I don't care if you believe me or not. Not my problem.
It's tough. I don't need approval, but you're surrounded by people older, wiser, better than you, and they're kind of directly or indirectly saying you stop being silly, kid?
No one ever told me that because that was not something that I used to say all the time. I maybe say it just very, very few times.
I just want, maybe that's the secret. Is don't
Of course, I mean, if you start shouting, then you're just being silly. Then it's not what you really want. Then you're saying that for other reasons. If you say it over and over again, because you shouldn't. I mean, that's why.
Well, to push back, one of the reasons you might want to say it is to find the right people that believe in you.
Yeah, but no, if you say it over and over again, then you're just bragging.
Sure.
Because one thing is to say it, but the other one is to do it. So it's, you said it once or very few times, but now you have to do it. Saying is not helping you getting there.
Was there sacrifices you had to make?
Everything. That was my priority in life. Everything was secondary.
Like social life, career paths, all
everything.
And as from 14, 15, 16, as you get better and better and better and better, it was just becoming sharper, the focus on this thing.
Yeah, it's just over and over again. It's, it's just training. And I mean, how many times I lost, I have no clue.
So on the mat, you were getting beat up.
I'm getting smashed by everybody. People my age, I was chubby. I was physically weak. I mean, I'm tall, but physically, I'm not physically strong. I'm normally strong for my size, but physically, if you want to measure strength, I'm weak. Because, we can measure strength lifting weights. I'm weak. I don't lift. I lift weight same as people much lighter than me. Everybody my weight lifts heavier weight.
And the people that train with you often talk about how
they're
strong you
super
are.
strong.
Yeah.
Because I generate a lot of strength. I can create. I put myself in the right angles so that I can be strong. I'm not strong. And the only person who I listen to saying that is Cumprido, one guy that I fought, Rodrigo Medeiros. I fought him a few times. And he's the only one that I heard saying about me that's like, no, Roger's not strong. He's not. He's technical and he can create strength, but he's not strong.
He meant that as a compliment?
Yeah, I think so. No, I think he was honest because I think he's the only one who could see that.
Yes.
So I think that's a compliment.
So he's technically good, really strong. So you had incredible matches with him.
Yeah.
Is there insight you have about how you went from a person who was not very good, but had a dream, a confident dream, a vision, to somebody that was actually good? Was there something to the practice sessions? Were you getting reps on a specific techniques?
I'd never done anything special because I'm in a gym training equally with everybody else. So I never did anything on the side different than anybody else. So I was in the school training the exact same way as everybody else.
Well, in terms of schedule, yes, but can you reverse engineer what was going through your mind? Because there's so many different ways to actually mentally approach the same exact training session.
I'm going to try to beat you.
Okay. So it's, in some part it's competitive.
Yeah.
Like at the core of it is I want to be better than these particular people.
You're going to keep beating me. I'm going to keep coming back at you.
And to do that, I have to solve problems. I have to figure out how to do stuff well.
You catch me once, I'm going to keep on coming, trying to not get caught in that.
At which point did you develop a game that was basically the famous white belt game of the very basics, the very fundamentals of jiu-jitsu? Like saying, I'm going to beat you.
Never. There was never a conscious decision to try to have a basic jiu-jitsu first. I think there's a big misconception there.
Okay.
My jiu-jitsu is not basic.
Roger Gracie. It's not. You're right.
It's not basic. It's not old school. I think people, they just don't see that. It's extremely complex in a way that is the cross-collar choke. But the one thing that people, they don't realize is not the move is you need to practice the move until you learn. When I say years, I'm like years after I was a black belt, I was able to choke people out with a cross collar choke in the mouth effectively. Years after I got my black belt. So that's something that you learn first day, first week. So I can teach you. It makes no difference. You know the theory, but until you apply it, you help you. Of course, the more details you learn, the more tools you have to practice. But it's still very complex because it's not about the move itself. It's about how can you control the movement of the other person. He's resisting, you're blocking. You cannot predict what he will do, and he's doing a whole bunch of moves to block you. Every single move you do, step of the way, because it's a progression of move from beginning to end till I apply the choke. It's a progression of move, and there's not one way to get that. There's many ways, because how many ways can you block? You can put healing with all that. That is the complexity of the position. But that goes for everything. Like every single move, my strong moves, I would say, it took me years developing them. Years. So and you're going to tell me that's basic? So go try it. What the other person is defending. That's the thing, because most of the things that I do, I've been doing them for years. Get it most of the times. That's the hardest. It's when they know what's coming and you can still do it.
And you said that the way you're able to do that, you just have to do it right.
Yeah.
What do you learn by doing all the steps along the way? And just for people who don't know, cross collar choke from the mount. So jiu-jitsu starts in a neutral place. There's people on their feet, and then you get to the ground somehow, and then there's the person on top and on bottom, and then there's a guard with the legs between the two people, and then you can get past the guard. As you get past the guard and you into side control and so on, you get more and more and more dominant positions. And so mount is considered to be one of the most dominant positions. It's when you're past their legs, sitting on top of their stomach, putting pressure on them. And cross collar choke is using their jacket to how would you explain that? To choke.
So I have the collars. I put my both hands on your collars, and when I squeeze, it press your neck, so it blocks the vein. You go to sleep. So you choke people with your hands in the wrist. You put them, you grab the collar, so you get the wrist around people's neck, and you squeeze.
Yeah, the discovery of that is fascinating. I mean, because it's interesting. It's like you can imagine there's all kinds of ways to choke a human being. What animals do it with their mouth, right? They put their jaws around and the fact that you can kind of discover this methodology of the right kind of positioning, and then it becomes an art form, of why this, why not this, right? Or why not this or something, to figure all that out.
We practice, that will come easy.
Over time, you figure out what works and what not, and then more further and further details and subtleties start to emerge. Anyway, on that process of being able to beat some of the best people in the world, and the thing they know is coming, what's the difference between the white belt doing that and Roger Gracie doing that? The thing that's so hard to explain. What do you think you're picking up? Is it some tiny, tiny details and muscle movements?
It is. It's many tiny details, because it's the whole movement itself. It's the perception from beginning to end. Every step of that movement, it's important and precise. So it's, you miss one detail on the way, you collapse. So when you're with the black belt has no control over the whole movement. He's thinking beginning and end. So he goes straight to straight to your neck, regardless. He cannot read the other person. If it's time to let go, if it's the time to go for a neck, should I be pushing here before I get my hand in? Is this the right time to go deep, or should I deal with this first before the second hand?
That's at the beginning. So it's at the white belt.
Yeah.
At the very beginning of the journey.
Yeah. The white belt, you just think, finish.
Yeah. And then as you progress, you see that there's this giant tree of possibilities that you're almost feeling your way down. I mean, Would you be able to teach? Do you even know what you're doing?
By the details.
But it's hard to convert it into words, probably.
No,
That's possible.
then you don't know what you're doing.
So what are some most important details that you could say? Maybe positioning of the hand, the gripping. Is it the positioning of your body, the posture? Is there some interesting insights?
It's a combination, because first you have to put your body in a very strong position that you don't require your hands to hold them out. So the choke is that's first, because I cannot use my hands on the floor to stop you escaping.
Yeah.
So if I had to, my body has to handle that. The way I position myself, I have to do it in a way that don't require my hands for balance.
Okay. Why is the mount such a dominant position? It doesn't make any sense, right? Like you're just sitting on top of the stomach of a person.
It makes all sense. If you think, forget fighting, forget jiu-jitsu, like you've never trained. What's the one position, the most dominant position you can get over another human being? One, the most. For you, which one it is? Like the most dominant position that you can get over another human being.
So if we were just, because the way I think about it is putting myself in like a 6, 7, 8-year-old self without knowing any martial arts, and I had an older brother who beat the shit out of me. Yeah, it probably was Mao. It was. But, well, yes. Okay, so we both didn't know. But if you knew something, it'd probably be back control.
If in the back control, you're under the other person. The thing being under is the most dominant position you can be over another person.
You mean like a back control?
If I'm on your back,
oh, like that.
You can move, you can roll. I cannot stop you rolling. Maybe you can even stand up. How dominant is that?
Yeah, but if we're the same size, we're both untrained.
It doesn't matter.
Have you seen kids do? They do that. Okay, Mao looks and feels like dominance when you're 2 8-year-olds fighting. Okay, I don't know why it feels that way. It could be some animalistic thing. Maybe it is actual dominance. I don't know, but it feels like if you're untrained, you can just buck your way out of it. It feels unstable. It feels unstable to hold Mao unless you know what you're doing, right? No?
But if you want to put both of your hands on the floor,
yeah,
just your hands. You think it's easy to take somebody off?
Yeah, maybe not.
You think it's easy to remove the hand and bring them out? The hands on the floor, arms straight. I'm leaning in.
Yeah, you're right.
I mean, you don't need to know fighting to hold yourself there.
Yeah, but you're right. When you take the arms off and balancing, then it gets tricky. Because when you're trying to, I think what happens, I'm thinking back to 8-year-old. My brother's 5 years older than me, and he would do the usual, like, stop hitting yourself thing. And I think he would be in mount, like hitting me with my own hands. From out of place of love, of course. I love him deeply, and it was very formative and positive experience for me. Okay, I think, yeah, the weakness is when he takes, well, when the person who has you out takes their arms off to do something.
But even if you keep your hands up in the air, when I'm falling,
yeah, okay,
when I'm falling.
So I'm speaking about untrained people. I feel like they get greedy. They try to do stuff.
The other day, I watched my 9-year-old daughter.
Yeah,
we're in a friend's house. There's a whole bunch of kids there. They're playing. And when I looked, she's mounting a boy her size. He cannot escape.
Well, he probably seen.
No, she trains. She's a daughter, a girl over a boy.
Has she seen footage of you? Maybe she picked up.
No, but she's been training for a year and a half, so she has an idea what mount is. But I mean, in terms about skills, I never taught her the mount. Yeah. She has, she had lessons at the academy like any other kid.
Did she make him cry? Or?
No, but he couldn't escape. And which other position would she be able to hold that boy? In the back, he would roll out.
That's true.
Like he couldn't come out from underneath her. She's their kids. Like there is no other most dominant position that you can pin the other person.
No,
because side control you have to hold the other person, and you're not free. You cannot release them.
But in side control, your hips are not on top of theirs, so they can't buck you off, right? Can you, if you're holding them a little bit, and you can hit them with one hand, but
His head is here. You're gonna hurt him here. But the time you're doing that, but then he has his arms free, and if you turn towards the legs, then he's away from your arms. He not even has a perfect angle. I mean, it is a good position. You can hit, you can dominate, but it's not the best position to be over the other person. He can knee you in the head. At the same time, you punch him, then there's a knee coming to your head.
I love playing devil's advocate with Roger Gracie about 2 8-year-olds fighting.
And your head is closer to his head. Yeah, maybe he can throw you a punch.
All right.
So would you choose to be in side control of a mount? Getting in the head?
Well, for a person who in competition prefers knee on belly over mount, but that's my weakness. That's my failure as a human being. Holding mount is,
But what is easy? Tell me
side
easy.
control and knee on belly is easier, but to
Knee on
submit,
belly is easy.
easier. I'm not saying black belt level. I'm saying, well, maybe even black belt level.
Easy for what? To hold somebody?
To make them squirm and hurt, to create openings.
Yeah, but go to there with a big guy.
Yeah, you can.
You can't. And he's gonna push you back and come up. In the mount, he can't sit up. Not when you mounted him.
The thing is also about mount is people on the bottom of mount panic more, so they fight
First they
harder.
panic. They expose. It's the most exposure you have. Because the person's arms are free. You cannot touch him. His head is too high. There's nothing he can do. His legs won't get you anywhere. I touch your lower back. It's like nothing. You most exposed in the mouth. I'd rather you hold me side control 1,000 times than mount me and have to look up for your fist come down.
Yeah,
Side control, I hug you, you cannot hurt me. Okay, hold me, but I'm hugging you. If I hug you tight, what can you do against me?
but it seems maybe it's just from, and again, I'm arguing just for the fun of it,
Yeah.
but it seems like a more difficult skill to learn to apply a huge amount of pressure and weight from mount.
You don't have to apply pressure and weight from mouth.
Not apply pressure, but to be heavy,
You
right?
don't necessarily need to be heavy.
You don't.
No.
Why do you, as people say, you feel extremely heavy?
If I'm being heavy, I cannot attack. I have to choose. I can be heavy just to penalize, just to pin them, take the energy out, to make them suffer. But the moment that I decide to attack, I can only be heavy if I'm sitting up straight. That's when all my weight drops down. If I'm high, then I'm sitting on your chest and on your solar plexus. That's the worst position to be seated on a person because that's where he breathes. So you're in a high mount, sitting up straight. That's when I can be very heavy. I can make people, feel my weight and, be very comfortable, but I'm not in a position to attack. The moment that I want to attack, my body has to lean forward. I have to approach the neck or the arms. The moment that I do that, my weight comes off my hips. It goes to my knees. The weight is off you.
But at that point, if you have,
Now I'm attacking. I'm no longer heavy on you.
but you want to be at that point to remove any of the defenses they have, or some of the defenses by getting their elbows.
Now I'm like either trying to get your collar or bringing your elbow across the top.
So what are some interesting details along the way that are tough to get to figure out? What were the big leaps for you from white belt to the best in the world?
You try to attack the neck, putting one hand in the collar. You're priving yourself that hand to place it on the floor. So now you're vulnerable to get bridged, to get rolled over. But if your hands are free trying to roll you over, you stop. The moment that you put your hand in the person's collar, now you have to be very careful with the body position. Very careful.
The distribution of the weight.
Yeah, and how how high you sit, how tall your upper body grows. And then the biggest challenge comes as you're trying the second hand. That's the for the choke, that's the biggest challenge, the second hand. Because you already have you already don't have one hand. Now you are trying the second hand, and if one of my hand is in, you as a defending yourself, you have two hands. One hand is already on one side. This side is getting attacked. You have two hands blocking that. I have one hand. There's no help for that hand. I cannot remove anything. That's the biggest challenge. Getting one hand getting past two and not getting rolled over.
But I also have to have two hands. On bottom, I have two hands and can also turn and do all kinds of stuff. Yeah. And my whole mind and everything is focused on that second hand.
It's a big challenge. It's hard. Very hard.
Is there an art to getting the first hand into a place where you...
It's less of an art because it's easier. I'll say most times I get my first hand in is when you're trying something. You're trying to escape, you're pushing. I get the first hand in as an opportunity.
It's going to sit there for a while. And now...
And I go as deep as I can. So the first hand, because the second hand is the hardest, I have to compensate the first hand to be as deep as I can. If I cannot get the first hand in deep, I won't try the second. I need that first hand deep, then I go for the second.
And it's deep and everything is like super tight.
Super tight. The first hand has to be super tight, otherwise the chance of failing is very big.
Does the opponent usually feel like they're screwed at that point also?
Not as you put in the first hand in. The moment that I position myself just prior to attempt the second hand, I think the way my body is positioned, the way I'm collapsing with my weight, and they feel it's like this is terrible.
Yeah, how long did it take you to figure out how to reposition your weight once the first hand is in?
Very quickly. But I get pretty tired.
Okay, so that there's all good feedback.
Yeah, because one mistake you out, like one off positioning you out.
But you still have to do that against the best people in the world.
Yeah.
Where's the way out for most people? Like, if you were in Mount against Buchecha, or some of the best defenses in the world.
The way out is obviously to defend themselves and prevent the first hand to get deep. And I'll say the best thing that they could do is try to change my positioning on the mount in a way that push me to a very low mount. Try to change the way I'm dominating, not to be, get me off the high mount, pretty much.
Are you always, is it a slow, is it a fast thing to go from low to fast, high mount?
Slow version. Because I need to beat your arms, because you're holding me down.
And the arms, it's come out.
It's a slow. It's a slow.
Okay. And it just, is there like a...
It's so I use my legs against your arms. So it's my legs pushing you.
Well, how do you get them? How do you get your legs into the elbows?
As long as it's, it has to come under the tip of your elbow, because now the legs will start forcing your arms up.
So your legs aren't like spread out there.
Your elbow cannot get inside my leg. Because that means I'm in a very low mount. And then I cannot attack. Because I cannot ignore that. But the moment that I attack, he will start pushing my leg to push me.
What's the secret to getting the second hand in?
There's two ways. Either you go 4 fingers inside, which is the hardest because with the moment that your 2 hands are defending, you'll be blocking the way. And I cannot clear an attack 2 hands against one. So I go thumb in, I go behind the ear. So my grip goes, because for you to defend, you need to get there. And when you get there, you elevate your elbow, you support the arm.
So you put the thumb in, and then there's the dreaded, like the other person just waits for you to loop the arm over.
Yeah, but this one.
It's once you get the thumb in, it's over. Okay.
No, but when I'm there, it's if I get because they're bridging, they try. I'm not using their hand to cross.
Now your head is.
My head is very close to the floor. When they try to bridge, my forehead will touch the floor. That would be used as a hand.
But it's not on the floor.
Not necessarily. Because if it's on the floor, my body's collapsed over you.
Yeah.
So there's no place for my hand for me to work on your neck. So I need some space between us. so I don't completely
You know,
collapse.
you can bob up and down. Kind of
Yeah,
bob
yeah,
up
but
and down.
I try to keep a gap between us.
So that pursuit that takes many, 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 many years. As you see Jiro Dreams of Sushi. Doing the simple thing that's not so simple, but it kind of looks simple. Of the over and over and over and over and over, and presumably getting much better
Very
with it.
simple.
It becomes very simple. But you're picking up details probably along the way. There's wisdom along the way. What is that? Is that there's like lessons that you just kind of accumulate over time? Like one training session, you'll see maybe like the positioning of the thumb, like this detailed positioning of the thumb or something like this. And then you like, okay, you like load that in.
They'll be very basic because there's not that many different ways. Maybe one, two. I just do one. Any other is not as strong because it's about getting a strong grip on the collar. I mean, the thumb it's the thumb goes inside. You know, is it the thumb in or 4 fingers in? But it's getting a strong grip on the collar. Because this is just holding and feeling strong.
So that's just two options. So it's the dynamic stuff along the way. Okay. And then some of that's timing too.
It's time.
Are you also like making people like faking them out, making them think about something else?
No, not that point. There's not, because I cannot fake anything else at that point. Because I will have to change my positioning to, maybe to fake an arm lock. Then I have to move out from that. So then I will lose the control I have.
So what's the process towards mastery? If you were to convert that to something that generalizes beyond jiu-jitsu, how can you get that good at a simple thing?
Practice.
So what,
That's it.
the same exact thing over and over.
It's just a matter of how long it will take.
So all that's true. That's true.
I mean, like I said, look how long it took me. People give up along the way.
There is intricacies to that journey towards perfection. Because there's a lot of people that do jiu-jitsu for decades and don't get better.
No, but they don't train the way they should. They don't train to get better. They train to get tough. There's a big difference. Most people, they train to get tough, so they are tough. You know, like we were talking before, they don't practice the weakness. You want to be really good at jiu-jitsu, you have to practice your weakness, not your strength. You have to practice everything, but you have to be equally strong in every position. They all exactly the same. You know, your guard, top bottom, side control, top bottom, turtle, half guard, mount, back. I mean, you pick, take down. And then you get into details of escaping triangle, applying the triangle, escape arm lock, different scenarios of, it's the one thing is defending the arm lock when you have your arms very close to your body. The other thing is to defend the arms when your arm is, it's almost getting, and then when he got your arm. So there's so many things to practice that you need to repeat them over and over again until you're confident enough that when you get there, you have a chance.
And you could do the same kind of thing for in the final stages of a cross choke from Martin.
I mean, of course, like you don't practice escaping the arm lock with a full arm straight because, that's gone. I mean, you practice escaping the arm lock. When he takes your arm, you have a chance of trying to escape, but you don't practice. Okay, take my arm. When I say go, go, I mean, you got, you pop the arm. That is like you get injured doing that. Escaping the cross-collar choke, escape not letting the person get there. You can escape, you can practice escaping triangles because, it's like, you have a way better chance of escaping triangle than, okay, mount to me, put both hands in my neck. I mean, it's all, don't be there.
What's the best submission you did?
The choke,
I'd say. Which position? If I gave you $1 billion to start in a position like in a submission, and you only get the billion if you get the submission, which one would you start? Cross collar choking, not from the back.
No. you have a better chance escaping from that.
Really?
Yeah.
Even with the hooks?
Even with
Do
everything.
you think some people disagree with you?
I don't care. I have a better escape. I have a better chance escaping from the back than if you mount me and put my hands on my neck.
So
I've been that
if
many
you were
times.
facing yourself, and I will give you $1 billion to escape, you would pick
From the back, 1,000 times over. Like
Really?
no comparison.
You have like with hooks, with like a triangle,
It
like
doesn't matter. You can do whatever you want.
a body triangle. Okay.
Like
Really?
1,000 times over.
So
Like
what-
no
So
question.
to you, the mount is a super controlling position. It's not just
Because cross collar choke in the moment they put both hands on my neck, you have to, your arms need to be very close to your body to attack. So that means there's very little space between us. So that means there's very little escape space for you to work on your escape. And the moment that you cannot bridge, let's suppose the person has a good mount, so you cannot bridge him off. What else? You don't have space to try to work on your defense. Being in the back, I have all the space around me to work on my defense in my arms. I have the mobility to breathe. So because of that, it gives me a much better chance. And I can move my body. If you're on my back, you cannot pin me. I cannot take you off my back. First, I need to defend the choke, but you have no control over my body. So that means there's still a lot of movement that I can try to use to escape. In the mount, there's no movement. I'm pinned down. I cannot move, and I have no space between us to escape.
well. The argument against that, this is great, is that on the bottom of mount, I do have my hands between. So you're saying they're pinned.
Between what?
I mean, you could get them in theory. You could somehow.
But there's no space. They'll be squeezed between our bodies.
If it's an incredible mount.
No, it does not mount. Like how standing. If I put both hands on your neck, if I'm going to go for the cross collar choke, after I get my hands in, the next step is to pull you close to me. So it's this. My arms needs to be close.
But I can there's the hands that could do something.
They can come in, but there's very limited space between us.
Yes. No, I mean to push your body away to
Only if we're standing, not if your back is against the floor.
Okay, the argument against the mount is, or the argument for back controls being the most dominant position is even though I have hands, I can't really use them effectively. As effective.
Not in the mount. There's no space. There's no space. You can try. I mean, you can squeeze your hand in. I mean, there's still things that you could do, but they're so limited.
So if you polled the 100 best competitors of all time, what do you think they would answer to that? Do you think most would agree with you?
I don't care. It will show me their skills, the ability to see.
Okay, so the perfect mount versus the perfect back control. There's no question.
For me, I mean, argue with me, like show me, because I'm not being stubborn, because I'm being
Scientific.
Exactly. So explain it to me why the back it would be harder, would be better to your position to finish the mount. If you can explain it to me why, I might change my mind.
I was trying to, but I don't have the cred. I'm like a middle school science student trying to talk to Einstein here. Okay. Besides you, who do you think is the greatest jiu-jitsu competitor of all time? Can you make the case for some of them? Marcelo, Buchecha, Leandro Lo.
I'll have to go with Buchecha, because look at how many titles he has. I mean, he has by far more than Marcelo. Marcelo stopped quite early. Leandro Lo has 8, but Buchecha is better than him.
What do you think makes Buchecha so good?
He's a heavyweight that moves like a lightweight. He moves very fast, but he's very agile for his size.
So the agility combined with aggression.
Yeah. So it's very hard to control him because he moves fast and he's 100 112 kilos, 115 sometimes, 110. I'm not sure, but he's about around that. So 240 in pounds. So when you agile 200 240 pounds, that makes it very hard to control you.
What about making the case for some others? What about the little guys? What about Marcelo? If you were to make the case for him being the strongest, what makes Marcelo good?
Marcelo Garcia is extremely technical. I mean, I think he's one of my favorite jiu-jitsu fighters because in a technical way, I think he's probably one of the best.
Those raw technique and a bunch of different positions, submissions.
He's not very powerful, physically he's not very strong, but he can make himself very strong, and his technique is very, very high level.
Have you ever trained with him?
No, I fought him twice.
Yeah.
He's much smaller than me.
What happened in those matches?
The first fight, I tapped him, I think, 5 minutes.
In what submission?
Choke from the back, collar choke from the back. And the second time I beat him by points, but very large. I think 12.
Actually, just to continue, I wonder if John Danaher would agree with you about mountain back. I can't wait to. This is a bear versus lion conversation. I'm looking. There's statistics about. I'm not letting this go. There's statistics about. Oh, look at that, Hodger. What do you know? Looking at Hodger Gracie's statistics for most successful submissions, choke from the back. Yeah, this is the most. So how do you explain that, Mr. Scientist?
Because people panic when I'm out. They turn the back. I choked them out.
That's one explanation. But for people, it is interesting that, of course, this doesn't capture, but this captures a lot of your major matches. And we should say that you've submitted most of your opponents, so you rarely win on points. You usually win submissions. Choke from back is most of them, then cross choke from mount. Arm bars a lot too. But, 18 from choke from back, 12 cross choke, 10 arm bar, 5 RNC rear naked is for no-gi. Okay.
So Ezekiel is very powerful. I use is a strong weapon.
Yeah, also from mount. Oh, that's when you can't get the one hand in.
No, because the Ezekiel most times I use against people is the attack that as soon as I get to the mount, when they're trying to escape, they open up and I get them. It has to be at that initial time.
So it's not a thing you use to like bother them in order to clear.
Either I get it right away or I don't bother to try much. Because you need to keep one hand behind the head, and you're naturally on that position as soon as you mount, most of the time. And the moment that you mount someone, no one accepts that they go mounted, they're going to explode to get out. So holding the head, it gives you a better way to dominate them initially. To deal with that explosiveness on the beginning. But then you have to let go to try. You're very limited holding the head.
In terms of GOATs, Shanji, I feel like he doesn't get enough credit that he deserves. He had an extremely dominant performance in competition. What about Salo and Shanji Hibera? What are your thoughts about what makes them so good? He had a bunch of tough matches with Shanji.
Yeah,
and Salo.
8 times. Yeah, for 8 times. Shanji. I fought Salo once.
What? I think I'm bringing up a sore point. Did Shanji tap when you or did the time run out? And that was the last time you guys faced each other.
Yeah, 2008.
That was incredible to watch. Also, I think you pulled guard with 1 minute left, working towards attacking. I mean, it's probably very tough to get anything. And, for people who don't know, time ran out. You had something that looked like an arm lock, and Shanji looked like he may be tapping, but it looked like he might be just celebrating.
I'm not sure. I'm not sure. I'm not sure because I think his arm just straight his arm time finish. Yeah. So I'm not sure if he was tapping to let go of time's up, or because I would say most likely the time is up.
Yeah, and also there's a thing when you realize there's only 32 seconds left. You used to kind of start celebrating. You realize that Hodger's not going to be able to finish this arm bar in the time left, so you start celebrating.
No, I think he tapped to say the time is up.
Yeah, the time is up. Anyway, what do you think that the longevity, especially, is impressive with Shanji? How
I
long?
think he doesn't get credit as much as he deserves because he pushed his career very far, and the last few years he wasn't his best. So if you would have stopped before, people would remember him on his highest, but he kind of pushed more than his peak, let's say.
How hard is it for you to walk away? We'll talk about the journey to MMA as well, but you basically, especially with the second match against Bucheshi, basically walked away on top, beating arguably the greatest competitor of all time, and just walking away.
It wasn't that hard, to be honest, because that was something that I was considering for a while. Because the last few years of my career, let's say, it was fighting MMA at the same time I was fighting jiu-jitsu, and it's very challenging to do both. Like, there's not another person who ever did that. Because the training is a confliction with the way you train. Everybody who starts doing MMA, start focusing MMA, their jiu-jitsu gets worse because they stop training with the gi. Everybody, no exception.
Was your jiu-jitsu also getting worse?
No, because I made sure I kept training with the gi and kept fighting at least the world championship once a year. That was my goal. I'm going to go for MMA, but I love jiu-jitsu and I still want to fight at the highest level. So I kept fighting once a year for a few years. It was a challenge, especially because the 2 or 3 times when I competed at the Worlds, it was right after an MMA fight I had. And then, no gi don't have the grips. So my grips, it made a big difference on my grips. So I was weaker grip-wise. So I felt that. So I knew it was like it's a necessary risk because if I cannot be 100%, so why am I doing this? But I'm stubborn. I love jiu-jitsu. It's like I love fighting jiu-jitsu. I never loved MMA. I liked it, but I think if for race I wouldn't done it.
So the thing you felt the most is the grips.
Yeah.
Could you win a gi world championship without gripping?
No.
Like just pretending it's no gi match, they get to grip you, but you don't.
No.
So grips are essential.
Of course. And how can you choke someone? Like if your grips are weak, your forearms will fatigue, and then you will have no power, and then you cannot do anything.
Yeah. You can still unlock. So I meant more not for the submission, but for the control of the game of it.
But you need to grip to get there. And if your grips are weak,
you also have grips in no gi. Can't you use those grips?
No.
It's a thought experiment. So I'm trying to understand how essential.
You gotta know the guy go fight with the gi. You panic.
Panic, of course. Everyone panics. A bear panics when they're in the water with a shark. That doesn't mean the bear can't still win when it stops panicking and relaxes.
It's not possible.
That's another discussion. Can the bear beat a shark in the water? Actually, I need to maybe a polar bear because they're pretty good at swimming. Okay,
I say not possible for the no gi guy to learn.
But the bears is a further discussion. What was to you the biggest difference between mixed martial arts and jiu-jitsu? What are some interesting differences, some interesting insights, even just about the grappling within both sports?
So the biggest difference for me between MMA and jiu-jitsu is first is the speed. Like jiu-jitsu, like a 10-minute match, I can take my time. There's no dangers that forces me to move fast. MMA, you have to be 100% sharp and fast from first second of the fight. Because punches are coming, you can get knocked out anytime. One mistake, you're out. Jiu-Jitsu don't have that. Like I don't have to worry about quick submission because it's all about the way my body is positioned. You know, my grips is easy to avoid. It's easy to see it coming. Like it's like a quick submission, a surprise. It only works if you make a mistake. If you're not correct position, otherwise it's impossible. It's extremely difficult. MMA is not. I mean, one split second mistake, and when the person comes, you have to respond. You have to match his pace. I mean, you can slow down, but it's like you're forced to respond. So that much fast. It's a lot more physical, a lot more, and you need to be physical much better conditioning, faster. It's explosiveness. It's much harder.
Is it possible in MMA to calm things down?
If they change the rules, yeah. 5-minute rules, no.
I see. So, like, I just meant actually, technically speaking, is there ways to take an opponent that's being exceptionally aggressive?
You can clinch, but then he takes you down. He keeps moving. Something is hard to control. That if you play defense, you save more energy than if you try to be aggressive and respond.
And even getting to the clinch is very difficult.
Yeah, and you have no way to hold yourself there. So that was the biggest challenge for me in MMA is the speed, because I'm a very slow start fighter. If you look at my matches, I start very slow because if I go hard, I fatigue faster. So for me, that was the hardest part is to start fast.
What about on the ground? Is there something different, more challenging on the ground?
Being in the bottom, yes. There's punches.
Yeah, how fundamentally different is jiu-jitsu with punches on the ground?
Changes everything. Everything.
Which parts?
The distance that you allow your opponent to be on you, the techniques that you choose to apply. You have to. Your body has to be aware of the punches, and you are a lot more limited when you attack.
Like, so you're known for your close guards. How does your close guard have to adjust? How does the positioning of your hands have to adjust when you're on the bottom of close guard?
So in the guard, especially in the close guard, you have to either keep the person very close to you, or you have to kick him away. That's in the guard. It's either I'm hugging you or get away from me.
And in jiu-jitsu, you're allowed to have a middle.
Yeah, and jiu-jitsu, there's a lot of you can allow the person to be.
What about getting arm lock or triangle submissions from the guards? Is that fundamentally different because you don't have the middle game?
It's much harder. There's barely no open guard in MMA. Barely. Because the open guard, there's a distance between you and him. Yeah, there's a distance how you cannot control. It's much harder to control that punch coming. And I had to position myself a way to block that. And it limited my attacks, my options of attacks.
Is there a reason, correct me if I'm wrong, Donkey, is there a reason for that?
It's harder with the explosive person because it's when they're moving fast, then you have to try to slow them down.
So you like guards that allow you to control the person? And close guard is the ultimate control.
No, it's not ultimate control, but close guard puts you in a position that I'm attacking and you're defending. You cannot attack me from my close guard. We can argue that there might be 1 or 2 attacks, but it's very, very, very limited and depends who you're fighting against.
I hate the close guard. Like being on top against a good close guard is
No one likes it's terrible. Yeah, it's one-sided.
Yeah.
So you're in the guard and it's one-sided. The person in the bottom has the advantage. I can be completely relaxed in my close guard, and I cannot be completely relaxed.
You know what the most annoying thing is? Is somebody who is both good and extremely confident with the close guard. Because they have that smug energy about them. They know how much work it takes to pass this. Anyway, especially people with longer legs. Is there something you wish you did differently in how you started training in MMA, in that trajectory, in figuring out how to train, how to get good? Like, what have you learned about getting good at MMA from having done it? If you were to start now, for example.
I think I'd have to dedicate it more. I didn't dedicate enough.
Both like literally time, number of training sessions,
Training,
but also mental,
training wise, physical. Yeah, I think a lot more the physical part of it.
the strikes,
The
everything.
strike from the beginning, it's because I mean I love jiu-jitsu. Like I truly love all the aspects of it. Fighting, training, the practice, the competition. I don't have that for MMA. So it's hard to give your heart to it, something that you don't have passion to it. Like jiu-jitsu, I gave my heart to it. Like I did everything that I had to. MMA, I didn't do that. So that's why it was, I won't say it was wrong for me to have to do it, because I don't regret doing it. I always, looking back as a kid when I decided to take jiu-jitsu for life, I already knew that at some point I would have to do MMA. There's almost like that's the path of a Gracie. When you're ready, you go do MMA. So
There was like
there was
a duty versus a
Yeah.
love.
that was not a choice. That was like I have to. It's just the life I took. You will lead that way.
Are you proud of that stuff? Go against the natural love and towards more duty.
I think I don't regret it, because if I hadn't done it, I would feel there was something missing. So I don't regret doing it. I would regret not doing it.
The tricky thing is the choice to go to MMA could have compromised your ability to win against Buchecha, and it didn't. Then it's a fascinating case study. It still doesn't make sense to me. After all those years, you're able to come back and go against the best person in the world and beat him.
And I had to, because the first fight we had, I had something stuck in my throat for a long time. I
So
had,
you think about that.
oh yeah, I'm like, as soon as that first fight finished, I had said that got stuck in my throat. That I already at that point I knew I'm gonna have to fight him again. I knew. I always knew. Because there's no choice. I have to.
Oh man! All right. Well, in terms of no-gi, who do you think is the best no-gi competitor of all time?
There's no question. Gordon is. I mean, I don't think it's right to say the best competitor of all time, because he's still very young. I think that's something that it can be argued in the end of when the person.
You don't want to get lazy. You know what I'm
No,
saying?
no, I mean, but you cannot praise someone in the middle of his career, So you cannot call him the best ever. He's 26, 27. So he's great. He's very good. He's ahead of all of other competitors, I think. And he's having an amazing career. He's doing amazingly well. So when he finished, when he finally retired, then you can argue like.
You know what? There's wisdom in that. It matters how you finish, right?
Of course.
It's very interesting.
I think the no-gi is relatively new. The no-gi scene. No, there wasn't a scene before. I think he started now on his generation, his time. Because before, like when I was competing, no-gi was just ADCC. There's nothing else. Every 2 years, and first was only in the Emirates. You had to go there to compete. So there was not even a scene. It was like this one tournament that gives a lot of money to, to competitors, to fighters. Then brings fighters from other modalities. Mark Van Arsdale, some wrestlers, Greco-Roman, that can compete against each other. And they create that set of rules, try not to favor anyone. So that was it. So you cannot be called the greatest no-gi of all time if you only have one tournament every 2 years. Only in Emirates they have to be invited to. But I think now, it grew a lot Now we have so many different tournaments. Now we have a scene. You have people that only train no-gi. They're fully dedicated to no-gi. And you have supervised different tournaments. So now now it's professionally. You can do just no-gi now, which before was unheard of it because you have 1 or 2 tournaments. If you cannot be called a no-gi fighter, fighting once every 2 years, twice every 2 years.
Yeah, now there's entire systems that are optimized for no-gi that could be fundamentally different. Like, what do you think about the body lock? Like this passing with the body lock. I don't know if you get an understanding of it. That
I think it's okay.
it's a popular way to what is it? To apply,
Stay tight,
to stay tight.
very close to your opponent, so he can create distance. He can push away.
But somehow it shuts down the hips as well.
Yeah.
Makes it more difficult to.
And trap your legs. Your back is stuck against the floor.
Are you like scientifically curious about these new developments? Do you think? Do you have answers in your head to them?
Most.
The body lock is one interesting one. Obviously, foot locks is another, and not only just the foot locks, but the whole like control aspect of foot locks. That's interesting. There's other interesting stuff. John is really into the wrestling aspect, but not wrestling, but wrestling everywhere. Jiu-jitsu at all levels of the plane. That's very interesting because obviously jiu-jitsu has not really been. Unlike like freestyle wrestling and so on, it's not been like a systematic, scientific, rigorous exploration of wrestling. It's like you're on your feet and you're on the ground. There's a lot of interest.
John is academic. He tried to, numbers, mathematics, everything.
But you kind of are too.
Yeah. No, I mean, I am, because you have to understand what you're doing. There's everything. There's a step by step. Like logistic, like details. Every single move, there's a reason for it. There's things around that happens. The more you know, the better you are. Like the more knowledge you go, compared or whatever. So I think with the footlocks, with the no-gi, like if you look back, if you think of, it used to be seen as a really bad thing to attack the foot. It wasn't seen as a good options of attack. Mainly,
what is that? Respectable gentlemen don't attack the leg or what?
No, because if you look back, with the tournaments, when they were created, all the rules and everything else was to simulate a real fight with no punches. When now we have the no-gi. I mean, if you ask, what is jiu-jitsu? Like, what are you trying? What's the main goal of jiu-jitsu? To dominate your opponent. What's the main goal of fighting? It's we're fighting. It's, of course, submission is the ultimate goal. But before that, the main goal is to dominate you. Like we're fighting, I have to dominate you, and then the submission comes. And footlocks, I don't require any domination on you. I don't need to be in a dominant position to attack your foot. And if I attack your foot, you're still free to knock me out. If your body goes down to my foot, I can still come close to you or stand up and I'll punch you. So it's not a good position to be in a real fight. Yeah, to attacking the foot. I mean, how many times you've seen that going bad? That went bad in an MMA fight. I mean, of course, you had some sort of success with the heel hook. It's no question. But how many times went wrong? People were knocked out attacking the foot. So you can't say it's the best position to be. It's okay to go, but it's a very high risk position to go. So that's why it's not in a real situation seen as a good thing. So when you translate that to jiu-jitsu, when attacking the foot, it's not seen as a good thing because when you reflect that to a situation, it's not going to go down well. So it was always seen as an easy way out, easy path. You're trying to do the easy path. You can't pass my guard, you can't dominate me, and then you're just trying to attack my foot. That's why it was always seen as not as the best great submission, a way to win.
But the sad side effect of that is it was completely underdeveloped because of that.
Exactly, of course. So people never really developed that. But now, the tournaments, the fighting, it got completely, not completely, but it got so, it's no longer seen as, as a simulation of the, now it's a sport. It's only seen as a sport. So now to attack the foot. It's not seen as a bad thing anymore. And now it got really developed.
I don't know. That's another bear versus shark question, but there's in a street self-defense situation, it's possible to imagine where footlocks would be effective for a highly. But I guess if you invest 10,000 hours, it's better to invest it in
They got rid of everyone
chokes.
except the people who
It's a dominant. If I were fighting, it's way better for me to be in the side control on the mount, but I can continue to be completely safe, than to stay inside the legs trying to attack the foot.
But people would argue that there's a lot of very dominant controlling positions in the whole footlock game, right?
It is, but it can go bad very quickly.
This,
No, I mean, there's some great ways to control someone that he cannot escape, but it can go bad very quickly. That's the thing.
well, even back control can go bad very quickly on the street. So mount, I don't know. Is mount a really good
But
position?
then there's no good position.
There's no good position. There's
every position there's a risk. Okay, attacking the foot is a way higher risk than side control, mount, back. That's what I'm saying. The back is not the best way to pin someone unless you underneath. Because if you try to rotate, I can sacrifice the back and just let you pin the mount.
Okay, there you go. Would you prefer mount or back mount where they're flattened? Like
Still mount.
That is such bullshit. Who should they have gotten rid of? They'll handle first.
So yeah, to go back to Gordon, what do you think makes that guy so good? We were just at ADCC, get to see him historically dominant performance.
His dedication, the way he trains, and how much he trains. And of course, you have to add his mind, his belief to really try to be good, the best. Or, I don't know what his goals are, but I know he tries to be better than his opponents. So his belief is very strong. His dedication, he probably trains more than everybody else. I haven't seen firsthand it, but from what I hear interviews with him and everybody else training, like, the way everybody trains, trying to, for my little knowledge I have, I'll bet he trains more than everybody else. And most important, how he trains. When I kind of already knew, but when I heard John podcast with you the other day, John was explaining the preparation, the training for the ADCC, and that kind of gave me a very strong idea how they've been training all this year. So, when we said you have to work on your weakness, so you have no weakness. He trains a lot on his weakness, which not everyone does that. If you look I'm not going to name, but all the main schools, when like very strong competitors, great competitors, super tough people, but super tough, not great, because they train, they spar very hard. That makes them tough. If you want to be good, you have to work on your weakness.
Why radio?
Because when you spar, like we're saying, how many times you're going to practice escaping a bad position, like a submission hold or a pinning position, side control, mount. It's very little the amount of time you get to spend on those positions if you don't start that. So that he's very smart the way he trains.
And part of that is also cerebral. It's not just putting yourself in those positions, but talking through different ideas. Like they talk, they experiment. It's very at first glance, it's philosophical almost. Is you're trying to create systems constantly. You're trying to understand how this fits into this big picture.
And then it goes back to what is jiu-jitsu, what is fighting. He's fighting for dominance. You know, he's fighting for the ultimate dominance positions. Just back him out. There's no others. And from that, you finish. So if you look back at his, over the years, of his past fights, before he used to mainly focus in legs. And over the past few years, now he's mainly focusing on finishing from the mountain back. So that's when he became really good.
So part of that is Mr. John Danaher. What do you think? You've known John for a long time. What makes that guy interesting, special, and good? What have you learned about jiu-jitsu and life from John Danaher?
He's super smart. Eccentric, and he lives through jiu-jitsu. He's 24/7 thinking better ways to teach, how to make his competitors better. And that as a coach, when you have that dedication as a coach, that it makes the most difference for your athletes. Like, which other big team you have that coach with that motivation? All the other schools is either someone that competes, that push the training, like Andre Galvão. He's one of the competitors, so he brings the hype in everyone else, but he doesn't have the time. He doesn't spend the time working individually. I'm sure he does, but he's limited because he's also a competitor. And, looking most of the other big schools, like, you don't have that. Now, all the leaders, the main coaches for the other big schools, they have other things in their lives. They don't fully dedicate it to the athletes. John does. Look at the interview. He spends hours and hours a day studying how can await the system, to make his athletes better. Look at the results.
I enjoy just sitting back and forth. You can actually just get him. You control him essentially by sending interesting videos, and you can just see his mind. He's going to do research on that. Because I kept sending him videos of bears, because he claimed that a lion would beat a bear. Because I'd love to get your take on this. Okay, so the bear is much bigger, much stronger. But his take is that the bears don't have experience of fighting to the death. That's not part of the culture. They're more scared. In fact, he keeps sending me footage of even a small mountain lion scaring a bear away because they don't want to fight. So his idea is that it really matters your life experience, how much you fight. It's not necessarily the skill, like the dimensions, the characteristics you have. But then I send him. I'll show you. People should Google this. It's bears fighting of any kind. It's pretty much the most epic thing ever. Here, I'll show you. Look at these guys. The cardio, though, is interesting.
It's funny. I was going to mention that because I was, flipping through internet. I came around that video.
Look how big these guys are.
They don't fight each other.
Me off that they got rid of.
You think it was just
They try to intimidate because they don't want to get hurt. So they try to size each other up. They see the whole fighting. The first who sticks with the claw doesn't really damage much.
They got rid of it.
Yeah, they're using the tree, so maybe they're
There is bites, but see, there's very little. But the whole time they trying to intimidate the other one, like winning the fight by their side.
and mostly like the way drunk college kids fight, which is like some kind of display of dominance versus actual.
They're not fighting to kill. And bear or tiger, they fight to finish. Unless the other one runs away, like one would die.
Yeah, the lions attack. Yeah, look at the cardio. Look how bad their cardio is. I wonder how. My favorite part is when one of them just like stands behind a tree and says, "All right,
He's holding.
He's getting
Let
the
me
breath.
catch my breath.
He sits down. It's like, all right, you can't. It's over." It's like it's the equivalent in the forest, tapping out. All right, you got me.
Yeah.
Look, they're both like just shot. But see, the thing is that I was trying to make an argument for is that we get this rare footage. It's not rare. I mean, there's like hundreds of videos, but it's not millions of videos. Because there's a huge number of bears. And I was trying to say that there's some badass bear we don't know about. Because he just goes in there and just does work. And we just don't know about it because he's like everyone. See, the thing is, if you kill a lot of other animals, you probably have a territory that nobody's going to mess with you. So it's very hard to catch the Hodja Gracie of bears, you know? He's just going to be sitting there doing nothing. So I don't know. I feel like, of course, when you corner him, John will say that if you put a bear and a lion in a cage, the bear will win if they're forced to be to the death. But I don't know. Oh, let me ask you another ridiculous thing before I ask serious questions. So Joe Rogan thinks that a tie is an effective way to attack somebody. I can't believe I haven't, in the time in Vegas, I didn't talk to you about this. I think it's not. Have you ever explored this? So, as the best choker in the world, have you ever explored the use? Because like, jiu-jitsu has the jacket, but the tie, to me, is a pretty shitty way to choke somebody. Like, intuitively, it thinks like it's a good way, but it could slide around. It feels like there's no way to really pin. You need to, right? So you use it the way you use a belt. Yeah, essentially. Yeah, but then I would guess, yeah. I don't think it's. And I think if it gives you, it actually has the reverse effect, which it gives you the false sense of confidence that you can use it, and instead it'll just distract you.
So he think is a stronger way than the call, or just a stronger?
Yeah,
stronger than the call.
Yeah.
I don't see how. Maybe just like.
Well, it's in a street fight scenario, right? Like,
By the time you grab the tie, the guy goes punching us.
but what George St. Pierre thinks is the best use of the tie is to actually like what do you call that? So basically to all balance them. Push an interesting point to like
That
push
can
the
be used to. Yeah.
Well, you can use a jacket for the same kind of thing. Yeah, I don't know. I haven't really fully tested it. It's
I'll say jacket or tie for that perspective of balancing the person. It can be, because you have control of the person's neck. The collar, the jacket moves. So for the purpose of balancing the person, I would agree with George.
See, the thing is, that's the thing about martial arts, is you can say all kinds of bullshit, but until you really test it in over a period of years, the competition, you won't really know. I think like that's where my gut says just how easily the tie moves. My gut says the collar. There is something really powerful about the jacket. There's like the way it sits. I mean, the fact that the arms trap it from rotating, like it's a weird piece of clothing. It's a really dangerous piece of clothing that we put on ourselves.
Yeah.
Like, and it's kind of cool that we've developed this whole martial arts system that allows you to use that to do a lot of damage. It's very interesting.
So when we're saying something that you develop over the years of practice over and over again, going back to the efficiency of the mount of back, by experience of attacking people, people always had a much higher chance of escaping from the back than from my mount. So I feel if I mount and get both my hands on the neck, you cannot escape. If my hands are deep, it's over. Like that. I don't remember anyone escaping. But I do remember if my hands are deep on your collar or even real naked choke, it's still a hassle. Like not clean.
You have some data on this. Is there some aspect to how your body is, the characteristics of your body, that fits a particular set of techniques? So if we just look at jiu-jitsu broadly, do you see most techniques being able to work for most people? Like what you're saying about mount versus back control, is it possible for a different body type the mount is not as effective?
Yeah, of course. I'll say very big people. Tissue amount.
You don't think of yourself as big?
Not big, I mean fat.
Oh.
they should stay off the mat.
Why is that? That's a
Because
counterintuitive
in
notion.
mobility, I think that, you don't see any, like the still weighs like 160 kilos, like, 2 pounds, I don't know, 270 pounds of a lot of fat. It's, you need a bit of mobility, and it would play against you.
So
Even back.
A great
Back is the
balance
same.
requires mobility. Okay. So even though it doesn't look like you're moving very much when you're doing mount, that requires mobility because you have to reposition and weight redistribution.
Constantly adjusting your body.
All right. The legend goes you got very good by training mostly with lower ranks. What was your training like in that environment?
So when I first moved to London, I was 20 years old. I opened my school there, and I had nobody to train me. I had one guy that was teaching with me at black belt, middleweight. He was good, and that's it. Braulio he moved he moved to England the same time as I did, but he was in Birmingham. So we did go out together, maybe twice a week, close to, when we were preparing for something. If not, then not very often. As often as we could, but let's say not that often. And I had just color belt skills. There was no one high level. There was no one world champion in any belt to train. Then you need to create a scenario that can simulate, like a realistic fighting. So I think on that aspect, when people said, people ask, why do I have such a basic game? I think that also influenced me sharpen up all my skills when I moved there, because, if you practice with people, lower level than you cannot, there's nothing to learn from them. Or, you can learn things and practice with them, but I would say very complex things on them, it is not the best. So I sharpen up all my skills. So, that when I really improved everything that I already knew to a higher level.
But how can you sharpen something if the resistance is much lower level than
A purple belt can make it very hard for you to skip side control. You don't have to be a world champion black belt. It's, if one is holding you, it can be very hard.
What about on the attack? How do you become literally by far the best person at the cross choke from mount by training with purple belts?
Sometimes purple belts defense way better than black belts.
Okay. See, a lot of people listening to that would be like, that makes no sense. Roger Gracie. How does that make any sense?
Because like a lot of the black belts, even world champion, they get to the black belt, they're really good in what they do. Let's say in the guard, on top or the bottom position, but their defense are not. Like very, very few people, high level, have a very good defense because they don't practice.
Yeah.
Then that goes back to how you train. You can be very tough. Very tough will make you terrible defense because you're not going to practice your weakness. So your weakness is still going to be terrible. You're going to have the best guard in the world. Impossible to pass. The day people pass your guard, you have nothing. It's your guard is the highest level, but your side control defense are not. Your mount defense are not. So some purple belts, if they practice this, the mount way more than that black belt did. So naturally the defense is better.
So they get to experience the defensive position much, much, much more, and especially training with you, they get really good at defending.
Yeah.
And then
over and over again, you attack them with the same thing over and over again, and they know what's coming. They will block. They will develop a defense over that.
Yeah.
Way better than most other high-level black belts.
So both put yourself into really bad positions with low ranks,
Yeah.
and just keep attacking the same way over and over and over. Yeah. And with that, you were able to be at the top of the world, at the World Championship. I mean, can you give what was the preparation like to a World Championship with lower ranks? I mean,
I did a lot of boxing, a lot of conditioning. No, but
the conditioning is a good part of it.
Yeah, but the one thing that helped me extremely living in England, in London, was training judo at the Budokai in London. That helped me massively because it gave me the motivation to learn something new because by then at the Uruguay, the stand-up was, I'm sure today it is too, but by then was even higher than it is today. Like there was some very high level judo guys training there, and the first time I went there, my stand-up was terrible compared to this. And it was bad, but compared to them, it was terrible. So I was getting through like a child. And that motivated me to keep coming back and get better. So that made my jiu-jitsu much stronger. I became my baseball better, my top game improved, my pressure game improved.
Does Neil Adams train?
Ray Stevens. No, I've never met Neil Adams. Ray Stevens.
Have you met Neil Adams? He's the voice of judo. I don't know if you watch the tournaments.
Yeah.
He's incredible.
Yeah, Ray Stevens is a silver medalist in the Olympics. He won European. He won a lot.
So you did some judo training. What's your favorite throw? Like a Soto? Like you don't.
Uchimata. If I'll pick one.
So that made you better at jiu-jitsu as well.
Yeah. And back then, like for the first, I'll say maybe 3 years, maybe 4. I went to Brazil for like 2 months before every major tournament. Got it. So I said, I moved away from the school and I really focused. So I was really well prepared with my judo and everything else, sharpen up my skills, and then went to Brazil to train with like really high level people. So that way I managed to compete in the highest level.
What advice would you give to, let's start with a complete beginner? So, a bunch of people come up to me, they want to start doing jiu-jitsu. What advice would you give them?
Try to absorb as much technique as you can and try to be as relaxed as you can. Don't desperately try to fight so hard. Like learn and move slow.
Move slow and relax.
That's the hardest thing to do. The hardest.
You know what I find with people? It seems like it's hard to even know that you're not relaxed. It's like the introspection. They don't even know what it feels like to relax.
Not even know they tense.
Yeah, right.
They tell you relax. They look at you, say, "What?
Yeah.
What do you mean relax? I'm relaxed."
Exactly.
The arms are shaking.
You feel it. And in terms of going slow, they're like, "Yeah, well, I'm going slow." No, you're not. There's a grace and elegance of movement that you could probably pick up from a lot of other disciplines. Like for me, I think that came from just learning piano at a young age. Because for I think any mobility thing, to learn how to move efficiently, you have to know how to relax. It's just the fact that you can, like, the body can be tense or it can be relaxed. Just knowing that fact.
Now imagine you show the tense.
Yeah.
You think you play piano well? No. Yeah, everything has to be relaxed.
I guess some of that is mind too, but just knowing that and being self-aware. But see, like, even me, approaching a thing, I don't know anything about being a beginner. You're going to tense up, no matter, and like it actually takes a conscious effort to think to relax. I mean, that's
Massively. That's why learning things as an adult is much harder than as a child. Like it's very hard. And as an adult, it's like to get to the highest level.
Yes.
It's not possible because you will never relax the way you should.
Yeah. Relax in a way that you become like water, but then you solidify in the right places. Yeah. Yeah. Is there advice you can give to an adult? So like somebody that has a job, like a hobbyist, like how to progress, how to go.
I mean, they train. You just need to train as much as you can. Not, 5-7 days a week because you're gonna get injured. I mean, 2-3 times a week to start is the best way to initiate your jiu-jitsu journey, and practice the same thing over and over again. When they don't work, it's just because you're not doing well, not because you have to learn something else.
Do you see some value in just picking a set of techniques that seem to draw your heart in? Like, for example, I'll give you an example. You're going to yell at me. But I I never learned the close guard well. It just never. Point is, it just like my heart never connected with it. The way I justified it to myself is I felt like when you're bad, you're using the close guard, just like you could use the half guard to stall. So I was really drawn to the butterfly guard as a beginner because I thought or open guard in general. I have no options to stall, so I'm going to learn. My thinking was, let me do the guard that enforces me to learn. And then I fell in love with the butterfly guard and the open guard and so on. And I never really understood the close guard. And the other thinking was, do I really need to understand the close guard? Because it's always by choice that I go there. So I can avoid.
I mean, you can avoid anything you want. I mean, you don't have to do anything.
Well, in this life, yeah.
It doesn't make you complete. That means you have.
You want to be complete as a. This is the question: how valuable is it to be complete to get good?
It depends how good you want to be.
Okay, let's go. Well, there's several questions there. Yeah, okay. Like to be the best in the world, you need to be complete.
Of course. The best in the world, of course, you have to be complete. Otherwise, somebody's gonna be better than you.
What about so to understand to defend, you have to be also good at the offense in every single position.
Otherwise, you have a weakness, and someone can capitalize on that weakness.
Okay, what about to be like a hobbyist?
Then you don't have to.
But can you, or is it still bad?
I mean, it's not bad. I mean, nothing is bad. I mean, if as a hobbyist, you start late. I mean, it doesn't matter how far you're going to get. As long as you enjoy it, just train as much as you can. If it's twice a week it is. You'll be limited to how good you will be training twice a week, of course. Then the guy that trains twice a day. It's just, the more you train, the better you get.
No, but you have to select what you train. That's what I'm asking.
So no, yes, but like for how long? Like there's some point in your life that you might try something, see if you like it. There's some point in your life that you might, okay, let me try close guard. You might not like it now. Maybe in 2-3 years from now,
still don't like it. I kept trying it. Listen, it's very difficult to get any respect in jiu-jitsu. It's hard to get to black belt and beyond in jiu-jitsu at a respectable place and not have a good close guard. Close guard is
they don't do it. It's not necessary.
Yeah, I'm being around.
No, it's not. I'll say because it's not a position that you under pressure. That if you don't know, you'll be in trouble. You're not going to be in trouble not to know the close guard. You're just going to go straight for open guard.
I mean,
it's not a problem.
The main limitation is if you don't do close guard a lot, that you don't quite. You don't get a full, complete picture of understanding how to attack close guard when somebody puts you into a close guard when you're on top. So it's nice to know both sides, but just to understand.
Yeah, but you can have a pretty good understanding of how to defend from the top and not having any bottom.
I mean, some of it is also just like the length of legs and just the geometry of your body. I'm sure Marcel Garcia has a good close guard, but I've never seen it. That's in theory. In theory, you can imagine it. But like for a hobbyist, I think it's interesting to think of that. Like, is it possible to a small set of techniques that help you to develop, of course, still into a good jiu-jitsu player, and still enjoy it and still be.
Most people hobbyists in the jiu-jitsu world, 99%. I mean, people that compete.
Yeah, even the people that compete,
1% max, and you have high level competitors. Have no close guard.
No, I think you would say that most people don't have that. Close guard is such a difficult position to understand for me.
Maybe one day we'll brainwash.
Yeah, good. I felt it's too easy to stall versus attack. That was my main concern. It's like I want to be forced in every way to always be attacking, always be moving, to always be. And it felt like if I got really good, I've seen it happen with half guard too. It's like when people get really good at half guard, it just feels stalling. If you just look at the matches and so on, you just slow things down to a thing that's not. You don't get reps on learning. You don't get action. in interesting ways. So that was my worry, that I'll get old and fat and just sit in close guard all day, holding on to the white belts trying to kill me. Because it's also, I mean, that's the other thing for hobbyists and for everyone, is to, like when you first start, I think you have to relax in the face of the fact that you're just getting your ass kicked nonstop. That can also be really tough on the ego. I think probably the right way to see that is you're growing as a person.
You see that clearly when they are like in a bad position, let's say side mount or mount. Like a beginner, he will never relax on those positions. The moment that you say go, they like trying to push you out and explode. There's no relaxation. Work on the different. It's like no, it's out and go until I have zero to give. Until I'm exhausted, my arms cannot move.
It's kind of fun to watch, actually. What's the role of drilling? Do you like drilling?
I do not like drilling, but I'll tell you why.
I'm pissed.
I think
They got rid of my
fighting is mechanic.
Dude,
Right, so it's very important to drill a move until you learn the mechanic. Of course, it's important. If someone want to teach you an arm lock,
that was the difference.
you
right?
want
That
to
was
practice
another
that
good
movement until you learn the
Whatever
mechanic of it,
it's
but the guy's not resisting, so it's easy to apply,
That
right?
was such a good fucking
So
show.
you apply it as many times as you have to until you know the mechanic of the moves, until you can apply the mechanics. The moment that you know how to apply, there's no more point in drilling. Now you have to practice. Now you have to practice with resistance. Of course, you're not going to practice with the guy fully resisting. The guy's better than you because he's not going to give you a chance to resist that move. But you have to practice with resistance. So where does drilling comes on that is most of people, you know, they flow, drill and everything. I think whatever you do, you condition in your body to do something. Is the you repeat the same move over and over again. Your body is conditioned to apply that movement or the technique. Drilling is not realistic because the other person is not resisting. You know, the flow movement or whatever. After you go beyond, when you already know the mechanics, the drilling with no resistance is not going to teach you anything because you will never know how to apply the movement with resistance. So
See, but you're making it sound easy to learn the mechanics. I would argue
you can drill as many times. I'm not limiting how much you drill. You drill as long as you had to. I mean, it doesn't matter how long.
the benefit of drilling, I'm just playing devil's advocate with you. The benefit of drilling is that you can more efficiently get a high number of reps in. So,
what are you going to gain with those reps?
understanding the mechanics of the movement. And what I would like to argue is you don't necessarily need resistance to deeply understand the mechanics of something. Now, I don't agree. There's some moves. Like, I bet you could drill your way to an incredible mount. Like, mount is a good example of that. You don't really need a resistance. I can imagine a world in which the resisting opponent is not essential for developing some of the very fine details of the mechanics.
Which one? I don't know any.
What?
You say mount.
Yes.
What you're going to achieve by drilling with no resistance after you learn the mechanics in mount.
Well, see, what I'm trying to tell you, the learning of the mechanics isn't a thing where you get a certificate and you're done. You're going to learn the fine details of the way you redistribute your weight. You're going to learn how to move your. I don't understand.
Like inside at that body,
Yeah,
like
yes,
everything you do is a slow process and timing.
You do have timing.
You have to understand moving. If the guy is resistant, like he's not, I'm not going to grab you and apply the movement. I need to grab you and feel when is the right time to do it. Like that it only comes with movement. If you're not fully resistant,
It is like
How
the
would I know?
worst fucking thing in which
You couldn't infer
Around
through
the
it.
same
It's like
time
a-
that the investigators
With no
were taking
movement, with no
Jerry Gilliam's
resistance.
statement,
Like
But
arm lock.
there's some
Okay,
resistance.
arm lock. Let's say arm lock. Okay, let's say you've been drilling for a week.
Yeah.
5 hours a day. You should be an expert with the mechanics.
Security staff at the Kirkuk
But now,
Air Force Base began
how
to
are you going to
receive
carry on
detailed
drilling
allegations from a local
with no
businessman.
resistance?
No, you have
Exactly.
to. Yes.
After that week, drilling 5 hours a day, the arm lock, you still have no clue how to apply the arm lock against a resistant opponent. No clue, zero. Yeah. So you don't know the movement, you know the mechanic, which is, it's like how long you have to drill and how, that doesn't matter. It varies of the person. You can drill for a month. After that month is over, you should understand how the mechanic works. You still have no clue how to apply the movement against a resistant opponent. You will never ever know how until you apply with a fully resistant opponent. That's the only way to know, to really learn the move.
Yes. Well put. But the question is, can you have a small percentage of time when you go against a resisting opponent, do you get the wisdom and the insight of what it takes to perform that movement? And you spend a large percentage of other time just practicing the mechanics of it. So, like, do you need to, as you get better and better at technique, to basically drift away completely from drilling and more into the sparring? I'd like to.
You like drilling?
No, I don't like drilling. Well, yes, I like drilling, I would say. But I just see it always bothered me in the jiu-jitsu community how few people really saw the value of drilling. I've seen it in wrestling, especially in the Russian style of wrestling, like the value of drilling. I don't necessarily mean that it's like a dead body or like a dummy or something like that, but just getting the reps in, really focusing on the high amount of reps.
I agree in wrestling and jiu-jitsu.
Yeah, judo is a really big one for that.
It is, because it's the movement, it's the timing, it's the precision of the movement. It has to be perfectly, because it's one movement. Then you learn about the timing of the movement when you're fighting, but during fighting you only need to know the time, because your body movement is exactly the same when you drill.
That's really important, yeah. The mechanics is much more important there.
Yeah, but it's completely different for jiu-jitsu, because let's say from jiu-jitsu, like the arm lock, for example, we use that as an example. Let's say from the close guard, even my close guard, before I go for the arm lock, I need to have a set of grips. Let's say I have your collar in your arm, right? And then, when you're drilling, I'm going to grab your arm, I'm going to grab your collar, and I'm going to drill my body until I can apply the arm lock and finish. And I can do that 1,000 times. Okay, now we're fighting. We start with the grip. The moment that I initiate the arm lock attack, he will defend, the arm lock will not work. So it's not the one movement that will get me to attack the arm. There's a combination of other things that I need to do. I need to feel about your weight, I need to get you close to it. There's so many other things involved that I need to feel that only comes with with a fully resistant opponent.
Yeah, so pretty quickly it has to be live.
Yeah. And then it comes how you practice, how you train. You're starting on that position and just saying, let's go. And the moment that we disengage from that position, we go back, that's when you really learn. Because everything that you do wrong, you're going to go back there and you're going to try again. And the repetition, it will teach you to have a feeling of timing, when to go. If there's there's other combinations, which you always has to go with it.
By the way, for the internet that's currently yelling at me for arguing with Roger Gracie about drilling, that's called, playing devil's advocate to strengthen, to explore ideas. I'm not actually arguing. Okay. I forgot to ask you, if you had to fight against the bear, lion, gorilla, or anaconda to the death, which one would you choose, and would you be able actually to win against any of them?
What, bear, a lion, a tiger, an anaconda?
Oh, gorilla too. Gorilla. You can go gorilla.
To his amazement,
I'll probably choose the anaconda.
Let's see. You're not allowed to run away though. So, you're in a cage. Do you have to kill?
Still the anaconda.
So the other one,
I think I have no chance against the other ones.
Zero
I
chance.
might
That's
have
what John thinks. I think
I have a tiny little against the anaconda.
Just wait it out. You don't think it's possible to be? I just it feels like technique can do something against these animals, but they have so much strength, so much aggression.
You know that the real naked choke, translated into Portuguese, is to the lion. So ever since I was a kid, I always thought that maybe if I get behind a lion, the real naked choke, which in Portuguese it says mata-leão. So mata-leão means kill the lion. So I always thought that that's the only way to kill a lion. Or to, if you're fighting against a lion, go behind and put the real naked choke. I think you put it to sleep. Or the name mata-leão is like kill the lion.
Yeah,
Someone came up with the name. Why?
somebody must have.
Maybe someone going to fight with the lion, choked him out.
There you go, John. There you go. I control the position. Do you think like an animal like a gorilla or a lion will shake you off if you had back full locked in?
Well, I would say the one that will have the biggest chance of staying there is the lion because it's just thinner body.
Yeah.
It's smaller than the tiger, I guess. I think tigers are bigger.
Yes. So do you think they can shake you off though?
I think I'll have a bigger chance of staying like
Do you think you have a chance?
if I start on the back.
Start full locked in, full controls. Let's say it's a small enough line you can actually have a full.
I would guess so. I mean, I would like to believe so.
Well, like just like you said, somebody must have been able to do it. Throughout your journey in jiu-jitsu, have there been low points? Because there have been points where you really doubted yourself.
No, I never really doubted myself. There's low points in defeats. Those are the low points. When I lost,
How did you deal with defeat?
I just went back to the gym next week and said I need to get better. Yeah, every time I lost, I'm like, I need to get better because I need to choke them out. I need to submit them because, win by points. It's as a black belt, I have very, very little loss. I would say, I don't like to sound like a crime baby, but I'll say most of those losses was very, very controversial.
Yeah, it was not a dominant, clear performance. It has about referees and points and so on.
Everything since I was very young, I always fought against my opponent and the referee. Like if there was ever in my whole life, since I was a kid, there was ever a doubt, they always go to my opponent. Always. Right? That was just something that I had to do my whole life.
Yeah, what's the motivation behind? What led to the fact that you win most of your matches by submission or in dominance? Like, are you chasing?
Because that's the only way to prove you're better. And I never fought to win tournaments. That was never my goal. That was a consequence of me trying to be the best. Like, I don't care how many titles I have. I care about I need to beat all my opponents and not win, because win is not enough. I have to submit them. That's the only way to prove I'm the best, to submit them. If I win by advantage or a point, that means I was better than them that day. That does not mean I'm better than them. If I take you down, pass your guard, mount you, and submit you, there's zero questions who's the best. Like, there's nothing you can say about it. If I foot sweep you, you put your butt on the floor, I get an advantage. We carry on fighting and I win, means nothing. Not even means I'm better than you.
And if that happened, that would haunt you.
It is, for me, it's not enough. I wouldn't be happy.
Who look at you with able to accomplish from a place where you're not very good to becoming the best in the world at a thing. What advice would you give them to have a journey like that, to have a journey where they could be successful in their career and their life? to such a high level?
Determination is the most important thing. You need to know where you're going to get there. So you need to have a goal, which whatever that goal is. Like you need to set the goal for yourself, so you know where you want to go, and to have the determination to get there, and be sure that you will fail many times. Like you cannot let your failures bring you down, because you will fail many times. Everybody does.
So you said you didn't look to external sources of belief. You just believed in yourself.
Yeah.
Is there something to that where you have to try to like be your own source of belief, flame the fire within yourself? Was that something difficult to do?
But that was just very natural for me. I said, you can surround yourself with great people. That is extremely important. Don't surround yourself with failures, because they're not going to push you to, they don't know what it is,
In our previous
how to get there.
episode,
I mean, everybody
we
knows,
examined
but it's
reports from various
when you surround
individuals
yourself with
stating
winners,
there is a secret
you will know
facility
what
buried
it took them to get there. Use them as an
Mexico
example.
Dulce. But
yeah,
we
there's a
deliberately
certain kind
avoided
of
the testimony
aura
of
to
one
people
man
that just
who
achieve
was
great
argued
things
for
and
as
being around
controversial
them.
figure
But
in
it's hard to
allegations
find
surrounding
people
the
that,
possible
especially at that
existence of
early
Dr.
stage.
Bates,
Any
the
area,
man who claimed
Yeah,
he was
any
the
area.
survivor
That's right.
of a war.
Yeah, greatness has a certain. I think it's almost humbling just to see. Okay, any human, like at least that's the lesson I learned. Almost any human can be great.
I mean, I've used Muhammad Ali as a great example. Look at his belief. Look at how much he believed himself before he was Muhammad Ali. Look at the determination he had, the confidence he had fighting, even on his loss. They never changed him. No, when he fought George Foreman, not one person in the world thought he was going to win that fight by himself. He never doubted himself. Everybody else did. He won over all odds against. So it's. I mean, when you look at people like that, you don't have to be a boxer to try to follow his example.
But see, those are like epic, giant battles. But I feel like you fight the same kind of battle when you're young and your parents tell you that, just with their whole energy that this is silly, don't be silly, don't be silly to chase.
It's harder. It is harder. But as a kid, it's harder to deal with that because, I mean, to go against adults, especially parents, telling you otherwise, like the amount of strength you need is gigantic. I don't even know how much strength you need because that was not my case. So I can understand what you have to go through with the force of your parents telling you, otherwise. But it's how much you want. It will dictate how far you're gonna go, where you're gonna go. So it's if you can break through that, you get nowhere. It's that simple.
And actually, one of the really nice things the internet does that I would give advice to young people is that you can find, even if your parents are not a source of that, your teachers, your community, you can find people on the internet who will believe in you.
Yeah.
It's kind of cool. It's kind of cool how the internet opens the possibility of like a community of like 10, 11-year-olds like building shit. I see this all the time, engineering. They're fueled by belief. They want to be like, they want to create the next $1 trillion company, right? There's that fire in their eyes, and not for the money, obviously, but to do something really impactful. And I think that fire is extinguished often by teachers and parents. They look at a kid and they don't, on the surface level, they don't see greatness, right? They just see kind of mediocrity. And so to them, it's like, no, all right, the world is more complicated than that. In order to get great, you have to Like they somehow kind of always try to be reasonable with you, and in so doing extinguish the flame. It's weird.
I think most people are afraid so to even try. So you can call them cowards for not trying, because you are a coward for not trying, not putting yourself at risk, right? So I would say a big part of society are cowards for never trying, never pursuing what they really want. There is a weight, a pressure. Everyone, most people, a lot of people, I'll say around you, that because they were afraid to try, they don't incentivize people to do so, because they want everybody to be like them. Because imagine if everybody around you suddenly are not afraid and everyone is trying, and you look yourself in the mirror and say, I was too scared, I've never tried. So you feel really bad about yourself. So it's easier to have people around you that think exactly like you, or that reflect a lot on the kids. It's everybody else to have a normal life, normal job. It's, don't take risks, because you can lose it all. I mean, that's the worst thing you can tell everybody. Take all the risks, lose it all a few times. That's how you're going to build things.
Especially when you're young.
Yes, exactly. What's the point of not trying? You should try, and you will lose everything. Doesn't matter. What it matters to lose at everything? It does matter. It will teach you resilience. Try harder, go after. I mean, what we're here for.
Take big risks, take a lot of them, fail and fail and fail and fail.
Fail 1,000 times until you succeed, and then you're gonna be the most proud of yourself. Like they're not be priceless. It's that will change the world.
It is true that most people are not necessarily cowards, but have cowardice in them.
It's most
because if you try and you fail, you get hurt.
And it hurts. I mean, it's not a pleasant thing to fail. I mean, you feel terrible. To think, when I lost any tournament was a good thing. When I was getting beat up at the gym over and over again was a good thing. When I was getting there and getting smashed by all the good guys, I think I liked it. Well, I hate it. So it's my resilience that, make me carry on until I succeed. I think I like to get tapped. Well, I'm the most competitive, one of the most competitive persons I hate to lose. But I accept. I mean, I just need to get better. Every single time I lost in the championship, I hate it. I've never screamed. No one never saw me screaming, shouting that, I got robbed. I should have won. The referee, screwed me over. I mean, okay, it happened. Shit happens. I need to get better, because I don't want to be in that position ever again. So when I fight, if I'm better, if I tapped him, there's no question. I don't need to wait for the referee to decide that there's points or no points. If, his interpretation, that made me better. Because I was even more determined to be better. In my mind, I have to tap everybody else. Winning is not enough.
It's just objectively speaking, what you learn the most from is really wanting to succeed and then failing. And doing that often. That's the reality from a parent, from a teacher perspective, from anybody, from people you love. If they really want to do something, help them do that thing. If you think they're going to fail, good. Help them do that faster so they fail faster. They're going to learn.
The only way to succeed is failing. There is no other way. That's what people have to understand. Without failing, there is no success.
Since you've gotten a little softer, a little more emotionally open, what's the role of love in the human condition?
Probably the most important thing. That's the basic of everything, right? Love brings the best of us. If we had more love and passion from the other person, I think will be a more evolved species. The world will be a much better place than it is now.
Good friends, family help you along the way.
Yeah, a lot. I always had a lot of help from many people. That's why I succeed. I never got here by myself. A lot of people who loved me, believed in me, and helped me get to be here today.
Huge fan. It was an honor to meet you. It was an honor to hang out with you in Vegas, to hang out with you again today. I've just been a huge fan for a long time.
My pleasure, man.
Thank you for everything you're doing. Thank you for this conversation. It was awesome.
Thank you very much.
Thanks for listening to this conversation with Hodrick Gracie. To support this podcast, please check out our sponsors in the description. And now, let me leave you with some words from Hodrick Gracie himself. Jiu-Jitsu is simple. You just have to do it right. Thank you for listening, and hope to see you next time.
Due to issues relating to the drilling with one of the corner columns. The facility was being tunneled out beneath the southwest corner of the Archuleta Mesa, but every time the drilling team had attempted to pass a certain depth, they found that their machinery was mysteriously failing. In an effort to discover what was frustrating the drilling operation, Schneider and the Green Beret bodyguard had been lowered into the incomplete shaft via a crane.
Blink once
But as
if
soon
you
as
know
he
when
stepped
Elder
out
Scrolls
of the
6 is
crane
coming out,
basket into what appeared to
but
be
are
a
not going to
existing
tell me.
cave network, he had instantly realized that
The following
something
is
was
a conversation
going
with
on.
Todd Howard, one of the
There
greatest
was a
video game
bitter
designers
and
of all
unnatural
time.
stench in the air
He has led the
as
development
drilling
of the
operators
Fallout
now
series
allowed ancient
and
gases
the
to
Elder
escape
Scrolls
from the
series,
void beneath.
including Arena,
Along with a
Daggerfall,
mysterious
Morrowind,
subtle
Oblivion,
residue
Skyrim,
on the
and
unusually
the future
smooth
Elder
walls of the
Scrolls 6,
caves.
and a totally new
It was at
world
this
in an
point
upcoming game
that a
called
tall and slender
Starfield.
grey figure
Many of
suddenly
these
stepped
have won
out of
Game of the Year
shadows in
awards
front of him,
and have been
carrying
some of the
what
most
appeared to be a
celebrated and
weapon of some
impactful games
description.
ever made. To me,
Utterly
Skyrim
terrified by this creature's
is
unearthly
quite
and
possibly the
intimidating
greatest game
appearance,
ever.
Schneider had used his
This
sidearms
is a
to
Let's
kill
Treatment
it,
podcast.
only
To
for
support
two
it,
more
please
to
check out
then
our
emerge out of
sponsors
the
in the
darkness
description.
behind.
And now, dear friends, here's
Backing
Todd
towards the crane
Howard.
basket and firing wildly,
Is it possible
the engineer
that we are
managed to
currently
fell
living
one of
inside
the
a video
pair,
game that the
only for
future
the other
you
to then use
designed?
its own weapon
Can you
upon
give
him
hints
in
as to how
retaliation?
one would escape if this was a
Schneider
video
instantly
game?
consumed by an
How can a
eerie
video
blue
game
light.
character
He felt a
escape
huge jolt of
to outside the
electricity
video
burst through
game?
his body,
Are these things
which
you don't
sent him
consider when you
crashing
design
to
a
the
game?
cave floor.
Actually, we do. Because in the kind of games that we make,
He found
we want it to
himself
be as
being
open as
bundled into
possible.
the crane basket by the
So,
Green Beret.
you know, when
He
you
then
start a
turned
game,
and engaged
you're always
more of the
testing it.
creatures as
What
the
can I
basket
do?
began
What would the
to
game
ascend
allow me
without
to
him.
do? And you check everything. You try to pick up the,
Upon
you know, the
his
mugs.
return
You
to the
try every
surface,
door. You
the
collide with
doctors
everything.
who
Like, hey,
treated
what are the
Schneider
rules
found severe
of this
damage to both
world?
his left hand
We try to do games where,
with several fingers
you
and
know, we
toes
say yes
missing.
as much as possible. That leads to
After he
some
had
level of
explained to his
chaos.
superiors what had
But
taken
if you were
place,
stuck in a video game, you would try everything, and usually
later discovered
you're
that
going to find a
construction
door
had
or a space
continued
where the designers didn't
despite his encounter.
anticipate you piling all those crates up and getting
For the
over a wall
year,
that they
it
didn't
was
expect.
alleged that further
Right, so it's
battles
not
beneath the
a
mesa
designed
ensued.
doorway out.
Special
It's
forces clashed with alien
accidental,
interlopers,
unintended doorway
who were
out, and
intent
it's
on
a
frustrating the
it's a happy
construction of the
bug.
base.
You could like trim and show. Just get in the ocean and go
Schneider
till
claims
it's
that
Just keep
total
going,
Right,
keep
right,
going.
66 soldiers
But the more
and
realistic the game
extraterrestrials
becomes, the harder it is to find that
before
door.
an uneasy
The bigger the
finally
world, the
formed
bigger the open
from the
world.
two opposing sides.
And then as we do it, we learn
He went on to allege
they're
that
gonna
the
find a
aliens
way.
who had
So
been
just
residing beneath the
don't
mesa
try to pen
had
them in.
worked with humans ever
Usually we
since,
leave like this
creating
developer
neuroscientific
test
breakthroughs,
cell
which had gone on to
area in the
assist
game that we don't
mankind.
anticipate anyone will find, and they ultimately find it. It usually has crates of all the
Schneider
weapons in the
continued
game
to
and things
tour
like
the
that.
United States, giving
The little
talks in which he was
hints you
the
drop
newest
now
other
would
alleged
just drive people mad, which is
alongside
something I
the
enjoy
revelations
deeply.
of deep underground
So Skyrim
military
NPCs
bases.
have at times hilarious
Over the course
dialogue.
of these
What does it
lectures,
take to
however,
build a
it
good
soon became apparent
NPC
that the former
dialogue?
engineer was beginning to
The main
struggle
thing
with what he had
is to make
started.
them reactive.
He
A
described
lot of
how
times
he'd
when you
been
write
involved in
characters,
shootouts with
movies,
federal
things like that, you want to
agents,
make that
killing one in
character
self-defense,
interesting for
and how an attempt
themselves,
had been
right?
made
What's
to kidnap
their
his
story?
daughter in a bid
And
to
there's some
force him to
characters
stop
like that
delivering
that the
his
player
lectures.
definitely cares about,
Then, in January of
but the best
1996,
characters are the ones that react to you. So you'll find a lot of people love our guards, and the guards are written almost purely to be reactive. Hey, nice tie. I like your jacket. Do this cool watch. You know, hey, what'd you do? And so that, hey, you're the man as you walk by, that makes them interesting. Or the way they react to something that you do. Lydia in Skyrim, who everybody loves, that all of the, you know, house Carls have. And it just kind of lands. And she says it.
Why does it land? What do you and did you anticipate it would land?
There's a slight snarkiness in that particular read of it, and you're asking her to do something, and she's reacting to you.
What about the trade-off between maybe the randomness and the scripted nature of the dialogue? Like, is there any room for randomness of the dialogue tree?
Oh, absolutely. We tend to write them in stacks with, you know, it's a very small, think of it as a small state machine that just says, okay, this is what's happening. Here's a random list of things I could say to that. And then some of that plays out in ways you don't anticipate. But we look at the things, what are the players doing that we could have the characters respond to that they don't expect? You know, jumping on tables or stealing stuff or, you know, sneaking in the middle of the night or those kind of things. The more that we can do, the more reactive and interesting the characters appear.
And these state machines, how big are these things? Are these individual to the individual characters? It's just fascinating how you design state machines. Is it just a giant?
I would think of the AI as one thing. Yeah.
Oh,
for sort of everybody.
So there's an AI.
There's a manager for all the people, and one of the things
people manager.
Right.
Nice.
One of the things that makes what we do particularly unique is, and this is a trade-off for what people are seeing, because a lot of it's not on the screen, but we're using cycles to run this, which is we're thinking about everybody in the whole world all the time. The ones that are further away at a much less tick rate, they go into low, but we know if they want to walk across the world, and we're running every quest at the same time. Whereas in other open world games, you start an activity, the rest of the world's going to shut down, so that they can really make that as impactful. I really prefer that the rest of it's going on. It's more of a simulation that we're building. So when those things collide, that's where it gets the most interesting. And so we're running all of those people and understanding where they want to go and their cycles and what they want to do. And the ones that are closer to you, we just update it a lot more. It's one way to think about it.
That's really fascinating. It's something that people had, they were wondering about to what degree it's possible to run the world without you. So there's a feeling to role-playing games that you're the center of the world. The whole world rotates around you, as it does in normal life. Like when we walk around, there's when you forget yourself, you start to take yourself very seriously, like you are the center of the world. You forget that there's 8 billion people on Earth, and you forget they have lives. It's actually a sobering realization that they all have really interesting life stories, and they have their worries, they suffer in different, complicated ways. And yet, when you play a role-playing game, there's both computationally from a storytelling perspective, you wonder if the world goes on without you. Like if you come back, if you take a break and you come back, is there still a bustling town that now has a history since you have last visited? But to what degree can you create a world that goes on without you, or goes on at the same time as you do your thing, whatever the heck you do?
We don't prioritize the stuff you can't see, so it's more like an amusement park. If you study like the design, our level designers did this, how do they build Disney World in these places? So it still exists for you, the player. So it is fairly, you know, you're going to come in, this is what you're going to see, the shops are in the front, and you're going to do this. It's just for us to make it far more believable and get some more emergent behavior that not just make it sort of the verisimilitude of what you're in for that moment, but you buy it all. I always say, like, we got to do the little things so that you buy the reality of the virtual world you're in. So we want to do something crazy, when a dragon lands or a Deathlaw comes out of the wasteland or those kind of things, that it has the impact to you as the viewer that it would to the people in the world.
Okay. But still, you are simulating stuff that's close to you. It is a bit of a simulation going on.
Oh, absolutely. Yes.
And so that creates some interesting dynamics then.
And the stuff that we're looking at in the future, our plan is to push that even more, to think about how these things exist in the world first. Exist. Take like a faction in the world. What is their role in the world, as opposed to just their role is for the player to join it, go through a bunch of quests, and become the head of the faction. Think a little bit deeper about the simulation and what would the Mages Guild be doing in a fantasy world, or the Fighters Guild be doing in a fantasy world, versus just sign up,
go up to that Mages Guild. It's a bustling guild full of stuff going on.
It's not just that it's bustling, it's that they feel rooted in it. They don't feel like a storefront for come here, do quests, get experience.
Is that one of the essential components of randomly generated worlds? So when I think back to Daggerfall as a gigantic world, when I first played it, I thought you're just struck by the immensity of it.
Right.
The immensity of the possibility. When you're young and you look into your future, it's wide open and you can do anything. And that's what Daggerfall felt like. The openness was gigantic.
And Daggerfall is interesting coming off Arena, where Arena does the same thing, but Daggerfall in many ways is bigger, despite focusing on an area, because of how the density of, this is how much physical game space we'll do for these villages and towns, and it does feel endless, even though you're looking at a map that has constraints. And Daggerfall actually was a touchstone for us going into Starfield for how we do the planets, because there's a different kind of gameplay experience when you just wander outside a city in Daggerfall than, follow a quest line and go to this place, and it's completely handcrafted, and everything around every corner we've kind of placed like Skyrim. Starfield's a bit more like Daggerfall, and if you wander outside the city, we're going to be generating things, and you kind of get used to that game flow, different than we've done before, and fun in a different kind of way.
We'll talk about Starfield. So just for people who don't know, and how dare you for not knowing, but with Daggerfall, we're talking about the Elder Scrolls series that started. So they're talking about the big titles within the series. Started with Arena in 94, Daggerfall in 96. I didn't look up the years before this. This is depressing or awesome. So all of these games brought hundreds, probably for some of them thousands of hours of joy for me. So Arena, Daggerfall, Morrowind, Oblivion, and Skyrim. So I don't remember Arena being that open world.
Well, it's all the provinces. It follows kind of the same pattern. It just doesn't have all the number of villages and places that Daggerfall has, while Daggerfall focuses on the Iliac Bay area. Arena does it all. It just changes the scale in terms of, one block on the map equals this much space.
There is something that, I'm speaking to anecdotal experience, but I just remember it feeling wide open, Daggerfall.
It definitely was, yes.
The way Arena didn't. I don't remember. Maybe because Arena, it was so cool to have the role-playing game aspect. You were focused on the items and the character development.
Daggerfall has a lot more depth, particularly in the character system. That's what it introduces, all of the skills and those kind of things. Arena is it's a game I love. And it's very, very elegant. If you look at the first one, where it's just an XP based system, do this, get XP, level up. Very classic role playing game. Daggerfall digs deep into who's your character, how are you going to develop it, what are your skills. There's advantages, there's disadvantages, and the environment going full 3D from Arena, which is actually like a 2.5D Doom style engine. That I agree with you that Daggerfall feels like there's more possibilities when you're playing it.
Were you able to like look up the sky in Daggerfall?
Yep.
My
Yep.
memory.
Full 3D, yeah.
So that's what full 3D means. And then you can go outside the city.
You can walk outside the city. You can do that in Arena too, but it looks more fakey, right? It's all going to be a flat plane. Here comes things, and then a dungeon entrance is a 8-bit. Here comes a little flat coming at the camera.
So before we go to the end, in the middle, so from Starfield to Fallout and the Elder Scrolls series, let's go to the very beginning. What's the origin story? You know what? Let's even go before then. When's the first time you remember the thing that made you fall in love with video games?
Well, I think it's partly, my age coming up with the arcades and playing Space Invaders at the pizza place, and then Pac-Man really popularized them in a way that was just insane at the time. Had a song, had a cartoon, had all the things. Nintendo comes along, so it was always part of. I think if you were a kid growing up then, it was such a newness to playing things like that. I remember being in 5th grade when the TRS-80 was brought into the classroom, and there was a Star Trek game. And I was enamored with it, and they were going to start teaching some rudimentary programming. Like, okay, would you like to know how this is made? And I was hooked. It's like, I need to figure out how to make this stuff. And so I was a self-taught programmer, and my whole goal was to write my own video games. And by 6th, 7th grade, I had written my own much better Star Trek clone for the Apple II. I really enjoyed programming on the Apple II then. And that, I think, was the right level of complexity, at that age, where you could you were always learning, but you could still understand a lot of the problem set for this is what I want to get on the screen. And I was also into art. So I did a lot of art, and I did a lot of programming, and I was always making games. That was my hobby from the time I was, 10 or 12.
What was to you involved in making games? Like, how did you think of it? Was it from a graphics perspective, like what shows up on the screen? Was it how it makes you feel? Was it about the story? Was it the text-based stuff and the dialogue and the prompting? Like what does it mean to create a video game at that young age to you?
Well, it was a way of experiencing things that I couldn't myself. So, if you're playing Dungeons and Dragons at the time too, where you really feel, even pen and paper, these are they feel somewhat, in quotes, real to you as you're playing them. You're very invested in your character and what you're doing. And then I loved the games, the Wizardry and Ultima, that were able to bring that to a computer so I could, do it on my own time. It was very, very real to me. I'd sit in my bedroom and then go to bed and think about it. And then, oh no, I have to go to school. I want to come home and figure out how to do this problem in the game. And so whatever I was creating was something that I was excited about at the time. I made a Raiders of the Lost Ark game.
Like with graphics and everything?
Yeah, it was usually, made a Miami Vice game, made a Gru the Wanderer game, made a Traveler game. But every time I was doing it, I wanted to figure out a new method on the Apple II of pulling it off graphically, whether that was editing character sets to get graphics in different formats, or how can I enable the secret double high-res mode it had, or just things like that, where it became kind of this limitless, what can I make this do? And I had some who were doing the same thing, and then you get into who can impress each other. And I was kind of middle of the pack, I would say. But again, this was the time where they're bringing computers into the schools. well, then the apples come into the school, and the teachers are learning it because they have to teach the students. But then I would say I was part of a group of students that were like way past that. And it was very much of a self-taught, how do you make this thing dance?
I'd like to ask a strange question. So at that time, a lot of people consider you one of, if not the greatest game designer creator of all. Did you have a sense that this would be your life and you would also be creating, the greatest games ever?
Not in the slightest. No, I don't think anybody, but I was very much like that was my dream at that age. But you don't think that that's a job. College, even the computer classes then weren't where I wanted them to be, so I was still kind of doing my own stuff. And I ended up getting a business degree and then interviewing for some jobs, like finance jobs. So, well, I guess I should do this to make money. And I can keep doing this on the side. And I remember I actually got to like the final level of like this corporate finance job at Circuit City.
Nice.
And they turned me down. And I was like, fuck them. I'm just going to go make video games. So thank you, Circuit City.
Yeah, I remember Circuit City. I think they went bankrupt, actually.
They were based in Richmond. I was going to school close to there.
So what's the origin story of you joining Bethesda Softworks at the time?
So I had gotten Wayne Gretzky Hockey 3 for Christmas from my girlfriend at the time, who's now my wife. I was in college, and I noticed that it was, in Rockville, Maryland, and that's on my way home over Christmas break back to William & Mary, where I went to college. And I was at this point committed, like this is what I want to do. So I'm just going to drive by and knock on the door, which is what I did. So I drove by and knocked on the doors, Martin Luther King Day, 93. And someone came out and met me and said, well, maybe, and I said, well, I'm in college. I'm talking about when I'm out of school. Like, well, okay, well, contact us then. And I will say I would contact them every once in a while. I did work for a small software company right out of school down in that area of Williamsburg, and still would contact Bethesda. Arena had just come out. So then we're in 94. Arena had just come out, and I loved it. So I was in the sports games, I like the hockey stuff. They were doing they did a basketball game.
Yeah, I'm just looking at, they did like 6 sports games, Bethesda released 10 games, yeah. 6 of them sports games, and NCAA basketball, Hockey League Simulator, yeah.
So it was really like sports gridiron, which is like the first kind of physics-based football game at the time. And there's a famous story with Electronic Arts trying to do Madden and then hiring Bethesda before my time to make Madden because they were struggling. When I started at Bethesda, I remember the owner had John Madden's Oakland Raiders playbook in his office. Like, ooh, can I see that? And I love sports, right? So I still play Madden to this day. I love it.
So there's an alternate reality where
I made sports games.
Yeah,
absolutely. I wanted to make like the ultimate college football game. Well, it's always like, it's like music. You probably listen to lots of different music. Like you don't play every time.
But I think of open worlds as fundamentally different.
Well, sure.
No, like source of happiness, entertainment, storytelling, world, gaming than Madden. I mean, it's just because I love both. I love both worlds, but
they're two totally different experiences. Just like when you might watch a movie, you might be in the mood for Lord of the Rings one day, and then you want some other, I don't know, competitive show or game show or something like that. Or watch football on TV, right? You watch football on TV, but then I want to get really into Game of Thrones. So I think those things have validity. And actually, one of the first things I worked on when I started Bethesda was NCAA basketball, Road to the Final Four 2. So that was kind of an external project. Came in like, hey, you know sports, get this game done. and then went on to, but they were doing everything I loved. It was like, this is where I have to work. They're doing like the Terminator science fiction stuff. I love that. They're doing these open world role playing games. Like, I love that. They're doing sports. Like this, I have to work here. So I started there and
You loved.
I loved it. Yeah. So when I came in, it had just come out and they were doing the CD-ROM version. So CD-ROMs aren't even out yet.
Oh, it used to be floppy disks. That's probably what was the
We would burn them in the basement. We had the disc replicators.
Right. So Arena was not released on floppy.
It
released
was. Yeah, I believe it's 6 floppy disks.
on 6 floppy disks.
Maybe it was 8.
Yeah.
But in those days, the number of floppy disks was very, very important to what the money you were making. So, if you want to do a big, huge game, like, oh, that's just too many disks. So the CD-ROM became this jumping off point for the whole industry where oh, it's unlimited data.
By the way, I played